futures down sharply here this morning following escalating tensions in the Middle East and the weekend strikes by the U.S. in Iran. We're seeing sharp increases and sharp gains, meanwhile, for oil, for metals. We'll talk about gold. We'll talk about silver coming up here this morning. But overall, markets down more than 1% right now, depending on what you're looking at. NASDAQ, S&P, Dow, all three under significant pressure here. Individual names moving around as well. Tesla, its own headline once again. We'll touch on some Cybertruck news coming on the back of what happened going back to Friday and some repricing of the Cybertruck last week. We had a sharp sell-off into the weekend and then a little bit of a decline, to say the least, here this morning. BRK.B down 30%. The cash pile is still enormous, but overall, some of these numbers not great. Operating profit down 30%. Occidental stake, they've written that down entirely. So a little bit of a change here for Berkshire as well.
Maybe Occidental start moving for them, Brendo, with what's going on, obviously, in the Middle East. Good morning, guys. Yep, not a great way to start the morning, but we all know what's going on in the Middle East. And as Brendo mentioned, oil's moving. You got the metals moving. Travel names as well, Brendo. Some of the airlines.
Downside.
NCLH, what a day for NCLH to report today. I mean, it is what it is. There is a whole lot to talk about. A couple of NVIDIA headlines as well. Amazon with an outage in the Middle East as well, likely due to some falling debris. Also investments in Spain. So some Mag 7 names. And as you mentioned, maybe a little greener pastures now for Tesla in Europe with some rising sales. But when you look at, where we're coming from.
And as I was saying, I mean, on the back of him just cutting these prices, he gets February data and then it's like, okay, everything's fine. Let's add a little bit anyways back on.
I was chuckling to Neil. I'm like, he put the $10,000 discount on the Cybertruck for like, what, 10 days?
Yeah.
All right, 10,000 for 10 days.
I hope anyone took advantage of that, or someone took advantage of that wanted one of those. But more important things to talk about, obviously, today. Oil, as we said, to the upside in a big way. Doesn't matter which one you look at. They're all going to be just rocket ships right now. CVX, as we were just saying, and Occidental, both gapping to the upside. Oil up better part of 9% at the highs when futures got going this morning. We are coming back in a little bit right now. Interesting enough, I was keeping an eye on, over the weekend, I was keeping an eye on Bitcoin. And the not only was there not a move higher, it was more of a little bit of a leak to the downside, or continuation move to the downside.
It's still consolidating in that what looks to be a bearish flag on the daily. What I was telling my friends though on the weekend is I could tell exactly what time the strike took place. Despite the fact that, President Trump put his video, I just went to look at the chart on Bitcoin and I saw the flat bottom break. I'm like, oh, that's when it started to drop. It tried to recover a little bit yesterday. You could see it was trying to make the move into 67, but right below 66 it goes again.
Yeah, IBIT here back to 37.50. Disregard this candle right now. There's dark prints coming through. So all the candles going to be a little bit wider than expected. So lots to consider today, lots to consider over the next coming, let's be honest, probably weeks, as far as the market is concerned, as far as what is happening in the Middle East is concerned. But you're in the right spot. Happy Monday. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning. Maybe not the happiest Monday for everybody, but let's be real. There's going to be a lot of volatility this week. No questions asked about it. And it's kind of obvious the places to look. All that being said, as Shreve was mentioning about Bitcoin, Bitcoin's actually slightly up. So we're a little bit better off. You're not saying it's a flight to safety. If you want to find that, go look at gold, go look at silver, go look at the metals and how they're doing. Obviously, energy names are going to be in play. Don't forget, we had a bunch of movers, had earnings last week that might not be on the front of your mind because of the conflict. So you're thinking about defense names, you're thinking about energy right now, you're thinking about travel, but shouldn't forget that we had some quantum names reporting. We're going to have Big Bear reporting tonight. We also had the story with Anthropic getting blacklisted and that moved Palantir. So there's a lot of that happened at the end of the week that you don't want to forget about those catalysts because they can provide day 2, day 3 type of plays. But yeah, some nasty looking charts. NVIDIA's under 175 bucks. Not looking too good there. Under the 50 on the daily. Sorry, the 50 on the daily here for NVIDIA, and Tesla right at the 200 period moving average. So yeah, we're hanging on the precipice in a bunch of names, and it should be a pretty volatile start to the week for sure.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? We really hit that Palantir trade on Friday. That was a really good one there when we got that sort of Anthropic news there, and then the United States and Trump goes with OpenAI. So, but Palantir up obviously today as everyone's talking about drone strikes this weekend. So that's pretty much the main choice of retaliation, it seems like, for Iran right now, striking different hotels in Dubai, Bahrain, and different areas, Saudi Arabia, and so on and so forth. So we just hope that everybody is safe out there. I'm actually really surprised, that silver's not moving higher right now. So I'm going to be looking for a long in silver, long in gold today. I mean, this is what you have to do, right? It's unfortunate, but the Nasdaq's down 1.5%. So these names continue to climb a little bit higher. I thought they'd be much higher than where we are. XOM 160 is super interesting as well, as this name is up 4% today. So some at 5%. Some of these names just keep on going, and yeah, no stop or no end in sight. People asking, is it time to, sell your long-term holdings? I mean, probably not. Down again here today. What a month of February, man. Took down a lot of the market, and continues here in March. So, we get that strike, and now it's a problem. Oil, obviously, the J contract here. I have to figure out which contract is the one we're supposed to be looking at, but they're up $72 right now, up 8%, as Brendan mentioned here, up 9% at its highs. We'll see if we take that out, $73 here a barrel. But yeah, I don't know. It's just going to be one of those names or one of these days where I'm going to be going long on metals, short on equities, and that's about it, man. It's pretty simple game plan for me today. Just short everything in the equity space, and really look to go long on silver. The only one I have written down right now is long silver. And then, yeah, short IBIT, just because of what Sharif had mentioned there. I'm surprised. Like, I thought with all this tension and all this stuff ratcheting up, Bitcoin would have been a lot higher than maybe where we are. And we're not. We're even, if anything, we're coming back in here today. So I'm going to continue to play Bitcoin weakness and see if we can short that on its pre-market lows. So, yeah, for all of our friends and viewers watching there in the Middle East and basically anywhere in the world, just hope you're safe. There was also an incident in the United States.
Yeah.
There's lots of stuff happening right now, and just we're here to trade it all. It's not going to be political or anything like that. We just I wish to go long everything, but if they're setting up right now, I believe it's short. So gold and silver longs, shorting on IBIT, shorting on the Nasdaq for me today.
Yeah, I mean, the only non-related name that I'm looking at is some continuation from last week, quite frankly, in some quantum names. I mean, they're down anyways. Like, for continuation, the QBTS is down 6%. I'm looking to short that. CoreWeave, it's so easy to forget that this was one of the worst. This was already one of the worst to end the week. And now you have tech coming into the downside. So it's, catching some strays, because there were good bounces at the end of the day on Friday in some of the more depressed names, and then we give it all right back up. So names like this look like they just want to break down further. Quantum, as I was mentioning a second ago, like QBTS on Quantum, which had a good 3-day decline if you were looking for the short side, has some continuation aspects to it as well. So like volatility, no questions asked, is going to be in some of these. We get it, energy and travel, but you don't want to look too far away from some of the tech names, which were already getting spanked a little bit. And they should not necessarily take big hits due to the conflict in Iran. But when you get a little bit of risk off, that tends to be how it ends up playing out. So look out for some of the miners, probably, if you're looking for a little bit of strength. Maybe the VIX is going to be your jam as well. But it's an ugly, like my quote board this morning was completely ugly. Like almost nothing into the green, and you look at what was strong, and it's like, okay, oil and natural gas, VXY, it's just all energy names, and a little bit of defense as well. One surprising one, see this? Boeing, there's something about this stock. It's like they get sort of, you get half of the defense, right, which is supposed to be good. But like, what, are you supposed to tell me that they're not going to get any kind of a bounce with the defense names? Why? Because travel names are going to be down? None of the actual effects of airlines being down is a long-term effect on Boeing. So it's a weird one that they don't get even a little bit of a defense bump. That's a disappointing name for me, only up 0.5 point today. But again, that's just more of an annoyance than anything else. Like, you look at the actual airlines, which are going to be affected, and Delta down, UAL down 6%. I mean, breaking key levels too. So like that I would expect, but I would not be shocked if we see maybe in a couple of days, we could see a little bit of a relief rally in these. We're expecting that this could be a 3-4 week conflict. And even then, things are not always that simple, depending on what kind of a transition of power or regime change ends up. It can end up getting more prolonged. So there's a lot of uncertainty with this right now. But I'm a little surprised Boeing didn't get more of a bump. In the long run, the airlines, this shouldn't really affect like orders in the long run, which would, you know, that's what should be hurting them.
I think most people right now are very cautious of traveling, of
That's
course,
the thing.
right? So, you know, a name like Lockheed Martin up 5%. That's another one. RTX, another one that's up here in the pre-market as well. Some of these defense names, right? I mean, both up 5%. We saw Palantir up 5% as well, or 4% today. So that's starting to go obviously on a bump there late as well from Friday. So some of the names that make sense, I think Boeing makes sense as well. So that would be another one to look at. And then we have Netflix right now hanging up the bid, right? And so right there, you got Netflix moving around today as well. That's down another 2%. This would be maybe a name that I would look to buy weakness on, just because of it was such a good story there on Friday, moving back up higher and breaking through that $85 marker right there, right? And that gave us that sort of juice. And now I think the next move is higher. We're trying to break right there, $97. It would have done it today, I feel like, is if we didn't have any, overseas turbulence. So. Yeah, I really like some Netflix there today. Yeah, as you mentioned, BBAI. Marvell coming through this week. Very, very bullish on Marvell reporting this week. And then, one of the biggest names that we always miss, Broadcom. They're going to be coming as well, right? We always say, like, oh, my God, there's nothing else left after NVIDIA, but there's a big one right here with Broadcom coming through soon. So that should be a fun one this week. Bunch of different earnings names. Target coming through this week as well. So, yeah, I think today will be a very, very risk-off day. So I'm looking short and long on the metals, short on pretty much every equity, and we'll just play it from there. Oil names obviously would be the opposite of that. We'll go look long if we could do something on oil. Yeah, I don't know. I want to be short Bitcoin in this move as well. So, yeah, lots of stuff happening there. We've got Joe in the building, Neil. Everybody's here today. I think Adara's actually off today.
I think she'd be a little bit late.
Oh, late. That's what it was. It was late. Yeah, I remember on Friday she had mentioned there about the watch list. So, okay, let's go back. We have Michael Noss coming today as well.
We have Noss coming. There was another story that we kind of... See, I knew this was going to happen because of what happened over the weekend. Remember there was that rumor, that speculation anyways, that this being the start of March, we could get a SpaceX IPO. Unfortunately, that DXYZ, the Destiny is all the way back to where it was before, but that got a bit of a spike on that news, and some of the space names were moving around. So those could be in play. Unfortunately, it's like nothing managed to hold their moves, and even these gave them back. ASTS, I believe, reports after the bell tonight in addition. So yeah, there's the chance that March could bring us a massive IPO, though haven't heard anything outside of the speculation that we got last week. But it'll be really exciting to actually see a big IPO this month. So we'll be jazzed for that if it does happen. And here's Randy with a couple of cups. Joe, my hands are freezing, but I also feel like I'm colder because I have no hair on my head. That could be a little bit too.
Maybe.
Appreciate it, Randy. You got to get yours done.
I know.
You're due. He's long overdue for a buzz.
All right. Yeah, good. Well, it's actually, today's going to be the last day of coldness, apparently, around here. So it's supposed to be really, really nice moving forward.
Do you see these flood warnings for later in the week?
Is there flood warnings? Well, that makes sense.
For like
everything's gonna
Thursday,
melt.
we're going to get a bunch of rain.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, but it's for some places in Ontario. I don't know if like northern New York's going to have the same thing too. We're supposed to get some rain Wednesday and Thursday, and then with all the melting snow, it's going to cause some risk. So
you're ready to get those basement flood damage insurance claims ready to go. That happens all the time here.
It does happen here. That's what it is.
Okay. Yeah, Broadcom, everything moving around here today. It should be a fun one, man. Most names you're going to call up on your screen are going to be down that 3%, right? 2 to 3%, pretty much. Let's just pick a name. Let's go with AMD. I haven't even looked at this yet today. All right, here's AMD. How much are we down? We are down, there it is, 2.75. So, pick one and just call it up. And you'll be roughly around 2 to 3% on all of them. Here goes Meta as well. Ooh, Meta beating everything else. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, nope, it's going back and forth with the dark pool prints right there. But Meta, anyways, you get what I'm saying, all down about 2%. And then Sharif mentioned here, it's one of the only tech names here on our watch list today. Amazon getting hit a little bit with their data centers, having some disruptions over there in, I believe it was the Middle East. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Amazon today and if they have any complaints about, potential business shortage or stoppages or anything like that for Amazon today. But I would say no. I mean, the fact that it's only down where we are right here, we're okay. It looks like we've got our game plan ready to go. I hope you guys do as well, and you're in the right spot. It's now 8:15. Let's go back over the desk, see what the boys are up to.
Some of the other airlines, Delta, one of those, just trying to pop back above 62, an interesting level here for Delta. There was its own headline as well for DAL today with an order of 34 more Airbus 321 Neo jets. Delivery is going to be in 2029, however. Not going to affect things, let's be honest, today with everything else going on. But underlying for some of these airlines, as the guys were mentioning, long term, this probably is buying opportunity.
See the Dubai airport?
Yeah.
See videos?
Yeah.
It's absolute chaos. And some of the richest people live there and they can't get out. It's like they're almost stuck. Apparently the only way to actually escape Dubai right now is to drive 2 hours to Oman and then fly out from there, because you can't fly anything in the area. And all the Emirates closed down, whether it's Abu Dhabi, Dubai, you name it, it's shut down. So that's going to have corollary effects, of course,
definitely
on other airlines. And you're seeing it right here, Brendo. Jets, the ETF guys, is down more than 4% here to start the morning. And you're seeing cancellations everywhere. Nearly 2,400 flights were canceled in just the Dubai airport alone. So we're going to have to see if this can rebound. Also, you're getting NCLH and some of the cruise carriers as well this morning, weak on, assumptions that there could be cancellations or some sort of delays with embarkments, Brendo. So lots of things to keep an eye on.
This is obviously a very secondary topic, and with more important things to concern ourselves about today doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But even the Formula One season is supposed to get started this weekend in Australia, and a lot of the traveling from Europe to Australia goes through this part of the world. So they're wondering if that is even going to happen this weekend. Then the next 2 weeks after that, they're back in the Middle East, Bahrain and Saudi. So they're wondering if those are going to be in jeopardy as for races.
Well, it's a strategic location of the Emirates, right? So it's like if you want to fly somewhere in Asia, for let's just say India, you take a connecting flight from here to the Emirates. So it's like a global hub, right? Yeah. And so that's why so many of the disruptions are happening.
Yeah, so lots of travel chaos, unfortunately, to deal with today, guys. But as far as the travel names are concerned, if you zoom out on a higher time frame, there is definitely levels you can start to deal with here, I think, for some of these.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, they're not gonna. I don't know. I'm not that optimistic that you get an immediate bounce. But when you look at a UAL in particular, and they've been pretty good the last little bit. But it's do you feel great about buying the dip here, thinking, okay, well, everyone's going to be overreacting to this, and buying it in front of the 200 period? And then if it's not an overreaction, to me, you could see 15. To next support, you're talking 80 to 85. So, at that point, you're looking at 15% from here to the downside. So, yeah, you're at some major support levels, but it's almost like you want to treat this, you want to give it this treat it with a couple of days to see how things settle down. But I don't suspect we're going to get a lot of certainty in the next couple of days. I'm not sure exactly what's going to make us feel better in the short run the next couple of days. So I need to see something pretty distinct on one of these to the long side. There was a somewhat positive. Delta had its own story. It's one of those days where, everything is doing basically the same thing in each sector. Maybe you can find something with a little bit of a kernel of strength or a story of its own. But then I look at that DAL, and that's a flat bottom break with a little bit more room to go. So I'm not really a huge fan of this. I think just sort of keeping it simple. Norwegian is a cruise line. Okay, well, not good news for them. And then on top of that, they report. So they lowered their full year. So you're going to have a poor day to be lowering your full year guidance. It's not going to matter that you might have beat on EPS. So I kind of like look for a continuation play in something that I think could be a little bit weaker here. So on the short pop, if it gets into like 23.5, which was a key price level, if it breaks higher than that, then okay, fine, fair enough. They're buying this one up. But I see a stock with a little bit of room if it wants to take another leg to the downside. Like just a couple of weeks ago, we were trading underneath 22 on Norwegian. They report it's not all roses. You have the entire space weaker today. Why not look at NCLH instead? So that's where my head's going to be with travel. And yeah, I'm not really going to be buying any dips in any travel names. Usually there's good opportunities. I just don't know about day one here.
Yeah, I would say, Royal Caribbean's I think, has been the best one. So you can, if you were trying to buy some weakness down 6% here today, obviously Norwegian came out with the report, so that would be a little spicy on that. But we were already heading down before, obviously, that report came out. It's not even like it's doing anything to these stocks. I would say it's still very early. I mean, President Trump was saying this could take 4 to 5 weeks, before everything settles down, right? And so I don't know if these ships are going to remain full, if there's going to be cancellations, what some of their bookings are going to look like moving forward, because a cruise ship is a pretty easy target. So I just say watch out now. I mean, obviously, if you're cruising around the Caribbean or something like that, you're probably a little safer. But you never know what's going to happen. And I just think people right now may be hunkering down a little bit. So I would a little worried about this. But I think if you can get a good stock that has been doing well, obviously those tensions have erupted over the last couple of weeks, so you do get some downside push there. And remember, the market's forward-looking, so it's not. They've already foreseen some of this stuff happening. It was just a matter of moments before I feel like that action in Iran was going to happen, right? I mean, President Trump was hinting at it all last week. So, I think down here, 250, 260 for these names are where you want to be in the travel space. And then, we always think about sort of secondary names like an Uber or something like that. Again, if business travel goes down, less bookings at hotels, less bookings on these airlines, could be bad for an American Express, obviously with the business customers. It could also be bad for an Uber as, less travel for now results in, less Ubers, right? When people are traveling around, they're taking Lyfts and Ubers and not renting cars. So I think that would be something to look at for sure. UBER right now heading southbound on that. So, it's just one of those things where you got to look at oil. Again, today we looked at that. Up pretty decently, and I still think goes higher, breaking through this $73 mark, up $8 right now. 8% is oil. So I have to watch out for this right here. This is CL is, what do we have it as here? Brent or light sweet crude?
Yeah, Brent's up at like 80.
Yeah, so watch out. Yeah, Brent is 79 or 80 or something. So there it goes, man. Nice move upside there today, and we'll have to wait to see if silver does anything as well. I'm looking to go long on all these. So I've got silver, Qs, IBIT right now, looking for another name to go in here. Big Bear AI reporting tonight. All these names are down. Yeah. Maybe Palantir would be the
There's a few earnings names after. It's nothing big after the bell tonight, but there's some movers if we look at it. I'm just trying to double check. It was NCLH and Berkshire this morning. I think we have ASTS was one of them for sure. BBA Archer is reporting as well. Quantum Computing, QUBT, Plug Power. So there's some, I guess we'll call them like small cap movers after the bell tonight that we should be expecting, or mid cap as well. But in terms of energy, I was just kind of circling the wagon back over to Oxy. Didn't really make the note, but this was already, I kind of like things that were already making new breakouts or making new rallies in addition, instead of having to like chase something in the energy space. Like you already had Oxy, which was breaking after earnings, holding that 50, and now we're taking another gap higher. Let's look for maybe a little bit of gap support. Back to 53 doesn't make too much sense, but maybe looking at this 55 spot could be one. So there's going to be a lot to look at. I kind of like Oxy, but it's pretty far from that $55 mark. Maybe look for a little bit of a dip buy or some VWAP play after the open. Plenty's going to be moving here. There's no question of that. So you got your pick and litter. Like it's a thing. Like in every sector that's affected, you're going to have multiple names up 5-10%, like in that kind of a range. So it's not as if you're going to be lacking for movers. We got them all, although I couldn't find a ton of small cappers. There were some small cap energy companies, Sharif, that are moving around. I feel like that's going to be a bit of a theme. Forget about the crazy yada, yada, yada pharma. It's going to be some small and micro cap energy names that are probably moving the most today.
Neil, the one that's gapping up the most, funny enough, right now on my morning scanner here, and this is as anemic as I've seen them. FRO, Brendo, 6 1/5 here, up 6.19%. This is the leading gapper on my scanner, and I'm not asking for much. It's not like I'm asking for a lot of volume or crazy prices. It just gives you an idea of what kind of light in terms of longs we have today.
Yeah, I mean, the market goes through these, cyclical, seasons almost, where small caps will have a huge push, and there'll be hundreds of them doing hundreds of percent on a daily basis. Then when bigger headlines come through, typically everything shifts focus. Obviously, I was just reading through this NVIDIA note. Speaking of. There's still NVIDIA-related headlines to deal with this morning as well. Obviously, more important things to concern ourselves with. Again, we'll keep an eye out for anything that can move the market in that way as well. Wall Street Journal reporting over the weekend, NVIDIA is developing a new inference-based computing platform to be unveiled at GTC. Includes a chip designed from startup Grok, which they recently acquired. Downside here this morning, obviously not going to affect anything this morning, but it seems more and more, I was just telling you off camera, I spent all weekend playing around with Perplexity Computer, which is their agentic-based platform.
So they're calling it Perplexity Computer?
Perplexity Computer. But it seems like this is the way all of these things are going. And now here's NVIDIA with some sort of platform that will, make decisions and be able to work on its own.
Yeah, coming in fast and furious. And Grok, that's the Chamath-related ASICs company. This was the acquisition that kind of didn't surprise any of us here when NVIDIA, the leader of GPUs, actually made an acquisition. Well, in this case, it was an investment to skirt, regulatory pressure. For a company that's specifically targeting application-specific integrated circuits, kind of like the Marvells, kind of like the Broadcoms. And we were saying, well, NVIDIA's margins are going to get eaten into, especially if there's cheaper chips for inferencing and training. Well, they were wise to that. Obviously, this is their business, and they made the acquisition for exactly that reason. So they have that hand in that cookie jar now, Brendo, as in addition to the many other cookie jars that they have their hand in. Also, Morgan giving them the nod today. Actually, they removed Micron from their top pick and they replaced it with NVIDIA. So something to keep an eye out on there.
The one thing, or the one major takeaway I took from this, let alone all of the efficiencies that are going to come from this, was the simple fact that I don't think I really wrapped my head around the amount of compute that is going to be required once this is, at scale. People to date have been, for the most part, using AIs or LLMs as Google alternatives.
Sure.
You go ask it a question, you get an answer. Once you start, scheduling tasks to reoccur on an ongoing basis, and you get to a point where, say I have 10 or 15 or 20 myself, and then you multiply that out by everyone in the world, essentially, that you can see how compute is going to be just
100%.
massive.
And when you're running multiple agents, so what I was telling Joey was kind of like my understanding of what this article that I was reading, 5 levels to AI so far, Brendo. So we got the basic LLM, then we have agents, singular agents, and then you have multi-agents. And that's kind of where we're going into now, where they coordinate the entire workflow process. So think of your morning, right? We get in here, how many different tools and utensils and tasks are you doing? And so these multi-agents are going to be able to coordinate with one another without your input. I feel that's where we're jumping into. And to build on your point, it's going to need a lot more compute. Yeah.
And or the other application for this is, you have one essentially that is your main go-to, and then it, communicates with all the smaller, job-specific type agents. It's crazy. If you haven't done so yet, definitely go spend some time with that, because it's different world already, guys. It's unreal.
I just put in the chat, I can't think of one task right now for myself that I would, no, I mean, we can use it maybe for writing, like basic stuff. Like I was thinking like LLMs, but for me, no, like I don't, my car heats up every morning. Is that a task? I mean, I don't really. No, for me, honestly, like
Well, no,
I just live in a different world. Like what Brendan's saying, I don't even have time to even look at all this kind of stuff. So I have to do my job as well, for like what Brendan was saying, to think about what kind of tasks are actually, and maybe do you have any that you would use AI for right now?
There's a couple of, for the trading aspect of it, there's a few that are really,
Like what you would use now. Like what do you think? Because Brendan just said he has 15 or 20. Like I'm just thinking like.
no, because I don't have any administrative stuff to do. But
Yeah.
like for my wife, when my wife was talking about a work problem that she had, and I said to her, I go, look, 80% of what you just said, you really just pick one,
Yeah.
and this can get handled, and it's not that difficult. Like you might need to get like a pro version,
Right.
But
That's what I'm saying. Like you and I, you're not even using it over here.
if you have a more admin type job, you would. Like I'll use it occasionally for when it comes through going through like more complicated like articles I just don't want to have to deal with. If I want to figure out the nuts,
like Cole's notes.
yeah, or if I want the nuts and bolts of like a deal, and like this deal doesn't make any sense to me, can you just help me to figure out like the fair value, like that ticket, like little things like that.
So not day to day. This is what I'm wondering. Like not day to day action.
That's almost day to day, but it's not the same if you don't have an administrative type of job. But if you're sitting there in a white collar job where you're parsing through a bunch of different emails and you've got this process and whatever and this and this task and this project that you're working on, my goodness, the level of efficiency you can get is insane. But I think the bigger takeaway from all of this, when Bren talks about the compute, is you buy the dips on the energy names that are going to power all of this. Like it makes me like G Vernova even more, right? Sure, it should help you. It should make you like NVIDIA, but power is everything here. Like it's the one thing that was in short demand before and in crazier demand now. And really, if we're just coming right back to it just for NVIDIA, because I know we're supposed to be talking about them, on any other day, I'd actually be looking for a bounce on NVIDIA, to be honest. Like A, based on the story, B, it's a couple of days after the earnings, you're at the 200 period. It's actually it's basically with the NASDAQ, so we're not even down more than the NASDAQ. There's a lot about it that could look for that little bounce spot. I know we said last week looking at the 170 to 175 would be the spot. It's in that target area now. It's just that everything looks so relatively bearish. But I do think this is right in the area where NVIDIA could get a bounce. But look at the power plays. If G Vernova can get to the downside on this news, I would have been
some of them are starting to go.
I think that could be a nice one to play. Constellation had a good week last week. It was starting to rally. Maybe you get a bit of a dip and a chance to get into some of those. So we'll see.
Anyways, are we getting ready? Are we going to Joe?
Oh.
Not going to Joe yet, are we?
Oh, we have Michael already.
Moss. Okay.
Okay.
All right, it's 8:30. Let's go over to Michael and see what he's talking about. Good morning, Michael.
Yeah, we were just talking about vibe coding. There's so much to learn. Let's bring him in. Michael Noss is here on a Monday to talk about higher time frame type stuff. We've been stuck in this range as we've been discussing for the past, feels like months and months and months and months. What are you seeing here as far as the market is concerned, given what has obviously taken place on the weekend?
Yeah, I think, with all the news going on, it's a good time to zoom out. It's funny, my AI, my Claude code, helped me generate all of these charts. So I was listening to the conversation you guys are having. I have 3 agents going on my computer at all times. So yeah, it was a really cool conversation. I enjoyed listening to it. But it's time for monthly charts, right? We're at the first of the month. There's a lot of crazy news going on. And one thing that I always recommend, regardless whether you're day trader, swing trader, investor, whatever it is take a second and zoom out and actually just take a second and go, okay, what actually happened last month? Because we're so focused on the day-to-day and the minute-to-minute that this kind of zoom out exercise, I think is really good. So the first one I just want to look at it, this is just the S&P 500. We're really zoomed in here over the last couple months. So each of these candles represents 1 month. And, like Brendan was saying, I just wanted to say that we haven't gone anywhere since the October candle. We're basically at that price right now. But the format of the candles are interesting here, in which there are a lot of spinning tops. And for those who study candlestick, just means there's a long upper shadow and a long lower shadow, and the body hasn't gone anywhere. And what that represents generally is just confusion in the market or indecision, where they don't really know what's going on. And, you can kind of feel that with some sectors going up and some going down. We've talked about the rotation under the hood and how pretty much everything's going up except the Mag 7. But this chart, again, was very interesting to me. Now, if you want to take a bet on where this is going to resolve, it's going to be generally with the primary trend, which is still up, even though it's been nearly half a year of nothing. Next chart here is just more of the same with the QQQ. A little bit more pronounced on this next chart, where you can see we're more closer to the low of that October, November candle. But, if you were to look at this and say this is a 5-minute chart, you'd look at that and say that's a pretty interesting bull flag. Maybe I should pay attention and wait to see if we break this upper bounds. It looks nice to me, as long as we don't break down. And the beauty of these kind of technical patterns, after you have to wait 6 months for them to develop, is you get a pretty clear game plan here. If we can break out of this flag, then maybe it's time for this big cap tech to catch up. And if we break under these lows that I've highlighted around the 600 area, well, maybe we're going to pull back into that 520 or so that we broke out of last year. Next chart here is the IWM. So this is small caps, and this is where we start talking about the rotation that we're seeing under the hood. Small caps, new all-time monthly closing high last month. So 2,000 of the smallest stocks have never closed higher in the month. Some topping tails, maybe some concern there, but a decently strong month. Not a huge candle, but a decently strong month there. This next chart is wild to me, and this is the RSP. So we talk about this all the time. The average large cap stock out there. And we've been, every week talking about how the strength under the hood in this market is absolutely crazy. And I think this chart demonstrates that really well. That's why I went through all these other ones. Even the IWM was up a bit, but not very much. The rest of them were about flat. And then look at this monthly candle on the RSP. So again, this is the same names that are in the S&P 500, and they're just equally weighted. So it takes away the power of NVIDIA and Apple and Meta and all these kind of names, just showing, and again, incredibly strong for large cap names, as long as you're outside the tech space. Some of the sectors that are interesting to me. So this next one is XLV, or healthcare. With a nice strong candle, not quite break all-time closing high, but didn't quite break last month's high, but a really strong candle from the beginning of the month to the end. So they've been buying up healthcare all month. And if you kind of look left here, there's a bit of resistance. So a healthcare breakout and continuation could be very interesting. And then this next chart here is XLF. Bad, not a great month for financials, but we're still holding this range. Even more chop for the financials. We're now kind of in 1 year of financials not doing anything. Financials can be a little bit weird because they pay good dividends. So there can be some, even though if this was a total return chart, it would look better, I guess is the best way to put it, right? We're not looking at the dividends in this. And a lot of these financial companies don't really grow, but they do pay dividends. Last sector, and 2 more sector charts. So next one here is XLI. This is the one, Neil just said power, right? These are the guys who are going to build the data centers for everything. And look how strong this has been. I think this chart shows why the RSP has been so strong, because a lot of these companies are large companies, these industrial companies. And also, when we've talked a lot about international performance, I think this chart shows as well, right? You're talking, we went from the people who are making the chips and the people who are making the AI, and now we are focused on this particular sector, which is the people who are building the data centers and the infrastructure for all of these things. Last sector chart, and I've got one idea to give from this, but is XLB. So this is materials. So this is going to feed that first chart. So these are not necessarily your precious metals, but they're materials like copper and lumber and steel and things like that, with a crazy month last month. Look at the size of that candle and relative to what's happened over the last 5 years or so. That was a really big breakout in materials. Now, one chart that really stood out when I was going through, we talked about how the Mag 7 was relatively weak, but it seems like it might be Apple that's kind of interesting again. So this is the chart I brought. This is the only individual stock chart that I have here on Apple. This kind of 250 area that we had a nice breakout of, pulled back, and we're holding that 250 area here on the last chart on Apple. And if this holds, this might be the one Mag 7 that kind of bucks the trend of the rest of them. It's holding on way better than your NVIDIAs and Microsofts and Metas. They've kind of sidestepped the AI thing, which was a benefit to them or was a detriment. Everyone's saying, oh no, they're going to be doomed without AI. And I think kind of what they said is, well, you're going to use our devices to do this anyway. Mac Minis just flying off the shelves, and yet they don't have an AI to speak of. So Apple, again, if it can hold 250, I kind of like that for the investment portfolio. Again, we're talking monthly charts, so these aren't going to be short-term trades. So that's, again, going around the horn. It looks good out there if you're not large cap tech.
Great information, Michael. Good to see you again. Good morning. I got a quick question for you. I was actually doing a little bit of reading on the weekend, and I was reading this interesting article about, the actual cap-weighted, let's just say Qs in this case, or the NASDAQ, and you would look at, see how the cap-weighted did versus the non-cap-weighted, the RSP, and you would compare the amount of advancers and decliners. And you, for days, for example, where the Qs were down, let's just say 0.25%, but there was markedly more advancers and decliners. Is that something that you keep your eye on? Because I know you're very RSP heavy. Yeah. Is that another metric that you keep your eye on?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't bring this chart, but it's actually a really good one to look at. There's the QQQE, and that's the equal weighted version of the QQQs. And that made an all-time monthly closing high, just barely, but was strong. So even inside the tech sector, which was relatively weak, it did okay. And if you look at even a daily chart on that, the day that NVIDIA had that really, they gapped up on earnings and then they sold off all day and had a really bad day, it closed positive that day. So it's very much showing that the selling, I guess, or the bear market that's out there is very targeted. And I think that's doing something to sentiment, where this is what a lot of people own. A lot of people own the SP 500, they own the Mag 7, they own all these things. So seeing them in such a drawdown makes them feel that the market's down. But again, yeah, these equal weight versus cap weight is very interesting. And it goes into this whole kind of meta discussion I won't waste a lot of you guys' time with, but we look at the cap weighted index because it's been a wicked way to invest over the last 20 some odd years. You give more credence, you give more weight to the largest companies out there, and it generally does well. But it doesn't mean it always has to be that way. So that's had me a lot of thinking of, maybe we're in this zone now where the smaller companies are going to kind of take the reins, and the only way to benefit of that is going to be equal cap or individual stock picking.
All right, great stuff as always, Michael Noss. Looking at what we just covered, is there something that, or some area essentially that you would go to first here? And if so, what do you need to see from that to have a green light?
I'm really liking the XLV buyout or breakout that's coming, healthcare. Healthcare is one of those weird sectors where you have things like UNH that have been under pressure for a long time, and then you have names like Eli Lilly that have been outperforming. So you've got drug makers, and then you have the insurance company that kind of trumps that war with right now. But the fact that we are doing this breakout just makes me think that maybe now that the narrative has shifted away from the war on healthcare to what we're seeing elsewhere, that maybe this is going to be a quiet sector to go up, because there's no real news to talk about in the healthcare space. I don't think there's any budget stuff that's coming up, but it's the place that no one's looking, but it's quietly very, very close to this breakout. So if we can get some continuation over the next week or so, I'll be trying to look for some healthcare names to buy into.
Fantastic. Have a wonderful week. We'll touch base again on Friday.
Talk to you Friday. Have a great one.
Once again, fantastic stuff by Mr. Michael Noss. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with OKT. Okta, we're down 1.5% here roughly. We're getting its price target lowered from $116 to $90 by BTIG Research. And then we have SoundHound also getting the price target lowered, guys. It's down 6.8% here. $26 was that initial target, but it's now being lowered to $20 by H.C. Wainwright. Pinterest also getting the downgrade, guys, going from a buy to a hold. And then Autodesk as well, getting its price target lowered from $343 to $279. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some of the upgrades. We're going to start things off with Dutch Bros going from a neutral to a buy with $75 price target by Goldman Sachs. And then CrowdStrike also getting the nod by Piper Sandler, guys, going from a neutral to an overweight. You're up about 0.25%. And then we have some of the oil names here, guys. Occidental Petroleum, 6.9%, with the price target being raised from $48 to $60. And then we also have Chevron as well, too, guys. Price target increased from $188 to $206. Both very positive here this morning.
Yeah, positive to say the least, though. You know what? What's interesting on that downgrade list, and this is not to punk pins or anything, but it's almost like the bounce that it had after earnings. I know they got a downgrade today. It gave it some room to fall. Because my first thought was, oh, Pinterest, it's probably getting smoked. But then it's like, oh yeah, they reported and then they bounced for a few days because it had made some fresh lows. Well, all of a sudden in the market weakness, you reached a post-earnings high at $18, and now you're slithering back down to where some might say they belong to, excuse me, like filled in the gap back to about 18. And this could be a bit of a flat, I'm not saying it flat bottom breaks right away, but the trend was down before they reported. They caught a dead cat bounce after earnings, and now the weakness could start to come back in for pins. So like, names like this, where you're looking for continuation, can be part of the story as well. No surprise that you get some upgrades on some oil names. Man, Chevron is, like, it's just gone at this point. That's why I've been looking at Oxy. Like, what do you do? Like, this is broken so far away from the highs now. Like, there's really pull back into prior high. That's not even available to you. No big levels to look at because we're just flying in this particular energy name. You bought that dip after Venezuela and bye-bye. Now up like 30% from that low.
Yeah, that's been huge. I'm just in XLE, which is all of them, so that's been okay. That's been a good experience there. I really have been touting this XLV and XBI for a long time, so I'm really glad that Michael's looking at this as a breakout long. I mean, I love the healthcare space and anything. This is biotech, but I really enjoy XLV, XBI, IBB. IBB is the right one. Here's XBI right here. This is more the biotech space. This is the one that I prefer over XLV, which is the healthcare, but this is pulled back. So I even like this better. Although we always say, buying the strong names that are actually breaking out in this market has made a lot of sense. Anything that's sort of had that shift has really turned out well. Like we had silver breaking, gold breaking, obviously IBIT breaking down, Bitcoin breaking down. We had XLI breaking long, we had XLE breaking. I mean, there's been so many good names that are starting to go, and you get the 50 period right now on XBI wavering around, Eli Lilly and AbbVie and Merck and all those stocks, Pfizer. So I like this space. I think AI really helps this space. And as to Brendan's point again, like this is just another one where I think processes and everything running in the background, like the amount of compute that even an Eli Lilly could wind up taking at some point could be quite large, right? And so a lot of different tasks being had right now with AI, and I think that XBI and IBB, I mean, either one, they're just different managers. IBB was iShares, I believe, yeah, iShares. So, just a different management team. You can go check the percentages. I assume they're going to be pretty similar on what the holdings are and the management fees and whatnot. But I really, really like this space, and I think it's one that needs to start to finally break out. I mean, it just hasn't done it yet. So XLI is amazing. That's the industrials. That's been the one that, again, just from ETF side of things, right? I mean, it's just been so good. All of these names. And there it is right here. Even we said a couple weeks ago, someone said, like, is there something that sort of looks like this and is barcoding a little bit and looking to break out? Like right here, a nice little flag pull. Have a little bit of a flag forming. It needs some more data, but that should be an interesting move up here as well, trying to break out. So yeah, lots of names, man. You even mentioned that INDO, another crazy runner here, Indonesia. Energy Corp or whatever this is. This is up 50%.
I'd be careful with those because this is just one of those like small cap energy names that is like, it's small flow, like it's squeezing. It's done this in the past. I'd just be a little, I mean, come on, like does it, like what about this deserves 40% to the upside? Like I don't think that's necessarily going to be a thing. But Indo, again, it's a habitual line stepper, and we talk about this all the time. But energy names are in play, and when energy names are in play, this bad boy is going to be in there for sure. I'm just going to double check, because I said low float and all that stuff, and I didn't actually look up the details for you guys. So INDO, which is Indonesia, yeah, 9 million float, 8% short. So it's actually not even that big of a short float on this thing. So yeah, I get it. You guys, Indo, gonna get that Indo. And that good. But this should be on it should be on radars as long as oil stays volatile, energy stays volatile. Then you're going to get some small cappers that from this space, which are going to be flying around. But it's already under VWAP. I'm actually considering they should pay for locates on this. And I say that after assuming that we don't have them. We don't. I might pay for locates on this. This is exactly the kind of name which you feel like could just be going too far and might be a bit of a play. So I'm going to do that. If we hold underneath VWAP, this might be a little something here. So yeah, lots of small cappers to look at. Shout out to Michael for coming on through. It's the beginning of the month, which obviously means that you get those monthly charts to look at, which I know he's a big fan of. And that's the great thing about it. Is like if you're a swing trader, maybe that means more to you. As a day trader, it gives you some interesting sectors to look at that you might not before. And we might find some individual names in healthcare that can be good, and energy as well. But yeah, for brass tacks, there's some small cappers that look pretty interesting, including this INDO Sharif.
All right, we mentioned this off the top, but I think it's worth talking a little bit about Berkshire once again, because this is a stark shift in not only the narrative, but I think some of the data and the actual money that is being thrown around and where it's going to go. You know, he comes out and essentially says they're signaling this fortress around their balance sheet in some of these maneuvers and things that they're doing. I mean, that's a daily chart of Berkshire as of today. I mean, you got to go all the way back to essentially the end of last summer before we had any sort of significant move. Yes, the announcement had come and gone already, but is this the right way, to be going about doing this?
It's a great point, because they've got like this dry powder. They're calling it $370 billion in cash, Brendo, and they've been selling. We know they've been selling Amazon, Bank of America, Apple, and so he's compiled the stockpile. I'm assuming for what he wants to do with Berkshire going forward, rather than what had been done under the previous, obviously, let's just call them two leaders, Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett. Of course, now he's at the helm. And so, yeah, the $370 billion in cash fueling debate over whether the company has been overly conservative in seeking out new opportunities. He framed, though, Brendo, the cash as strategic dry powder, enabling swift action during dislocations. What better time there is now? A lot of stuff on sale. Tech's been hit. You have a lot of moving down now with the belligerencies in the Middle East. I want to see exactly how we look next year, right? Because he just took over, 2 months deep into his tenure. It's his first shareholder letter. So not really too much to comment on other than that huge cash pile.
Yeah, I mean, still huge positions in the financials and BAC.
Yeah.
BAC obviously not having a good couple of days here, but the energy name is going to be important for them. They've been pairing off this Apple position for, it seems like, the past year and a half or so.
Yep.
But as you said, I mean, at some point they got to put their money somewhere.
$370 billion. Well, he does deploy it obviously in treasuries, and we know. Yeah. Joseph, if you remember, what was it, 5% that he holds of the treasury market? Was it 5%? It's something ridiculous like that, Brendo, that Berkshire owns about 5% of the outstanding of the U.S. treasuries, of course. Yeah. It's something ridiculous, and that's, I'm assuming, where the cash is. It's not sitting in a bank account.
Yeah, if you zoom out, I mean, we're right back to, this is a weekly chart on BAC to start here. We're right back to this high, which is $48, which goes all the way back to 2021. So a couple of weeks straight to the downside. If you go back to BRK.B on the weekly chart, we're still just kind of hanging out in this consolidation. I mean, it looks very much like the market at this point, guys, the S&P as it should.
Yeah, well, it'll get interesting on Berkshire when, if they deploy some cash, like maybe they'll find a financial that they like, maybe there'll be a bank that they like. But I'm just looking at that XLF, and that's yet another theme that I feel like it's easy to forget what was going on. Last week we were talking about how weak some of the financials were. You were getting this potential break of support that was happening in the big bank names. I mean, one of the biggest names down actually. In my quote board is Affirm this morning and not looking very good. There was the PayPal deal rumors. There was the big move on Block. But overall, as a group, we're right back underneath 51 on the XLF, which was a major support. We bounced once, but if we lose this $50 level here, then all of a sudden you've got the financials, which are consolidating under the 200 and breaking support. So that was a pretty big bounce zone. And this is exactly the kind of this is exactly the kind of canary in the coal mine. You had some private credit concerns out there. You're starting to wobble. If we lose that this week on the XLF, you start to think about, okay, well, forget about that nice bounce we just had. Some of the banks had some shocking down days in the last couple of weeks, and maybe we could see a little bit more of that. So the XLF is going to be on the radar just for that 50 spot alone. And unfortunately, I can't bring up the banks without pointing out an incredibly disappointing name recently, which is SoFi. Again, another one it'll get lost because we're going to be talking so much about Iran and energy and, thank you, Andy, another refill on coffee. We're going to forget about things like SoFi, one of the worst stocks on Friday. And we haven't even mentioned it up until now in the context of a Berkshire story. But these guys got absolutely smoked on Friday. There was almost no bottom until right at the end of the day. So
never forget.
I'm almost reminding myself, shoot, I should be looking for continuation on this as well. Maybe I should like this as much as a QBTS. Yeah, so the financials didn't look good before this weekend. No, let's keep that in mind.
The only problem with Berkshire is they're not paying a dividend. Like, there's no dividend. So it's like...
And they said they won't.
I own the stock, and it's just like, there's not really a point in buying it because... Although, you're paying for someone else to manage it, so it's like a managed portfolio. I get it. It's a big-ass ETF. But at the end of the day, it's like you can own an XLE and get 2.5%. You can own an XLF and get, I think it's 2% or so. So if you're trying to own a dividend, trying to own a portfolio that's going to be relatively conservative, like Berkshire, which has been good, right? I mean, it's not going to tank during a huge NASDAQ move or anything like that. And it should be appreciating more than this with oil. So we'll see today what winds up happening. But again, I really like the stock. I think there's some value in owning it, but just the no dividend thing really bugs me and makes me realize that maybe it's not worth, sitting in that for too long. And you already talked about XLF and how much beat up that's been. So we'll get that figured out. But at the end of the day, shout out to Greg Abel. This guy's Canadian, so hopefully he'll be able to get that all figured out. But if you're just going to buy banks, and we did look at, people always want to buy, and for me too, like the most recent bank I bought was SoFi. And that was at $22, so it's well underwater now. But, I always go back to who I consider like the king, and that would be JP Morgan, the largest money center bank in the world. If this fails, then we're going to have not the stock fail, not the company failing, but the stock failing here underneath this 200 period moving average. It's going to bring down a whole bunch of names with it. So I would just think about Jamie Dimon here. There's already a succession plan for him. And I know there's a little bit of worry about when he steps away, what does that mean and where does it go? But I really like JP Morgan down here near the 200 period. The last time I actually bought this name was when we were down here near the 200 period. And this is kind of where I'm in at. Then we had this move down and broke through, and this is where I was really scared when it broke through that level, and then now we're right back to the upside. So a 200 period moving average on a JP Morgan has been real well. And if you do think that, IPOs and all that are going to be coming back, Goldman Sachs look up a yearly chart or something like that. This name doesn't fail either. You want to talk about having connections on Wall Street and everything like that. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, these are going to be the bigger names, much bigger than a SoFi as far as safety is concerned. So if you're running to a bank right now, I would choose JP Morgan and Goldman. Morgan Stanley not too far behind. And then the play for the future, which is why I like this name. I like SoFi. I still like it. I still think there's an opportunity here to get going with SoFi. I was watching, whenever you watch something on American channels, pretty much every commercial is like about an app, Chime or SoFi or Vero or Carvana or anything like that. So there's just a lot of pressure right now under a lot of these sort of software names that have just come to light. They're spending a lot of money on advertising, and the market's just hitting them to the downside pretty aggressively right now. So I think they'll be back, and I think they are gaining market share. You can put those up. Just put them up whenever, man. I'm just rambling. We do have our watches to go through as well. Robinhood, watch out for that $70 break. That's another one. Okay, DOP, 1,000 DOPs.
Okay, from a Jedi.
No idea what a DOP is.
Okay. The force be with you.
Go ahead, read it. Yeah, what is it?
Regarding Bitcoin, do you think we're near a bottom, or JW, or must wait 1 or 2 months? Do you think 40 or 50K possible bottom? Thank you. Well, 50. When you look at the long-term chart here, like a daily chart, There we go. I don't like that one. It's a monthly. Let's go to a week. There we go. A week looks a little bit better because then you can sort of see, like, since we broke down, we haven't had a positive week on Bitcoin. So if you haven't had a positive week, then resume trend and next support at $50. I mean, unless we show some kind of a bounce zone, like we're holding 60,000, but we haven't really had, like I said, we haven't had that positive week yet to even signal that you could possibly be turning ultimately. And 40, I don't know, 40 is just, I guess, pointing to here. We had some consolidation in 2024 there. But no, I'd be thinking that 50 is support until we break this trend. Again, you got to at least put up some kind of a fight, and we haven't done too much. On the rail with the super chat, appreciate you for the $2 there. So are we doing the obvious long oil for a while? I mean, you could look at some energy names that you think that look pretty strong. Like Oxy's been on a bit of a breakout. There's a limit to how much oil prices will go up. Like there's a few things. Like, some of this is we're expecting the conflict. You don't know how long it's going to last. You don't know because the bigger story becomes when they run out of storage capacity in Iran, right? Like if they're because obviously they're going to be shipping a little bit less, and there's supply concerns. That really only takes the next step up if they start running out of storage capacity and have to start producing less in general. Like that is when I think you'd get like $100 oil, and I don't think we'd have any sign of that for weeks, if not longer. So I mean, first things first, you could have a little bit of a settle down. You can like the direction better, but I'm not really thinking that whole like $100 until a few things have to break the wrong way before you start thinking about like another like massive surge. And it's just too early to tell. Like who knows? But that's why you trend it that way, and that's why you have a little bit of risk off, and why we'd expect some continuation in that regard, because there's a huge question mark for the next few days and weeks.
Yeah, no, I think it's too hard to. I mean, I'm looking. The sticky note's now out right now, and I was just looking at IBIT, and here's the note. People asking in the chat if it's out already. I have IBIT written down as a short. It's already broken the level, unfortunately. 37. I was using the exact price of 37.30 there. I was just like, you know what, man? I just don't believe in the power of Bitcoin right now in this market. I mean, it hasn't held up. Market's going lower. I mean, that would have been, I just wish the market was open because I was all about ready to short that, man. We have short the futures, we have short Bitcoin, we have long silver, we have short Amazon on the note, and there it was right there. I was looking for it to break that level, it broke it, and there it goes to the downside. So for me, there's 37.30. That's what we were talking about. It breaks it, it goes to the downside. Now we're gonna look to see if we can break 37 and go short. So I am very excited to be shorting on IBIT right here. And honestly, if this problem does take, 3, 4, 5 weeks to sort out, I don't like the way the Nasdaq's going to go here, and I just feel like Bitcoin is sort of following right now what the broader tech market is doing. So for me, it's a short, and we'll just continue to do that. It's on the note today. I'm not sure. This market could easily go the other way. I mean, most of the time. Oh, Apple discussing hosting their cloud and everything, or figuring out Siri with Google. There, I heard something. So we'll see if there's any sort of a reaction here to Google or to Apple right now. But I think we already knew about all that. There it is. They're right here. So it's in the. I can
hosting new Siri.
Yeah. So hosting the new Siri there. Here it is. Here, I'll put this up. Send selected. The newsreader is now working. Okay, that's a 17E. That's a different story.
Oh, that's a different story.
Okay, so here it is right here. Apple introduces 17E. Oh, that's what's hitting right now. All right, so I don't have the story. It's also going to be including, here it is right here, starting at $599, 256 gigabytes of storage will be offered, available March 1st, available March 4th, sorry. And that's the story there. But there was something about Google that I heard.
No, there is. It's Apple discusses Google hosting new Siri as need for cloud help grows. That's from the information. So there's a couple of headlines out there for Apple. It's not really moving on the headline, but it's actually worth noting that Apple is stronger than the overall market by, a hair. Like it's only down 0.9% into like the Nasdaq, which is 1.5. So that's going to be on the radar. Also, all the names on our free watch list will be on the radar. And Sharif's note, which I think we're going to start off right about now.
Yes, Neil, we're going to look at the SPY first, though. 686, guys. That's where we closed out on Friday. We are well below that now, obviously, with what's happened on the weekend. We lost 680 as well. 678 and a quarter is where we're trading at, Brendo. But when we have a look at the lower end of the range that we've been stuck in, we're still above, those February 5th lows. We're still holding those, February 17th areas. So what we're going to say is 680 is our first level of resistance if we catch a bid for whatever reason. If we start selling off, we're looking to the February 5th low as our first level of support, Brandon. We're looking at 674, 673.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab the absolutely free watch list. As mentioned, link is below. Top link in the description now is actually the Academy. So second link in the description will get you to the watch list sign up. But also go check out the Academy if you haven't done so yet. Week number 2, well underway over at the Academy. Let's talk about some of these energy stocks and a huge move to the upside, as we said, better part of 9% for oil futures when the market got going early on this morning. All of these, pick one, they're all going to look the same. XOM here did fade off that early high, but all of these getting a nice pop.
All of them, Brendo. And then there's one reason, and one reason only, of course, as we know, the war or the belligerencies in the Middle East ends, more specifically, the Strait of Hormuz. Guys, 13 to 15 million barrels per day, which is roughly 20% of the global supply, will flow through the Strait of Hormuz. Energy aspects, Emery said this morning expects oil likely to hang around $80 a pop. I'm talking about Brent, of course. Full closure of the strait is seen unlikely because of the U.S. planning. The bigger risk is sporadic vessel attacks. That's what we have to worry about there, which could, pump the price of oil more. I do believe there have been attacks sporadically against vessels. 3 tankers were hit over the weekend. Asian refiners, most specifically, are the most exposed to Middle Eastern risk supply. There are alternative routes. They can go through Oman and UAE pipelines, but you can put way less through those pipelines. Saudi Arabia can reroute it through its east-west pipeline via the Red Sea. But really, the Strait of Hormuz really does count for a lot of what we're seeing here this morning.
We'll have to pay attention, I think, mostly to the futures, maybe to see direction here, guys. Right now, there's not much. We are fading off a little bit, but kind of back and forth so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Oxy in particular. There's a couple of people that have asked about why Tilray is halted. So Tilray is halted because they're nearing a $40 million deal for most of the assets of BrewDog. So BrewDog's assets. So the story's out. It's just the stock is currently halted on Tilray, if you happen to be curious. Not halted is Oxy. It's up 7% here. And the good news for them is they were already on a breakout. I mean, all energy stocks were on a breakout, but this was a post-earnings break, and we talked about this consolidation that it was in. I mean, unfortunately, you don't get this breakout high because we gap over the weekend above it. That said, there's this 55 spot. Like 55 change, let's just call it. It was a prior support. It was a bit of a lower high resistance. I think that provides a bit of a decent dip. We're breaking through VWAP as we speak. So as the market, every time the market catches a bit of a bounce, the energy names are going counter. So if we get a bounce in the NASDAQ early, then I think you start to see a pullback in some of the energy names. And down around that 55 would be that line in the sand on any kind of a dip today for Occidental. So that's the energy name I'm looking at. Although I did pay for locates on this Indonesian energy stock. Like this slow float up 40% in sympathy type play tends to do this on massive spikes. And sometimes it'll have some continuation. But if this doesn't hold VWAP, and immediately shows you that it can't hold VWAP, there could be some continuation short on it. But I wouldn't touch this unless it's failing VWAP after the open. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of energy names in play, including some small cap names that you're gonna be able to sink your teeth into for sure.
Yeah, we're looking at Oppo of small cap right now. We're looking at the biggest of big caps with XLE. And I mean, this breakout happened a while ago. This is a weekly chart. So we're actually long on this breakout near 50. Nice to see it today up at $58. But that's just what it looks like on the weekly chart. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that the breakout has sort of already happened on this name. And this is, again, a holding. It's like major ETF, CVX, that's Chevron, and XOM, and all of the Marathon. They're all in this as a certain percentage. So for me, as Brendan said, it's not really doing a whole heck of a lot here in the pre-market. So instead of focusing on one name, what about if we just all drop in right into here, into 57.50, and then we start to look at that as a potential long. I mean, obviously it's blue skies, right? It's clear sailing to the upside. We're in new territory. We haven't been here on the XLE before. So it's a nice move up into $58. A pullback in, that's your 200 periods 57. If we get that, that would be great. I mean, I don't think we have to empty out our clip if we get 57.40s immediately. But I think that's a good spot to sort of start it. And there's no way oil goes red today, right? So that would be $56. And I say that kind of tongue in cheek. I'm not sure what things are going to happen today, but at the end of the day, it would make sense if oil stays relatively strong until we get a little bit more confirmation on, is there going to be talks between the new regime in Iran and President Trump? Is that just sort of all window dressing and the attacks are going to continue? There's been 4 U.S. deaths now, and President Trump has sort of vowed to make that right. And I don't even know what that means, but I heard on the way in on Bloomberg Radio, he wasn't not too pleased. And I think there was even some friendly fire stuff happening. So I'm not even sure what to report on anymore. So I'm not going to do it. But, $58 there, really strong hold for XLE today. But I think it's just kind of wool over your eyes a little bit here. This is going to move. And I would say get ready for it to break that 58.40 top here if oil really starts to run. And, we're going to have our ears to the ground. Adair will be here around 10:30 today, dropping some of the news stories in for us. Brendan and all of us will be here dropping news as we get it. So if you're looking for oil stories, you're going to be in the right space, man. Anything that happens, we'll be trading it live. And I'm going to flip over to the XLE and start to trade that. But 57.50 or so, right into here. If we can fall into the 200 period, I'll take it. But that's what I'm looking at, XLE. And then Neil just mentioned Tilray. We're just hearing that's been halted as well. And then I just think XOM is already off to the races. But what a great stock, man. Up 4% again today. Still going higher. And there, see, it's all the same thing. If we drop into the 200 period, then you're going to have a buy. So I'm just going to choose XLE. I think it's safer. There's no single stock risk in that. But that's what I'm going to be doing right here for today's energy trade.
All right, let's move on to the other group that is benefiting, unfortunately, from this news over the weekend. That's all of the defense stocks. This is Lockheed Martin, obviously. There's numerous to look at this morning. Yep. We will touch on Palantir coming up next, but to start things off, the typical ones that you see rallying in these cases are today.
I mean, it stands to reason these would have a great day, and they are. Global defense stocks rallying, of course, as we see the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran intensifying over the weekend. President Trump, as Sean mentioned, indicated that this could last 3 to 4 weeks. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on the suppliers of ammunition. A lot has been made about the United States not having enough supply because they really haven't been building or producing as much weaponry as in the past. So we'll have to see if that becomes an issue. But you're already seeing marked moves here, Brendo. Lockheed Martin up 7.5 at the highs. Northrop Grumman up over 6% of the highs. Raytheon and a bunch of others. So definitely something to keep an eye on there.
All right. Coming back downside in a hurry. However, right now, guys, is there a trade here today?
Well, some of those names aren't as liquid as you think. Like Northrop is probably not. It's been $700 stock that does, what, 25,000 in volume right now. Like that's pretty nonsensical. You're going to have Lockheed, which is 200,000 in volume, going absolutely sideways again, a $700 stock. Even if you look at like a smaller drone name like AVAV's on 160,000 in volume, even though it's up 11%. These are relatively low volume, and you want to see them maybe get to the open for a little bit of liquidity. Like AVAV is at least interesting because it's not breaking through highs. Like this is one of those like runner plays which had pulled back so significantly. Already had gone from 240 to 400, and it's now trying to hold that 50-period moving average. So it's a potential breakout. But on that light volume, like energy, all the energy names have extra volume. Well, I'm looking at the cruise lines or the travel names. There's extra volume as well, and they look more tradable. But I'm not seeing, unless you look for a small cap, some of the bigger names do not have a ton of pre-market volume to sink your teeth into. This would at least be one where you see the open come in, we hold at 50, there's a potential breakout, but it's not going to make the list. I think the name that's next on the list has a couple of positive stories, being a defense name, and then one of its own that we'll get to. But individually, I think this is more of like a trend trade theme than it's going to be a day trade here today in some of the defense names. Some have been rallying. I think you can find a few that have pulled back, which get you a secondary break like AVAV.
Yeah, exactly. I like that one. AVAV, a pick of yours. So obviously you've done some work on that. I like it. And a pick of mine that's been a life changer has been PLTR. And, you know, this name just continues to appreciate in these times. And I, you know, unfortunately, it's been called, you know, one of those like sort of those war stocks with the Department of War, and we did have a little bit of controversy there over the weekend with OpenAI and Anthropic, and you know the president coming out and making sure that you know those large language models and those you know just like those bots or whatever they're going to be using for all that sensitivity has been approved by the government or not in the case of Anthropic, and you know we saw that sort of jump up there on the right before we closed out the day on Friday. That was a nice move to the high side. And I think Palantir can continue today, but I'm pretty negative on the market, as I said. So I don't even really want to buy any dips in defense stocks today. I think the whole market falls down. If you're going to get defensive, okay, we have metals near the end, so I'll save it for that. Oil's coming right back in here. So I think if you want to get defensive and play a name, we talked about oil strength on dips. I think the same thing is true for silver. I wrote down silver here to go long in around this $85 mark, which was the pre-market lows at that time and where we closed on Friday. This is all on the note. That has obviously gone by the wayside now. I was not expecting silver and gold. I mean, I'm going to assume gold's going as well. Actually, gold's not even that bad. Gold's fine. But yeah, why silver just turned red there? Interesting, right? And so we'll have to see as this name falling right back into those levels. And as we talk about defense stocks, let's just look at the US dollar here really quickly with the DXY. So here it is. This is a 3-minute chart. Let me go a little longer than that. Let's go into a 30-minute chart. So there it is. So the trend, that's what I was trying to show you, as we've broken out and through. So there goes basically all of February right here. We've taken that all out as, you know, more worries come to the market. Therefore, you know, strength in US dollar going to start getting back up to the upside as whenever there's, you know, sort of global strife, we do know that as a currency, the US dollar tends to be the flight to safety. Obviously, if you're looking at Swiss francs, then you can count your money in your bank, or whatever that line is from Swiss francs there.
Before I die, I need my money in a Swiss bank.
Right, before I die, watch.
Although it's not the same anymore. I think it's not
yeah, no, I don't
what
think
it used to be.
That song's probably 20 years old if you look it up. All right, 98.50 right there, US dollar strength today. You know, could be buying dips in US dollar as well if you're looking for a defensive play.
We were just reminiscing. If you missed it back on Friday, if anybody wasn't with us, Fahad was in the building. Sharif was very upset that he missed Fahad being in the building. COHR, a couple of people were mentioning COHR. There was a deal with NVIDIA, announced an extension of a multi-year deal with NVIDIA for this one, COHR. That was the spike on that one. Let's go on to Palantir, another one. Not necessarily on that list. It's tech, it's AI, but same story.
Wonder if the Anthropic fallout from that Friday thing with Dario Amodei and Pete Hegseth, and then President Trump, of course, taking the opportunity to tweet after that, immediately looked like it was going to benefit OpenAI, right? You saw Altman immediately tweet saying we're going to fill the gap. Yeah, of course. What an opportunist he is. But one must wonder how much of that Palantir is going to get as well. In any event, different headline today for Palantir. It's more of an upgrade. UBS upgrading Palantir from neutral to buy and boosting that price target, or issuing a price target of $180. The analysts at UBS believe the recent 35% drop in the stock and the broader software sell-off presents a good entry point for what they're calling the premier growth story in software. Also, they're buoyed by the 70% revenue growth that they posted in the fourth quarter, as well as their 2026 guidance, which beat expectations at 61% growth, if you believe that. They also say, look, guys, these guys are the dominant prominent ones in the government and defense contracts. They're Vanguard elite partners, highlights the company's deep integration with government agencies, specifically noting that the U.S. Army has gone, quote, all in on logistics via Palantir Vantage platform. Other agencies are using it as well, but you feel like this is their time to shine now, what's happening in the world.
I mean, if it's going to be anytime. We're back above some key levels here, trying to retake. I mean, not necessarily the bottom end when we broke down from that 150 yet, guys, but nice bounce here today.
Actually, yeah, and something to keep in mind for, you saw Palantir spike when there was that Anthropic hitting the blacklist and losing the DoD contracts. Remember, Sam Altman and OpenAI picked all of that up. So that benefit actually has, if you're looking at the Mag 7, the best Mag 7 name today is actually Microsoft. Everything seems to be down a point or two, and they're flat. In theory, that would be because, you know, they're obviously a big shareholder in OpenAI, and OpenAI getting that contract is huge for them. But then you get both aspects of this for Palantir. Defense names are strong, and throw in the fact that, heck, if going away from Anthropic can only be more of a benefit to Palantir. So the prior highs all the way down at 138, but there is this one spot here. If you can hold this 140 to 141, like this top end of the range at the open, then this becomes an interesting defense name to play. That said, it's not as strong as most of the other defense names I'm looking at. So it's that 141 has to hold. If we don't have some kind of a curl on the 15-minute, if I don't see a break of trend on the way down, I don't want to be sitting catching falling knives. I want to be playing bounce plays, playing higher lows. VWAP is now gone on Palantir, as you can obviously see. So you're underneath VWAP, which allow it to trend down, test that range. When we come back, if we can break the trend, I do like this one at least for a potential long trade. As that good defense name, but the Anthropic story is something that you shouldn't ignore, just because of what happened over the weekend. That's also a positive for them.
Yeah, no, for sure. Just right now, silver it just broke down through 83.50. Silver is getting clipped right now a bit. So just want to focus on that as people are looking to see as a potential dip buy opportunity here for silver that I didn't think we would actually get this low right here. I was trying to go long on silver. That must mean Randy's around, or no? No. Okay, good. We've been trained that sound is Randy. Okay, so you just talked about Palantir. Obviously, we like that stock here today. One waiting in the wings, baby Palantir is Big Bear AI. You can't win if you have AI in the name. We sort of talked about that, but they report tonight, so we'll see if they can come up with something. I think an EPS positive turn is potentially in the cards, and I think if it does, then this thing can really move, man. This has a 30% short float. They are in the space of airport scanners, security, heat sensors, everything as far as security at major events. Like I just mentioned, airports, they had the deal in New England. They've got many other, full body scans. When you go through the airport, you're probably using one of those Big Bear AI scanner machines there. They're going to report tonight, and I just think with the World Cup coming through, and then Olympics, even in 28 with LA, right? There are already countries that are saying they're not coming to the Olympics in 28. Obviously, but that will probably change by the time that happens. But, security is going to need to be ramped up. So I would be looking at Big Bear AI and at Palantir just for some of those reasons, man. World Cup coming, Olympics, sporting events don't stop. They're the same thing every year. So that's going to keep on pushing through. I like Big Bear AI, and especially if we do see, right now it's not a great time. We're seeing less numbers in airports, so okay. But security still needs to be a thing. It's kind of like that whole cybersecurity. We get CrowdStrike this week as well. Names are going to get hit that probably don't deserve to be. And I don't believe Big Bear AI doesn't deserve to be hit. They're not making any money. But if they can show their face and actually do something, then fine. So what exactly is the story?
The cybersecurity thing, 100%.
Oh yeah, and they're going to report this
week.
They've
been hit too hard.
Yeah, they report this week, so we're going to find out about them. I bought PanW. I know you bought CrowdStrike, and I still like CrowdStrike. I'm obviously a shareholder there.
This is actually really
would have bought that as well. Silver right now down pretty good, man. It was up percentage points before, and now this is down to 82.50. So you guys let me know, man, what is going on here with SLV? Ears to the ground, I'm not really hearing anything, but it's getting to the downside right now. So I don't know if some of these major nations are selling some of their profits off in silver or what, or this is a risk off right now for silver, because as the market's been moving around, silver's been a great sort of volatility trade. And now it's volatile, that's for sure, but to the downside. Is that door open over there by any chance?
It's got to be.
Feels like it's getting a little chilly.
I'm literally
I don't mind the cold, but is it open,
I picked
Russ?
the wrong day to shave my head.
Okay. Yeah, hey everybody. There's Brendan, there's Sharif, there's our back look there. You got to see Joseph over to the left of us right here. And yeah, it's going to be a good day. This is the hat that I got. Oh, there's Andre. Hey, Andre, look at that screen over there. This is the hat that I got on that charity event when I helped support the YMCA here. So you got that going on. Right now, it's Maple Leafs Daryl Sittler hat. I told you guys I'd be looking and rocking this right here. Yeah, thank you. So fancy. Okay, if silver's going to break $82 right now, and this is just like falling off a cliff right now. So we're going to have to change our opinion on silver long until exactly this gets sorted out, because there she goes to the downside. There goes Bitcoin. Bitcoin's at 65,000. So the trade is unwinding right before our eyes, everything right now. So I think NASDAQ follows next, and then we go to the downside. But hey, man, if you're selling off fixed assets, like gold and heavy assets, gold, silver, Bitcoin. Is oil going to the downside? Maybe this is it's Jay, I'll just call up the Jay right now. Maybe this is a good idea. Now oil's flat. Maybe this is going to be a good idea for the futures and the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 to go back up to the upside. Are we selling off our metal position to get ready to put some dry powder back into this market? We shall see in 5 minutes.
Nothing much as far as new or additional news at this point on any of this that I can see. So yeah, I mean, silver giving back basically all of Friday at this point, let alone this tiny gap to the upside that we had. But these were initially sharply higher this morning on the back of this risk-off type idea.
Silver?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely, Brendo. I actually woke up when I started doing the morning note today. I noticed that gold was up and silver wasn't, well, which was interesting to me, and it kind of still is. Gold up 1 2/3, silver down below 3%, as the boys were just talking about there. A key technical level I'm going to be looking at is that $80 area. We've been kind of hovering above the $80 area now for a number of days. I'm talking about SLV, of course, and it had been a bit of a top, the $80 area on SLV for a number of days as well. So let's see, it's coming down quickly, and now that's a big red candle dropping down here on SLV. Yeah, gold as well following suit, not as dramatic right now, but both giving back in a hurry here, guys.
Jumped the gun there. I didn't realize we were talking about metals next. But,
no, but it's
skipped Apple.
What are you supposed to do? We just dropped like $2. No, just quickly to go over to Apple. I know I had said that Microsoft was the strongest of the Mag 7 names because of the OpenAI aspect from Friday. But Apple, in its own right, is not that bad. It's 1 versus 1.5. And obviously, if the market's going to do, like if market's going to do a bit of a bounce and you want to find something in tech space, I'd probably prefer Microsoft, but Apple's worth keeping on the back burner. If it was actually at the lows to bounce off the 259 to 60 area, I'd feel a little bit better right off the bat. But this is one where if it's holding VWAP, if things don't go to like disaster, I'd probably look here before most of the other mags. But as far as gold and silver go, I'd be a little bit surprised if this rollback that we're seeing in gold doesn't catch a bit of a bid. That would be, it would be a bit of a shock if that were to be the case. So the prior highs are into 485, and we're still accelerating to the downside, by the way. Like you're still falling off here. Gold's still down. Silver just took out 80. Like this 80? Just went from. No, this is nuts. That's why it wasn't wrong for you to be looking at it and getting ahead of ourselves. No, you've more than pulled it back in.
Hey, I did not realize that.
Like it was
5%.
It's almost like a pre-market liquidation event. And when I see this happen, my first thought usually is, well, at the open, does it snap back up for a scalp trade? So that's where my head's going to be at least at from the beginning of this, is to sort of look at maybe the 80 level in particular. If you lose that, if we continue down the next 3 minutes, then look for like a 68.5. There's no way I'm chasing this to the south side. That doesn't make sense.
I was looking at the imbalances here. Maybe sometimes there is something on the there's nothing. I was going to say maybe sometimes there's something on the imbalances, but I'm not really seeing that right now. Government bonds right there upside. That makes a little bit of sense. Warner Brothers, we didn't talk about that yet. XOM. You know, again, we're clicking on it, and you're seeing XOM just kind of hovering around. This is a buy. Yet it's going to the downside a little bit. Oxy, WTI, Ox, that's not WTI, the West Texas. Oxy downside as well right now, but up 6% and trying to go down with a buy imbalance. So some of these names, we had story with XYZ last week getting a little more efficient there, and unfortunately 40% of their job force has been cut. Oh, there's silver right there. So silver is a little bit of a bid, but that's nothing. It's already done 10 million, so you're at 3% of that at 3,500, or sorry, 350,000. And then in NVIDIA, the other big name that may be hitting with a little bit of a sell. Unfortunately, we do have some dark pools happening right here. All right, so just to go with what we're going to be talking about here into the open. So I'm going to be looking to short the Qs, right? I still want to be short NASDAQ. We're underneath VWAP right now. We'll just see. If it breaks 47 is going to be my first position right there. If that comes through, we could spike down, and even if it does, I want to take it. I want to be short if that does break. I also want to be short Bitcoin as well. That's getting close. I'm going to take 37.30 right off the open. That's going to be VWAP. I don't expect it to be too violent. If it breaks 37.50, we can get out. So those would be two early trades for me. We always say wait a little bit, but I'm feeling pretty okay about getting in. I mean, the liquidity will be there. I just don't want to get sort of swung around on this. So we'll wait, make sure that it is making a move down on the TQs before we do that. And then my other look was going to be Amazon on the short side, just because we did hear about that data center. So I was trying to find something else to short, but we didn't really have too many stories. I mean, Apple dropped the new iPhone, or 17E, so it could be a story there. But for right now, we'll wait to see if Amazon goes the downside on possible disruption of their data center. And then obviously, I think we all had silver on our mind, and that might have changed just a little bit right here. Well, off of a possible bounce. We have to wait for 1 minute to go.
Petra. With 1 minute to go, NCLH is going to be on my mind. They reported this morning a slight miss on guidance, the full year guidance, and obviously all of the travel names were getting hit in the first place. So a little bit of red. As long as it's underneath 23.5, apologies for the dark pool. It's just a few more of them this morning. Some of the charts. Going to be looking to fade there. I also like some continuation in quantum. If QBTS wants to cooperate, we'll be looking at some defense names, including PLTR. But off the bat, I know it will sound like a broken record with all the metals coverage, but gold and silver might have made a temp bottom. So you've already bounced about $1 here in SLV and G and gold as well with that huge drop. It started with silver, gold already starting to catch a bit. Maybe this will not fill in the entirety of the gap. So first bell, not just of the week, but of March, everybody. And we're gonna ring it in 5, 4, 3, 2, and you know what to do.
All right, here we go. Market now open. We'll let these opening imbalances sort of settle out. Welcome everybody to what should be a very volatile day, and we're gonna be here taking you through all of the market turbulence and just getting it all figured out for you live. As we go, you'll go. We want to thank everybody for watching. All right, so NASDAQ opens up relatively flat. The TQ's not doing anything. And by flat, I mean we're down 1.5%, but not an aggressive move one way or the other yet here on the NASDAQ. So we'll have to watch out to see if there's anything going on there. IBIT's just doing the same kind of thing, not really moving around yet either. But we are thinking about a short. Why don't I just start a small one here at 20 there, so we'll take that. A little bit of a short, a little bit of a quick fill there. We don't want to get too excited into it. I'm going to wait for that $30 range now, 30 mark. It's the set mark for IBIT. But yeah, just watching out. Here goes the futures back to the upside. There could be a little bit of a relief rally, right? So there's no doubt about that. Silver trying to go back to 80. Watch out for 80 if you're a silver trader. That's where we bounced off in the pre-market.
Yeah, that's a big level for SLV, as it is. It's starting to come back a little bit to the downside. But oh my goodness, Palantir.
Probably ripping.
Whoa!
Oh,
that was not happening. That was not happening in the first few seconds. I can tell you that. When I was looking at Palantir a second ago, you were just chilling about $3 lower. Now you're starting to spike. I got to check my offer on NCLH. Okay, so NCLH is not participating in this rally in the NASDAQ. So big spike up. NVIDIA just went green. You just saw Palantir up now 5%. I'm in a Norwegian because that pop is going to get you short in some stuff. No questions asked. But here's NVIDIA off the bell. $2 to the upside and absolutely flying. What are we doing in some of the metals name? The metals are actually still looking weak, so that makes a little bit of sense. If the NASDAQ's going to pop, then some of that weakness that we saw in the metals might actually stay. So the only position I'm in is Norwegian, as that holds underneath the volume-weighted average price for now.
All right, we took the Qs for a little short there at 48, and it just bounced right right through there. So yeah, about that trade right now, we could try to maybe work it a little bit more here off of the highs.
Right back.
Which is, yeah, Palantir went the downside again?
Right back.
Okay, so 48.11 right now is the high on the Qs, and we'll stop out if it does get up into that level one more time. We are ringing a little bit of register, at least, on crypto. So we're going to go short on that one. We did talk a little bit about, well, we talked a lot about it, but here we go, shorting on IBIT right now into 50, man. If we break that high, then we're out. It looks like the futures will take us out one more time. There it is. So we'll go 0 for 2 on a top end for the futures, and I think we should just do what we say we should do, and that is wait a couple minutes, man. Wow. Okay, it's so funny because yesterday I was talking at hockey again, surprise, surprise. Was at hockey and baseball yesterday. And someone said to me, he's like, oh my God, what is this market gonna do? And I said, you know what, be surprised to see, because most of the time when there's a war, a big conflict, sometimes money does flood into the market.
It's not always what you think.
Yeah, it's not always what you think. So there goes the market straight to the upside right here early. So kicking off March with a nice battle back here in the NASDAQ. I still want to go short though, man. So maybe that's just fool's gold. But speaking of fool's gold, what is actual gold doing? So still downside there, and silver as well, probably, okay, looking to break that $80 mark. It's gold that's right now breaking near the lows.
Yeah, and as I said, I was saying Palantir was right back to where it was before. We'll get to NCLH in a second. I'm sure you guys are looking at the defense names. Yeah, Palantir, I swear for a second it was back at 141.50. And then you blink an eye and it was back at the highs. That's how quickly things are moving here. So you don't want to get too whipped around. And, again, the only thing I'm in is NCLH underneath VWAP. That just broke the low. Now it's now SSR, so you're down 10%.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to be ringing the register as it goes 10% down every single time. It doesn't matter. But it's also at the 200-period moving average on the daily, which is a bit of a support zone. So first scalp, good. I'm holding for the breakthrough. If we pop back higher, I'll look to reload in front of 2280 or so. So far, so good there. But my goodness, the volatility, like silver had just bounced $1.50. You're now back at that low at 80s. NVIDIA's at the highs, Palantir's at the highs. If you were excited about some of the defense names, AVAV's at 294, so it did break out that 289. But this stock, yeah, we talked about some of the defense names and their volumes. The spread is $1.50 to $2 on AVAV. So again, this is probably more of a swing type of thing. I don't know if you can day trade that stock, but defense names absolutely flying, market's flying as we speak.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I was going to, I mean, you just looked at Palantir, 144. I think you can even get a lot higher than that for right now. All right, you know, the market has gone, obviously, for a huge ride, northbound right here, thinking that there's at some point we're going to try to settle it down. We are right back up into a decent, I mean, now maybe finally, that's for Palantir, just topped out to 144 and change. We could see if there is a high level there where that's going. It looks like it's trying to slow down just a bit, maybe not. Let's check out what Amazon's doing. That was going to be another short. Good trade over there. We had lost on the Qs, and IBIT just went up. Oh, here's IBIT. Not that I'm avoiding this IBIT trade. It just went just against. We actually got some out there, so it punched us a little bit long. Through that level, we got out immediately. Maybe they're starting to fade out finally, but it looks like that's a nice move up there for Bitcoin as well, up to 66,000. All right, man, the market definitely bought that open. Will it continue? I mean, that's the question that everybody wants to know, and if we had the answer, we would definitely take a position more aggressively one way or the other. NVIDIA up to 180. Just really surprised at how much this market's moving to the upside here to start the day. So gonna have to try to find something else that's gonna potentially work out for us. IBIT, I still like that short. I still kind of like the future short. And then maybe just silver, energy names. Silver bounced again off 80. Maybe that was an easy trade that we should have looked at. But for right now, just the same old hero as we battle through some of these trades early on, as the long has been right. So those of you asking like, hey man, do I sell my position in the pre-market? Doesn't look like that's gonna be the right answer for now. Upside here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, and there was just even NCLH just had a huge snap through. It just wicked the $22 level almost evenly and snapped about 1.5% almost to the upside. So look, if we come all the way back up to the top, it's not gonna be some kind of an automatic reload. I need to see it put in another topping tail candle. Show me that you're still weak. Down 10 points. Remember, it's that SSR bounce. So one scalp so far, and then I go to the other name that I liked that was not a tech name, that was not an energy name, that was not a travel name. Believe it or not, it was Quantum. Yeah, no, it was one of those continuation type plays. And I look at QBTS, and oh my goodness, look at the market and look at what some of these rebounds are. There is nothing standing in its way right now. So it's going right into the afternoon highs from Friday, obviously. And if there's no obvious turn here, I'm not going to force this one. You've got to bounce. I actually had this for a flat bottom break. Obviously, if it's up $1, it did not break the flat bottom. So if I'm looking short, it has to be some kind of a trend reversion. Palantir's still doing its thing and looking very good doing it. But it just pulled back into VWAP for the first time here. If it can hold the volume-weighted average price, I consider it a bit of a chase to not long it off of the 40 to 41 area. But don't mind doing so as long as we can close this next bar on some strength. I do not want to be overreacting early. And you're still seeing crazy price action. Like NCLH, even that's going like 1% at a time on almost every single candle here. So I want things to settle just a tiny bit before we take our second trade.
Yeah, still trying to figure out the back and forth here of this market, as Neil just said. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to wait just a little bit. We'll take advantage of this most recent move down and get some more out of the Qs right now. But there goes Netflix. Wow, up to 97. And I actually made the comment that, like, if we didn't have this unsettlement here in the Middle East, we would probably have Netflix mooning, and it looks like Netflix moons anyways, all the way to the upside right there and follows the NASDAQ to the north side there as we get going. All right, so yeah, look, man, the shorting this morning has not been the right call early. That is for sure. So we're gonna have to wait on that one. Just a quick look. We're still waiting for this Qs to sort of settle down a little bit here. We're not going to, like Neil said, I don't think it's worth it. We tried it already there at the 200, and we tried small there at 40. That was actually a level that I was thinking about into here, 48.50, this short. And we had written it down, so I wanted to take it because it was something that I'd thought about. And, you know, we had seen many of these moves go back and forth. So I'm going to just quickly here, I'm going to pass back to Neil. I just took some more out at 50 here. Maybe it starts to escalate back down into the downside, and of which case, man, let's take another bid at 40s if we can get that there it is, low 40s. See if we can make a little bit of this money back now, as the short now, which is a good call, being a little patient there, starting to finally fill out just a bit here on this particular trade. So we'll wait for it and see if we can get back to Greensville now. This probably needs to get back to like 48.20s or so, and then we can make our money back. But down on this right now, and then down on IBIT. IBIT's actually ripping right now. Sorry, go ahead with your quantum. That looks good.
I finally got into QBTS. It just did a bit of a topping tail at Friday's highs, but someone just asked me something in the chat that I'm going to hate myself over. It's that stupid Indo stock. Because if you haven't looked at what's going on in some of the energy names, I'll do the work for you. Occidental dropped $2.50 off of the open and was only up 2% now after being a huge runner. And, well, smoking on that Indo is what short sellers were doing.
Booyah.
Because Indo was up 40%. Immediately loses VWAP. What's the point of paying for shorts if you're not going to use them? Well, for the opportunity to have done so, but that was a big missed opportunity out there. We talked about how sometimes these small cappers that go on the energy are habitual line steppers. This is one of the biggest ones, and it's already down like $1.60. Remember to hit the like and subscribe, everybody. Join the conversation. It's a subs-only chat. And make sure, Commodity King or anybody out there, you're typing symbols in the chat for us to look at. Use that $sign Oxy, $sign Palantir, PLTR, whatever it might be. But first, got to hit that subscribe button, jump in while the water is warm and the studio is freezing cold here into a hot market. No, I'm literally,
Good one.
you know
I like
what?
that hot market. This is a hot market. Right?
In all honesty, it probably has something to do with the fact that I shave my head when it's like 17 degrees below zero with wind chill.
Yeah.
And one of the dumber decisions. Anyways.
That's okay.
I need my
It's go get a toucan. I feel like it's gotten better in here since last reported. So, but anyways, yeah, the coldness actually stops today apparently in Toronto. So we'll see. Hopefully that is the case. Cannot confirm or deny that right now. All right. So a couple, as we had said, man, a couple more outs. Oh. I was kicking this wire. I hope I don't do anything. Who is that? That's Mark. Okay, good. All right, so yeah, it's fine. It's just there. I want to make I don't kick it out for him.
As long as no power goes out, we're
Yeah, we don't want any power going out anytime soon here. That would be an epic fail. But I don't think so. These guys right here. We're building up more and more of this studio, guys, as we go. So be very, very, we thank you all for the patience that many of you have sometimes when the sound gets a little excited around here. Okay, so just back to the markets here. I'm still watching the NASDAQ. Let's just check out what oil's doing quickly, give you guys an idea as some of you traders are looking at oil. 71 and change, so a nice drop down right into the 200 period. This is exactly, I mean, we could go over to XLE. We were like, this is probably where we should go here. When Trump, Adair will be here shortly. When Trump starts speaking, man, we'll drop all that news to you. Scheduled to speak at 11 a.m., okay? Right now is what I heard or what I read earlier from President Trump. So that's why we'll have Adair here scheduled for around 11 a.m. when President Trump will hit the mic. And at that point, I mean, what do we really expect from him?
anything and everything.
That's what I was going to say. Like, it's hard to think about where it's going to go. I mean, I'm hoping peace talks, obviously, but if not, we should see oil get escalated a little bit there, and a stock like a Palantir, which really right now isn't doing a whole heck of a lot. It's already had its move up today. You can see on the chart here, 144. Palantir just kind of holding out on that one. I was talking about Uber earlier. That could be a stock that would have been in trouble if that whole sort of travel theory played out, where less travel, less Ubers. But Uber goes upside right now and still down that 1.35%. And then Apple, in a little bit of news this morning, I had thought there with the 17E and more talk with Google and whatnot. But Apple right now, kind of meh right here, not doing a whole heck of a lot. All right, man, let's see how low we can go now. If the futures just need to break, and then we'll be back in it. I'll review some of the major, headlines in a couple minutes, but let's go over and see if there's anything going on with your quantum play.
We also have there's a halt for a small capper that I'll get to for everyone out here. TPET. TPET, we'll just call it PET, up 200 points.
TPET.
Current halt at 134. The tap, it's an Amex stock, so we don't get like the early look. The theoretical auction price will just be flat whenever it's an Amex stock. So I can't tell you where it's likely to open up just yet, but I just reloaded on QBTS. So, this big bounce that you're seeing in the market is a rising tide that is lifting all ships. And if we break out this local high, I'm going to jump out of this. We tried to get into the volume weighted average price the first time, got close, but now you're immediately breaking back the top. This is what looks like a bit of a relief rally. So if that's what's happening, got to be a little bit more patient for the short. It could still come in off this level, but again, don't want to turn this into an absolute mess. We got one shot.
Yeah. We only have 20 seconds until PMI.
20 seconds and we get that PMI number. So I'm not taking anything until the back end of that trade. I'll be looking at NCLH again, and then potentially Palantir, because I haven't gotten that long in PLTR, even though it's holding VWAP. Got a bit of a reversal off 145, but for now holding VWAP. Are we going to get that number?
Yeah, so we're going to do it right now. 10 seconds. It should be out. Chicago PMI. Global manufacturing PMI for February. I'm going to do my best impression of Adara pretty soon. 51.2 is what's expected. It gets 51.6. So higher global manufacturing PMI coming through right now. 51.6 versus 51.2. Let's see how that does affect the market. It looks like the NASDAQ likes that number. We just took a couple bids out just before that number right there. So 51.6 coming for PMI, and it looks like it's okay. Here we go. I was going to stop out a half if we wind up breaking through the top side of this trade, because we actually were already able to get out of a lot of this last reload here. So here it goes right back into the highs right now. 51.6 for 51.2, looking like we're going to take out the highs right now for the Nasdaq and the S&P 500. SPY both getting higher and higher right now as they like that PMI number. Market was trying to go downside, not anymore, as they go to that one, and we'll have to watch out for the SPYs. It's Hockey Night in Canada, baby. I just saw Adara come through. It's glad to have her back right there. 51.6 on the global S&P manufacturing. If I can find that number on our headline board. 51.2 versus 51. 51.2 is what they got, what we're expecting. They got 51.6. It's not up on our newsfeed, so I can't show it to you. And there it is right there. Yes, no, Adara, please take your time, man. No need to stress. Neil and I have got this. We did the show for 6 years without news, I feel like, or 5 years, and it's one of the best parts about the show. Yeah, we got it. 51.6. I
guess we haven't.
Right there versus 51.2. NASDAQ did fade out just a little bit here. Doesn't look like it wants to do it now, though. So paying attention to what's happening right now.
And as that happened, Like I got back in after a bit of a wick top on QBTS, but looks like Palantir is going to lose VWAP, so there might not be a VWAP long for me on Palantir. We'll have to wait till maybe the 141. This is giving up the move a little bit. 4% up for this defense name. Also had the Anthropic story from Friday, which, by the way, on that Anthropic story, here's Microsoft now in the green.
What?
Almost a full point to the upside on Microsoft. I would have expected maybe a little bit better. It's now just
Cash out there.
again, it's still better than the overall market. I would have expected a little bit better, especially with OpenAI picking up all of the slack. So I'm back into QBTS. It looks like this one could make its way back to VWAP, but this time, this strong of a move early, covering into the volume-weighted average price. Oh, and INDO, our little energy small capper that could, it's trying to bounce. So if this bounces to VWAP, I'm fading the volume-weighted average price on Indo. Let's go to the first time.
Here we go.
To Adara. She's back. Are we?
On mute.
Off in the OpenAI thing, just one kind of piece of opinion here. One thing I was reading is the reason it might be interpreted as a little bit bad for ChatGPT, that they're picking up the slack with the government contracts, is now, I guess consumers might be viewing them as maybe less scrupulous or less trustworthy than the likes of Claude. In fact, I was actually seeing something over the weekend. Claude now tops ChatGPT in terms of apps downloaded in the AI space. Of course, that could be due to the fact that Claude's been very viral as of late, but at least some people are interpreting that as related to the fact that Claude now being viewed as a little bit more scrupulous and more morally sound, for lack of a better term, with regards to their conduct with the Pentagon. Back to you.
Dara. All right, so we're going to get out of half of our trade there on the TQs as it does break above that 80 level. So the short doesn't look like it wants to print at all. So we're able to get some out there at those levels, and it does not break that level there. So we'll hold on to a little bit. I didn't want to get out of everything because of that number, but now the number's hit, and the market is trying to go back up to the upside. So the only other sort of short idea I had was Amazon, and that was right here at 208. So Amazon's right there right now trying to make me think about another short here. I probably will try it against 208 now that we've failed off of that. So we may have a decent, there it goes, of course. We may have a decent level to do some damage on with Amazon here, 208.
Yeah, and my eyes are going to be on Indo. We're still in QBTS, looks like it wants to finally go. But it'll be the volume-weighted average price that we take. So we did get that wick out and then jumped back in when it failed. But holding that volume-weighted average price, whether it does or not, that's where I want to jump out in this bit of a trend. Palantir, same story. So nothing's really changed for me there. It's still looking weak under VWAP. But look at the battle on NVIDIA for 180 bucks. This one really wants to go. It's going to be hard for the market to stink if we get through 180. But I just want to keep one reminder. I'm going to be patient looking for short opportunities. If we break here on the NASDAQ, 25,000 was a wall on Friday.
Yeah.
So if we get there, are we busting through 25,000 after the conflict? I don't know. So I think looking for that level as the next spot to look for some short entries probably makes some sense if we end up busting through 24.9, which we haven't done so just yet. So if that happens, I'm going to look at a usual list of suspects. I'm noticing here for myself at least, that Intel couldn't get up through 46. And if you saw what happened on this stock at $46 on Friday, that's one heck of a reversal on a failed breakout of $46. So that's one that I'll watch if we get to 25K on the NASDAQ. For now, just QBTS. And I see there's another halt for you small cap traders, Turbo Energy.
Oh.
Of course.
There we go, more small ones.
Yeah, another one halted to the upside here, tap 160 at penny stock. And it's another small cap, I'm assuming, energy name that's doing its thing like Indo was. But again, habitual line stepper. I think these are almost like fades until proven otherwise. So I'm looking for Indo to pop a little further than I would short it. But we finally got VWAP on QBTS. So that just bounced off of the volume-weighted average price. We're able to short that a second time through. So just going to be patient, look for a trend break on Intel, hopefully. And maybe we do get this bounce on Indo, INDO. Everyone's going to think that I'm, Indo. Get that Indo, baby.
Yeah.
INDO, which is Indonesian energy. It's not what you think. So if we get VWAP, great. But I'm starting to see this could turn here. So I might take a quick little shot underneath some pre-market supports on INDO for the continuation short. And the good thing is energy could bounce. This one doesn't have to bounce with it because it's still up 25%.
Yeah, so we have, we're paying a little bit of money trade right now, finally, on Amazon. I don't want to get out of too many shares here, but we will clear out more at 207 as it's coming back in. We're just short at 207.70s here, and we've just been covering in the 30s and 40s. So I do have another bid here in the teens at 15 exactly. So hopefully that comes through and we're able to deal with that. But for right now, this is what I'm dealing with, and that is a nice short, so far, anyways, on Amazon. I mean, we've had some shorts before and not really loved life. So let's make sure that they work out for us here. Amazon, short the Q, short Amazon. Amazon right now trying to get into that dollar club, but needs to break through it. Held there 207. We'll put a bid right there at 207.05. Get that fill, and now we'll see if we can get just a little bit lower. And here we go. Now we're starting to crank. Good trade here on Amazon. Good trade back on the TQQs as the market's starting to come back in just a little bit. So we've made back almost everything here right now. But we got to hopefully get more downside to make this well worth it. So there's the short on the Qs. Here's the short at Amazon. This looks like that will get into that dollar club right now. So we'll put a bid there in the 70s. Take that. There goes Amazon. And again, the only equity that we had talked about short, and finally it pays div on for us, as we just got patient, man. We were not patient enough with the TQs. You guys know that. There's our Amazon short there. IBIT, these were all early. Like when the NASDAQ started to run, we should have left IBIT alone and let it settle. Same thing with that, but actually Amazon was the one target that we had upside, and that one is the one that's actually printing beautifully now back in for us. So good trade there. And then finally now, we won't be positive on this unless this gets back to 48. That would be our TQQ call. So now we need to have this fall down a little bit here now, as we'll just wait. We've got Adara here now, so any sort of news about, new airstrikes or whatever like that's going to come, which we have news from Adara right now, so let's go find out what that's all about.
Good news for me. It is actually involving potentially airstrikes. Loud explosion reportedly heard from the area of the nuclear facility in the airbase in the central city of Isfahan, as reported by Iranian news networks. So more explosions on watch here, guys. Of course, I will keep you all apprised and keep you focused and posted. In 7 minutes, we are going to be getting the ISM manufacturing PMI data. Of course, S&P manufacturing PMI coming a little bit higher than expected. ISM manufacturing PMI forecast 51.5, previous well above that, 52.6. Again, 7 minutes until that number, but just a heads up. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Adara.
Thanks, Adara. Adara wearing the green today, on the day that the market is red. It doesn't necessarily matter, but it does make you, I don't know, pensive. The funny thing is you hear like those headlines, explosions, like, okay, on the bit of Indo, what if it spikes? Well, I don't know. We're probably going to get a lot of headlines like that throughout the day, which are like little, this report of this skirmish, reports of smoke here. Like, it's not something that we should be unaccustomed to. So I don't want to overreact to it. I'm going to get back in the shares that I took off. Going to keep the stop here at this prior wick on INDO. Just looking over it, Intel, which is another name that we're looking for that curl in. Ooh, doesn't want to go, doesn't want to go. Now it's just weird barcoding happening. No retest of the high to be able to get to 46. Can't seem to really break through the volume weighted average price. There might not be much going on with that particular name. And Palantir, however. Okay, well, that's a distinct change. Palantir looked like it was headed back for that 141 low, so we could take the support long. Yeah, forget about that. Palantir just busted through the volume-weighted average price. So Palantir just broke this downtrend. Hold VWAP, baby, and then we can have something to go on Palantir. Didn't want to chase this in either direction. Now we've got a couple of, well, we have one print on a 15, and we have almost the entirety of the opening range, and that looks like it has a chance to hold this volume-weighted average price. Haven't had a long yet. This would be the first one if we hold that VWAP.
Yeah, I've same thing, no longs for me yet either, but a good clear out I feel like for the futures there. Didn't get it all back, but right into the 25 period moving average and then a solid bounce off of that. So just brought it right back into some of those levels, and these are levels that, we're on and not necessarily concerned with, but, like that trading in through the 25 period moving average. And again, we'll stop out if it takes out 49, no more averaging into it. Let's just let it work out. Same thing with this Amazon trade. Let's have a quick look at the broader markets if we can here real quick. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is, the stock heat map. So we'll just refresh this as we still have it from Friday. There it is. So now let's have a quick little look at what's been happening here. Broader market-wise, there's really nowhere to run today, or hide, I should say. If you're running, maybe you're running away from some of these tech names, although it's been a good little morning for some tech names. As there it goes, man. Let's get lower on the TQs and on Amazon right now. We're starting to tank again. Tank number 2 happening. Valero, you know, that's been a good name there. U.S. refinery, XOM as well. It's going to be hard to get any oil out of Iran, but obviously that disruption there in the Straits and everywhere is a problem. Berkshire off the weekend, down 4%. So there that goes. JP Morgan also down 1%. I'm going to review this in a minute because right now we are getting some moves lower there. So there's the Qs again, right back into that area. We actually took out to 25. Now we went a little lower. We took a bid there. Amazon, we took another bid there as well at 07s. So actually, it looks like we got 07 or 0690, something like that. So that's trying to make a move lower here as well. So that's what I'm kind of dealing with right now, as it looks like the banks are starting to be okay. Maybe finding a little bit of a base there. SoFi bounced nicely off 17 early. So that's a real nice bounce back there for SoFi. And we just looked at JP Morgan, and that was only down 1% or so, 1.2%, something like that. So that's bouncing off that 93, gets all the way to 97 as well, JP Morgan. So there is some battle back here right now in this market. Just got to be in the right space, and we're going to try to find you some more names to trade. Make sure you put them in the chat. $, whatever you want us to talk about. Short the futures with the TQs right now, and possibly looking into some oil trading. As I see you're on that Indo.
Yeah, we're on that
right
Indo. Not actually on it, if you know what I mean. We're just trading it. But just one, before we get to that, I just saw in the chat, and a big shout out to Darth Trader, saying Circle is nuts. Yeah, it is nuts.
Oh my gosh.
If you had Circle up 9% on your bingo card this morning, well, first of all, I have no idea why we would even think this stock would be up this much. What is even happening? Bitcoin's at 67. Like, what? Huh? Yeah.
Samesies.
Explain this one to me, but either way, it doesn't really matter. This is a breakout on the daily chart that I'm not saying I'm a believer in it, but because I'm not, but it's happening. So 92 is 92. It is what it is. I know that's an annoying saying. Ball doesn't lie. Circle's on an absolute tear. This could be some kind of a squeeze, technically. If there's a reason for this, and I'm aware that someone else is aware, throw it in the chat if you happen to know. We'll keep our ear to the ground. But this is one of the strongest things that I've seen out there. And that energy trade, I was just looking at Oxy a second ago, but even Indo, like the consolidation here is working from about 760, 755 to about 725. But it's not falling through that low. And we're a little ways from VWAP, so I don't know if I want to keep reloading in this tight range. If it breaks the top, I'll wait for the VWAP retrace. But as long as we're underneath VWAP, I feel pretty good about this. Market bouncing and catching a bid, and energy has been trend down. So as long as that holds, I think we're okay. But I look at Oxy, and even that's starting to look like it wants to break higher. So I might wait for VWAP for the next reload on INDO, as, yeah, the volatility is certainly here. No question about it, but it's already 10 o'clock. So let's find out what's happening now, Adara.
We have about 30 seconds here until we get this number, now about 20, but let's prepare you guys for what to expect after a higher than expected S&P manufacturing PMI print. We have arguably the more closely watched ISM manufacturing PMI print coming through in now just 10 seconds. 51.5 is the forecast, 52.6 is the prior print. So we are expecting here, at least the forecast, lower than the previous print. Now let's see what we get here. Do we get a higher than expected print, much like what we got with the manufacturing PMI S&P? ISM not giving us quite what we were expecting here. A little bit higher than the forecast, 52.4 versus estimates of 51.5, but it's still below the previous print of 52.6. Market not reacting too much to this, continuing to kind of chop and churn, but to be fair, the market has so much to react to today after a very eventful weekend. Of course, we've got now military action going on definitively with the U.S. in Iran, Israel also getting involved there. So names like CVX, some of these oil plays, as well as defense plays like Lockheed Martin, LMT, or RTX, those are all going to be on watch today heading into the session, though a lot of them pushing a little bit lower as the market, which gapped down, kind of pushed a little bit higher off the open as well. One example being Microsoft, though you could look at a lot of these big tech names potentially with that in mind. I want to talk about Netflix because there are still some continuation plays that are going to be on watch. Netflix had a pretty strong session, actually very strong session all day on Friday after deciding they're not going to raise their bid for Warner Brothers, allowing PSKY to step in and officially seal the deal with Warner Brothers, as it were. Netflix getting a couple positive analyst notes, including an upgrade from JP Morgan this morning. Well, we actually had a press conference here, very least a call with Paramount Skydance about Warner Brothers, saying their plan is to reinvent the business rather than kind of continue things as they were. They did say they're going to be merging their streaming businesses. If I hear any more, I'll let you know. But moral of the story is, even though there is, of course, geopolitical uprising, as it were, there are still going to be some continuation place to look at as well. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, it doesn't look like that ISM's doing too much there. 48.8 versus 48.1. We did have a move down. We did take advantage of that move on the futures again. We didn't get 40s, we got 50s right there as it fell back in. And we might just clean this out, man. It looks like despite all these PMIs, despite everything that's happening in the market, we still want to hold. We want to hold this 48.8. 24.8 right there. This is 48.8 on the NASDAQ, and just go higher right there. So there we go, man. All the shorts right now getting smacked a little bit. We're still, I mean, look, this Amazon's been great. We're able to get more out right there, as you don't really want to be holding too many of these into numbers because we know how much, they can affect the general market. So yeah, definitely on working my way out and cashing out of all of these trades as we go. I'm still going to try Amazon though, if we get a reload up there near 208. I mean, we've only traded two names. Well, we traded IBIT early. We got out of that one real quick. That was a bad call, as Bitcoin just keeps going higher right there. But the futures have been okay, man. We've been able to make a little bit back there. Then Amazon's really been the best name for me so far. Boeing, we had talked about that one as a potential runner as well earlier today, and it didn't, it did make that move higher, then lower, up $5, and now it's kind of stuck in the middle. So if these futures do want to take off here, I think Boeing could be a beneficiary of this name, of this play there. So yeah, watch out here as we continue to be short the market here a little bit.
Yeah, I said I'd wait for VWAP on INDO, no reload the third time through. So stuck with that. It just broke that local resistance level, I guess. It's getting a little closer to VWAP. I need to see it fail before I jump back into it. On the south side, QBTS finally put in a lower high where we could sink our teeth into. There was the bounce on the initial short into Friday's highs. It just put in a topping tail in a lower high candle. So back into the short, give it to this top, and we'll play back into the $18 level for this name. But my goodness. What's weird is I know we haven't been talking about the chip names. So last time we updated you guys on NVIDIA, it was chilling at $180 with resistance there, and it's still doing exactly the same thing. A little bit of a wall here on NVIDIA at 180, and it just cannot seem to break through. It seems like it's maybe only related to NVIDIA. Look over here at AMD. If this will load up in a quick little second. AMD, bit of a wider range. It's putting in lower highs, still weak, but it's not one particular sell wall breaking through. If NVIDIA takes out and closes above 180, I could see this flying. So I'm gonna, my notion here is I still think Intel of the chip names is the one to short. It's breaking VWAP, it's trend down, but I would love to see one of these others start to break lower as well before chasing this move. So the only position is not really a new one because it's just the second time through into QBTS. Market still can't seem to break through 24.9, probably due to what we're seeing in NVIDIA, one of the most critical names out there. And by the way, Circle's still going. 11% now to the upside on Circle. This is definitely a squeeze.
Yeah, good call there. And you mentioned the Clarity Act and everything was Circle. I don't know. Oh boy to OB there, as that was a short that he liked. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Circle there. It basically bounced right off of its IPO price. So when it was making to the downside. So that was.
I don't believe this move. But.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one, man. With all of that. But all right, so we did get reloaded there. My finger slipped and hit that button. I was waiting for Neil, but we got reloaded at 80s, and I just honestly, 90s. And as soon as that came through, man, for some reason we immediately got 70s, 50s, and 40s. So we take the advantage of that move on Amazon, bring it back to the downside as the futures just come back in just a wee little bit right now. And I'm still here, but this looks like it wants to take out 49 as the top here on the futures. So we're going to be very, very careful with what we're doing now and trying to get some more out as this top end tail. I believe, Adara, maybe you can confirm this, that maybe Trump is speaking at 11 or so. I believe that's what I had heard earlier or read.
So he is speaking at a medal ceremony at 11.
okay.
Usually those are like kind of specific to whoever is being honored. So the chances of him going off script, to put it a certain way, are a little bit less likely, but it's Trump, anything
Still very
can happen.
strong. Yeah, I was going to say he's going off script 100%. So, yeah, if someone will ask him something and he'll brag about something or...
The point I'm trying to make, though, is there actually aren't questions during these medal ceremonies usually, so the chance, like, that's what I mean. Like, he's more likely to just talk about whoever is being honored.
Right.
We
Good.
think.
I hope so. I mean, that's what we hope that he does, is focuses on the point. But we'll wait to see there. And there's nothing wrong with whatever he decides to do. Hey, Randy, how's it going, man? Your XOM call, chef's
Obviously
kiss
doing pretty nice.
on that one, man. Wow. I don't know. Oil and Randy, you must have known this was going to happen there. I think a lot of us knew, right? I mean, it's just a matter of taking the shot there,
something
getting
was
involved early. We took the XLE breakout. The XOM base was beautiful.
All the signs of action were coming
Yeah.
through. I mean, it is what it is. You didn't know
Never
how
the reaction.
You just never knew how big of a military action this was going to be. But for weeks now, it's been looking like we were headed towards some kind of a...
Market told you, man. I mean, XLE was breaking out, and XOM started to break out, and then Venezuela happened, and it was just kind of like a quiet storm, or whatever, there for oil. It was just brewing up there, and okay, there we go.
What's wild is that Apple TV show I was telling you about.
Yeah, it's
like,
basically the exact same thing.
It's not exactly the same thing, but it's a little bit
It's
too...
playing out that way.
Yeah, it's a little bit too close to the vest. Hey, what's up, Fabian? He's got the toque on that I wish I had right now.
So Fabian.
Oh, by the way, silver is finally breaking out of its malaise. Remember, there was a liquidity event at the open, or just before the open, on all of the metals. Since then, double bottom at 80 here and continuing to break higher. So you would have thought, like most of the logic would be, okay, if the market is bouncing, then metals down, energy down. But we're seeing a bit of a reversal. That market is certainly strong and bouncing, but we're not rolling back over in silver and gold. So a bit of a weird one. NVIDIA looks like it's busting through that 180. So this is going to be the test here. We just broke on the futures. NVIDIA just busted through the 180. So Intel remains relatively weak. If anything is going to fail at 25,000 on the NASDAQ, give me a weak stock, because this is already a weak stock. So as we press into 25,000, I want to pick on something which is not super strong going into it, because I think that's going to be a resistance zone. So the one I've identified here is going to be Intel, at least for now.
All right, now that Trader TV Academy is officially live, we're seeing so many of you diving into the modules. We want to thank you for that. We've also been posting a lot on the news feed, so catch us over there today. We've done the work to get the platform ready, so now it's your turn to step inside. Get started. Your trading journey starts today. The starting price is $480. If you haven't joined the tons of traders already inside, now is the time. Please, there's that QR code on your screen. Scan it, head to Trader TV Live, and start building your foundation today. And I mean, just the ideas, everything that we can generate there from the campus section, from the news feed. You can post up your ideas. Also videos on how we started, how we've trained to get to this moment in our trading careers. Hurdles psychologically, anything technologically. Get access to the P-Pro 8 platform, the exact same platform that we use here, which gives you opportunities to trade the world. Many different markets available to Neil and myself, and to you guys as well on the P8 platform. So hop inside there, find out all of your information about that program today. Okay, I'm going to, so we did get stopped out there finally. I mean, we had sort of absorbed many PMI numbers, and eventually it was a little bit too much. I'm not going to reload this Amazon. We have the position that we want, 208. The market's obviously not treating us, the market's not treating shorts very well, so I'm not going to get back into this short. Just hold on to what we have, and then use, basically, we're not going to turn red. I'm going to go 208.20 as our out. We've taken 30 cents was like the minimum we've taken on this. We just got 30s right there on that reload. So that was 60 cents, doubling that win. So we'll see if the market falls. I'm confident Amazon will go down with it. Amazon down 1.08. Futures down 0.3 right now. What is the ES doing? 0.3 as well. So NASDAQ 0.4, ES down 0.3. Oil continues to make a little bit of a move down from what I saw, and let me just go back over to it before I report on that. Yeah, so it was up about 8% at the highs, 7% as we opened, now down just a little bit, making a move back into $70 as, again, I don't think everything's all fixed or anything yet, not rosy, earnings ahead with tonight with Big Bear AI. We saw NCLH earlier as well. And we get a nice bounce for a lot of you SoFi traders today off of that $17 mark. I know that has to make a lot of us feel pretty good right there that SoFi at least is bouncing and finally getting some upside trade happening in SOFI. All right, man, I just think it's longs now. I got to start to look for longs, maybe some pullbacks here as the NASDAQ and looking to get that 25,000 mark you mentioned.
It is trying to get to that 25,000, but almost to VWAP was that Indo, not quite. His energy names are pulling back. This one is a small capper, was the one I wanted
to Amazon,
pick on. He had one little scalp trade in here underneath 760, but now it's starting to lose trend again. So the volume weighted average price is where I'm looking, but it's also breaking this bit of an upward trend. So I might have to chase. I don't want to. But INDO here is breaking this little upward trend into VWAP. I might chase it to 760 or the same place we had it before once it confirms that trend line. For now, I'm looking at that VWAP trade. Everything else just seems almost all systems go. Like you look at what's going on, market strong, energy down. But what's wild is look at Bitcoin just hit 68.
What?
We just hit 68,000 on BTC, and we were talking about Circle was going. So basically it's a crypto squeeze in here.
Exciting.
Like a huge rally coming in, and there's not much standing in the way outside of, this is where we were on Thursday. You start getting into the 39 level on IBIT, you run into a little bit of resistance, but it's an absolute gong show here. I just saw someone type in IREN. Yeah, like I guess they get it in both ways. They get it for the transition, they get it for any residual in crypto, but like this has gone green. You're seeing an everywhere relief rally. The only thing, again, that I want to jump back into, at least for now, as we go into 25,000, if we don't get there first, is going to be INDO. Just like the notion that if energy remains in this pullback mode, I still believe in most of the good energy names, so the small capper seems the safer way to play the short.
All right, we have a new position. Hopefully, Palantir will be better for us on the short than the other names. So we'll short this one against 144. And again, like this is when I do my best trading. Like honestly, once there's some levels to develop, I think all of us do that. I mean, especially if you are, I shouldn't say everybody. I mean, some people use technical analysis much different than I do. But just for support and resistance levels right there, let's just start to make a little bit of our money back here today on this short. Now, look, it looked like Palantir here. I'm going to pull this shoot here in case it does actually come in. Let's try VWAP. We should get a piece out at 40 if we're able to do that now because that's where our 25 period moving average is. Then we have VWAP at 143. So let's go to 143 15s or so. We got to get these prices, right? Or else we'll stop out on that high break right there of 144.20. So I'm already actually out of 30% right here on a move back into 50 just to capture the 1-to-1. Remember, my stop, I just told you where it was, 144.20. So that out right there is 55s. This out is 65. I think we have another 60 or so. I got out immediately once it fell back in right there because now here we go, man. The short is probably a scalp, not necessarily a hold. So we'll get out of a third of that. And hey, man, if it winds up taking out the top, then fine. I just said, like, we got to find some longs, and I immediately went into the short there. So, okay. Stopped out. My best stock, obviously, we only have one Werner stock. We lost on IBIT, got out of that one. And then we actually did real well on Amazon, man. And we had to stop out once it broke the top. That's now looking like a mistake as it's starting to come back in. We only got out at 208.20. That was literally our bid. Our best bid was 25s there. So a little bit of slippage happening on Amazon, but nothing really to compare to cry about. All right, there it is. Okay, so that was easy. There's our stop there on Palantir, and we're actually out just a small amount right now. So that was pretty good as we start to take out some of the highs right now. Looks like the long might have been right, but I don't want to give up on this trade. That's why we didn't get out of it all right here, just to see sort of the reaction that we'd be getting right now from this Palantir trade. So we'll average in a little bit more there, use 144.50 now. And this is when we start to lose it, right? Is when we get too carried away and just average into oblivion, and we definitely don't want to do that. The high of the day here on Palantir is, we can just check our map here, 144.90 on our level 2. That looks like that'll work. Let's use that as our stop. So we're going to try to go 144. We'll try to get a little bit more there at the top. We don't have a full position on this, so I'm comfortable holding it right now. Short Palantir 1 unit 144.15, trying to give it to that 145 top.
Yeah, I'm going to stick back. I just got back into that energy name for the short side. Sticking with that INDO, at least for now. Lost that VWAP, broke that trend, so we're going to short the consolidation. But also, if I had to sneeze here, Intel is starting to break down before we got to 25 thou on the futures. What I like about, I already mentioned what I like about this one relative to everything else that I'm seeing is it's been downward trending since the open at the highs, while the NASDAQ has been trending up. So if we get to that 25K, I feel like you got some resistance. That'll give me the 45, I think, to be able to work with. So for now, this NASDAQ, you don't even, on a 15-minute, we're all green candles. So until proven otherwise, I just kind of feel like we're headed toward that 25K. In anticipation of that, we'll be looking for, and wow, we just broke the lows as the market makes another leg higher, which is annoying. Next available pop on Intel, I do want to be short this name. It looks like, for whatever reason, this thing is a heaping pile of you-know-what with the market going higher. Oh, Micron's going down too. So there's a couple of chip names which are looking weak. I'm looking at NVIDIA trending up and trying to figure out why the stock that I want to be able to fade on a pop is only heading to the downside. So kind of weird is that you're seeing so much weakness in Micron and Intel when the market is popping higher. But it's happening, is what it is. So Indo we're back into. I want to point out Netflix continues higher. You know what? Ooh. Hindsight's always going to be 20/20, but remember, Netflix did have the positive news of its own, effectively, that they don't have to worry about the deal anymore. They get that massive breakup, $2.8 billion for the breakup fee with that Warner Brothers deal. And they're not really affected by the war, you wouldn't think. I can't think of any reason why that one should have been negative. And when you sort of peel that back, it wasn't necessarily in play today, but there was nothing really to hate about it, so it gets benefit from a market rally. It gets benefit from the fact that it had nothing but positive news last week. So good for Netflix here. I think that $100 target is in play after that 80 bounce. Should get there at some point today, hopefully. So INDO, still looking for that one fade.
Damn it.
Hasn't broken down yet. I'm looking for $7 and then play into the low of the day. Oh, and looks like, did Tilray ever open up?
Well, yeah, we just heard the story there.
Oh,
come on,
Tilray's still halted on that news for everybody out there. I just heard in my ear, Tilray, I thought maybe they opened up. They made some kind of we're making an acquisition, but that's been halted since about 8:50 in the morning. Still not open yet. Weird.
So we, yeah, that is weird. When you said that, I was like, oh, it has to be
The news has been out for like an hour and a half.
We shorted 70s there on Palantir and got stopped out at O's, and now it's right back into 30s again. So that should be a winner, which it's not right there for Palantir because it really got going there. And, you know, once it gets going, oh, shit. Okay, nice move back down. But we do have a new position. I was going to think about getting Tesla into the short now as we've sort of made that move up into 400, into some levels right there to think about that trade for TSLA into 398, 399, 400 now. So we're going to have to watch out to see if that play can happen. Damn you, Palantir, as that has pulled back quite nicely now for, too bad, man. There's a stop out there. Just to put it a little bit higher. Well, you know what? That went to 145.25. So, oh, man, that would be a nice move, but we don't have it. So, too bad there, man. We just shorted that Palantir right off that top wick right there. That was 70s, and there it goes to the downside. So, boo on that one. We'll have to wait to see if that one's going on. I'm going to short Tesla just to see if there is a downside play. I mean, this has been up $8 right there from the open, and now we finally have a little bit of a top. That does kind of like look like an area that we are interested in. So we were talking about this when we sort of talked about Tesla earlier today, if we were to get anything up into this area. And again, we did really well waiting out and being patient, not for Palantir, for Amazon. And that worked out well. And actually, you know what? Being patient on Palantir actually did work out. It's just that last one took us out on the very, very top side of it. So, all right, we'll start with one unit here on Tesla and see maybe this name, again, with the market pulling back and this name going higher, maybe we're in the wrong name again here with Tesla. But so far, starting to make moves higher there. Broadcom reporting this week, Marvell reporting this week as well right now. So here we go, Marvell, nice move, 1.3%. Let's go to Adara. I think there's news and one of her segments.
Small cap?
But New York Times reporting that Trump won't rule out U.S. troops in Iran if necessary. So chance that we'll get these troops in Iran. We know there's already been strikes in Iran from the U.S., so unclear what the specificities of this actually are. If I get more details, I will keep you posted. But again, that is a New York Times headline. Let's talk about these small caps. They're all going to be in that oil and gas space. So, of course, the catalyst for all of them has to do with these strikes that happened in Iran from the U.S. and Israel over the weekend. TPET is the first one here. Trio Petroleum. Some details on Trio Petroleum. $15.3 million market cap. Float here of about 9.6 million shares. That is a sub 10 million share float for TPET. Next up, BATL. I know this is one that has been discussed already today. BATL Battalion Oil Corp, obviously pulling back a little bit from open. $152 million market cap, so larger market cap than some of the names we're going to mention here. Float, 14 million shares. Short float about 7.4%. Last but not least, another energy oil name here, EONR, Eon Resources. See if this let me pulls up the chart. Looks like it won't let me pull up the chart here, but I can tell you about EONR. Eon Resources, $27 million market cap, 39 million share float, so the largest float of the three. Short float about 5.4%. Back to you.
All right, finally, I mean, we'll hit a little bit here. We'll go, hit the sirens. Maybe the siren's not a good thing to hit these days, but there goes Tesla back to the downside. So we're at $1 now or so on this trade, and just back into sort of where we started the short again. So we're short right now at 398.50s. Bouncing again. There we go. We have a level that we've sort of been supporting, so we're going to try to get out of that. Not we, the market. And then so we're going to put another bid there at 397.70 or so. See if we're able to cover a little bit down there again. Take a little bit out at 398. There it is. And then we'll let this name fall down, hopefully, or take us out on the high end. Right now, there's a lot of movement back into the downside if we're able to catch it. So there we go now. I don't know, man. I see you guys in the chat talking about TQQ short. That would have been a great call because that was basically at 25,000 right there. So I chose to go with Violence and Tesla to the short side there. But it looks like, the TQs. And we already got sort of wax on, waxed off right there on the short right there as we got stopped out. But you can see finally for the first time, we're looking right now to take down the 50-period moving average. It's only 10.22, so there are lots of areas for us to fall from here now, man. It's very, very early days. As Adara's here, we're going to talk about the news. She's got that rocking and rolling right now. Nice downside play. Did we get another fill there on Tesla? No, but it just went back down into 397.50. So let's watch out there and go back over to A.
Yeah, more details here coming through. For one, this event at 11 a.m., which we know is going to be the Medal of Honor presentation, apparently it will include discussions of the Iran conflict. So it looks like this is going to be very far out from what we were expecting. As Sean mentioned earlier, Trump speaking at 11 a.m. looks like this is going to directly involve the Iran conflict. So if you're in basically in general, just trading at 11 a.m., just be very careful and be very aware, guys. But I will give you guys all the info you need right here on this desk. Also, furthermore, keep an eye here on the market as CNN reportedly told by President Trump that a big wave is yet to come in the war with Iran. Back to you.
Yeah, a big wave. Well, I don't think anyone's going to be too surprised that if the president talks about anything, you are going to get some kind of an update. I just feel like what are the chances that the tone is going to make you feel better? Probably not. So I'd be a little bit worried that you could have a bit of a tank, but I did finally get into the Intel short. So as we keep pressing higher in the NASDAQ, the market trends up. This one was trending down for reasons, again, doesn't make any sense to me. The consolidation underneath this prior bar low is going to be the short. If we break trend, it's above about the mid 60s. So that's where the out's going to be here on almost said Indo on Intel. INDO, which is Indonesian Energy, which is just a small cap, that played the same lower high. So a bit of a head and shoulders look happening as this energy name was up like 50% because of what's going on over the weekend. It's still under VWAP, so as long as this holds trend down, I'm going to stay short this. But the out is not going to be the volume weighted average price. There's the open, there's the lower high. You break this trend line and I get out looking for the low of the day there as it continues to head to the downside. If you're looking elsewhere, though, NVIDIA, it went from barcoding at 180 to a very gentle, calm, nice uptrend, and now 2% to the upside. So NVIDIA, where it's bouncing to matters. Like NVIDIA is bouncing the 200-period moving average. This is actually a very good technical bounce here for NVIDIA, regardless. And ultimately, I know you're supposed to react to, yeah, war is bad, which it absolutely is. But in what way does this actually affect NVIDIA negatively? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know that it does. Like, I would think of this as NVIDIA found a bottom after the earnings, and it's the same support levels that it's had for the last couple of quarters, or at least quarter and a half here, the 170 to 175 zone. So NVIDIA, you give it some time after earnings. It looks like it's found a structural low, at least for one day on NVDA. Again, don't really know why some of the other chip names aren't looking strong. I don't have a reason for why Micron is so weak. Like we just showed you that NVIDIA chart. Micron's down at $400. While Intel works, Intel looks like it's trying to catch a bit of a bid.
Oh.
And look, it's not VWAP, but that's not where the out's going to be in a case like this for me. Right, like it's just, this is the consolidation. I'll go for a tight stop short in here. I want to keep things tired to the vest. Like this Indo trade was something I was liking the whole way. Intel wasn't really on the list, so I don't want to hold it too far against me. So we'll stay with this one. And NCLH, which was the first trade that I had, this is all of a sudden, it's starting to look a little different than it did earlier. So we had the initial short off the open into the even dollar. It just bounced, lower high. Now it's putting in some higher lows. This could put up a almost V-shaped recovery on NCLH. And remember, they were down over 10%. They reported this morning. They actually beat on earnings. It was their guidance that was, they dropped their full year guide. And of course, being in the travel space, I mean, all of the cruise lines were going to be down today regardless. But watch out for this 22.8 to 23 area. If we get up there and break the trend, I can jump back into NCLH for a second time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. Wait for trends to break and wait for them to be set up so that we can actually figure out, where we want to go with trade today. And I'm going to try to go underneath, again, a little bit of a technical trade here with Tesla. I want to thank a new member, shout out right into there. Joining a couple thousand of you right now is Kovi Krish. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Now you'll get Sharif's morning note and all of that attached. Go find out the member benefits for $5 a month, man. You're going to get Sharif's morning note. He works very hard on that, so we want to thank Sharif and thank all of our new members for coming through again as much as you guys do, man. It means a lot to us. You continue to support the channel in that way. So thank you, Kovi, Krish, and everybody else that continues with those super chats and with everything there as we continue to work out bigger and better things here for us too, and for everybody as we get ready to work on that desk back there. You're hearing a lot of noise in the background as we continue to improve everything around here. And thank you everybody for your patience and time and everything with us here as we continue to do that. Okay, so that's what's happening. I was looking at Bitcoin now because that was a really nice move higher there on IBIT, and it looks like it wants to keep making those moves. Watch out for that $39 level here for IBIT. That's roughly, I guess, 69,000 or so. Obviously a little less than that, but we're there right now, and it looks like we're trying to bounce just a little bit off of that. Okay, good reload. I mean, I'm sorry, I have to keep jumping around here a little bit because the shorts have been getting cooked for me today, and when we get them on and they're actually working, we need to make sure we take a little bit out. So that's what we're doing right now with this trade on Tesla as it comes right back into 398. Look, man, I want to hold, but you can see a lot of reloads up there. We're emptying it out at 398. We're taking 50, 60 cents every single time, knowing that, hey, my out's going to be 400. I don't necessarily want to get too much more. I'm going to try 399.50, and then that's about it. So here it comes right back in again. Let me put another bid at 20. If we can get it, great. We should be able to get that fill. We do not. It bounces right off of us. But that's what we're going to wait for, is just keep on taking 40, 50 cents, see if we can hold on to like 60, 70% of the trade. So if and when we have a downside play, we're able to capture it on TSLA. We can look at Rivian. I mean, that was another name here that had a good report. It did not react well. Days after it, the day after it, it was really well. As Rivian, and that wasn't it. This is it right here. Went from $14.50 all the way to $18, sort of topped out there at $18.50, and now has fallen back right into the 200 period moving average again. So maybe our eyes should be on a Rivian that's at a good support level rather than a Tesla if you're talking about longer term, because, well, longer term you have the robot, so it's a little bit of a different trade. But this one has broken below the 200 period moving average right now is Tesla. And, oh no, it's actually, my bad, it's right at it right now today. Okay, interesting level there at 390.
That's a key hold level.
Yeah, 390, 391 for Tesla. See if it's gonna hold. We're starting to go a little higher now, up to 399 on Tesla. So, hey, this is a good bouncing spot maybe for TSLA as well. There's reasons why this market rallying right now today. Maybe there's just some key stocks that are hitting on some scanners at some key levels.
Well, I think you have to think about it too. Like, what about what's happening in Iran affects Tesla?
Well, it's just a global uncertainty.
Yeah, it's a global uncertainty thing. So I think when you're at a key level like that, you're going to find some dip buyers that are going to be in play. Like ultimately, this is more of a longer-term energy story, I do think. But I don't necessarily love. Look, Sean was just mentioning Rivian. I'll be dead honest. Like with this one at the $15, the second I heard Rivian in $15, my first thought was, oh, is this going to flat bottom break underneath? I keep looking at this 200 period the other way on Rivian for like a continuation short style trade on a weaker name. Like why not? They're still losing money. I know they had a decent bounce after their Q, but I'd rather go back to like what is actually trending. And if I see something which is trending, like look at it in that direction. But INDO, if you're looking at some of the energy names, this one has been pretty weak since the open. We've seen it with, if you look at like CVX since the open, like down, holding VWAP lower, now bouncing a little bit here. XOM.
400.
Actually, XOM even worse, continuing its trend now. So CVX getting a little bit of insulation from the energy stock. So that's why I like this Indo short. I feel like if the market continues its trend and we're selling oil and we're selling energy and the market is climbing higher, then Indo seems like a lower hanging fruit, just being an energy name squeezing because of the recent headlines. But I see you in the chat, shirt surf. Why not? Silver is pushing back up. Yeah, this is not what I was expecting with SLV. I don't think we got what we were expecting with GLD either. I mean, how many people expected gold and silver to fade the way that they did right before the open? That said, one is stronger than the other. Gold makes more sense in the flight to safety aspect to have some strength in it today relative to silver. I can get behind that. And if it gets through VWAP, great. But I'd be more interested in the one as a day trade that gives you the bigger juice. If we break VWAP here on gold, silver's got more room to run. That 85, which I thought was early support. When I wrote my note down, I'm thinking early support on silver. But by the time we get there, we're trending down. So yeah, it bounced a couple of times that 85 zone, but ultimately ended up being a better short than it was a long off those levels, giving you like a buck or two. So I'm thinking we break that trend up. I'd rather silver than gold. But that's at least for the time being. Indo starting to bounce a little bit. Going to look for that reload at some point. And Farm Trader, I have not paid for locates on that turbo stock. But as you point out, the same reason Indo, small cap are gapping up, losing VWAP, that does fall into that category. But INDO is the one that I'm looking at, so we'll stick with that.
Okay. Yeah. 1033 right now. Energy obviously on our mind. I got Tesla on my mind. We just broke through 398 there. So that stock working out so far. Here's DXY. We'll have to hear what's going on, obviously across the pond there and figuring out what Trump's going to be talking about. And sorry, I'm stumbling there because now it's 25 minutes and I was just looking for another trade and I wanted to talk about the dollar. Right now, the dollar's not doing a whole heck of a lot, man, to be honest with you. 98.50 here, just kind of hovering around today. And I was just, mentioning or just talking with Joe for a second there, and it's just like, why is the market like kind of reacting like this, moving to the upside? And it's like sometimes when you look left, the market goes right, and it's not potentially, if you had asked somebody about where oil might be, if you had sort of known about how, look, I mean, that was another, what the hell? Look at this market. Like if you had said that, the United States would have basically launched such a heavy attack over there in Iran and taken out the whole regime pretty much. I mean, they took out the leader there, and it was like 40 or 50 other high-ranking officials in Iran. I would have thought, honestly, that oil would have had a little bit more of a bid under it than just 6%. When Russia invaded Ukraine, the price of oil was $120. Now you're down to $71. So, I mean, there is a lot of room to go to the upside on energy. And so potentially here, you can just see the fact that oil is not moving much is telling us that maybe the market is just assessing this as, you know, you never want to say no big deal. And that's what I said to Joe. This is a major thing that's happened. I mean, you know, to talk about loss of life and all the damage that's been done across the board is bad for sure. And we hate to see that. But the oil market's not really reacting the way that I thought. I thought we could have been up double digits for sure, not 6%. Gold's not even, I mean, gold's having like an average day, you know, considering what gold's been doing. And look, up 1% is still great. And then silver started going, and then boom, yeah, silver down 3.5%. So the volatility remains in all this space. It's just the volatility to me is not in the way that I thought it would be, man. I thought we would see a market to the downside, not to the upside.
You know what? It's 1 hour into the first day of the market open on this news. So I think, you know, you could just be seeing like a little bit of a,
seems like just another day.
Think of it this way. We've been anticipating this action for a while, right? So everyone was saying it's escalating. We keep talking about it. This could be serious. There's going to be, look, they're going to go in, and it could get harsh. But we've been mentioning this again for quite some time. So that would also mean that there's lots of money which is priced this in. So if people were buying energy names going into this and shorting a bunch of stuff going into this, well then maybe this is some covering. Maybe this is, okay, well, the event happened, let's take some profit, buy the rumor, sell the news. But that doesn't have to last forever. The second salvo could come tomorrow. I'll come in tomorrow thinking the same way about some of the energy names. Okay, fine, Oxy didn't set up today for the continuation. Well, obviously not. Like, look at this. Like, that's nasty. There was never any bid at the pre-market lows. There was never any bid at $55, so we didn't have to jump into the trade. But the daily chart still looks pretty good. Like, you're still on a breakout on the daily chart. It's going to end up, whoops, that's way too far. Barring something crazy, it's going to end up holding the prior low. So the structure of the trade's fine. Wow. Just seems like a little bit of profit taking here. So I don't want to overreact. Like, Oxy's still up 2%. I can't hate completely on this. And maybe some of that money that we're seeing go to the upside is just going to be some covering of those that anticipated this trade. Just for the last one I'm in right now is INDO. It's obviously got a bit of a trend line, so forget about VWAP, forget about my prior stop. If we break this trend line, I'm out, and I wait for the volume-weighted average price there. So just got to be a little bit patient, and Joe Schmoll agrees. There's some short covering. Like, look at IBIT on this tear. Right, look at that. This is not flight to safety IBIT's up, right? Like, this is not, oh, you know, we're going to use this as a safety aspect. No, this is literally, Bitcoin has been trash, and this event is like, okay, sell the news for the shorts, which is buying some back, I would suppose, as you're just absolutely flying. But look at it on the higher time frame. It's just still in this bear flag. Has it broken 40 bucks? Have we broken 70,000? No. We're still in a consolidation off of the lows. So I wouldn't be like, I own IBIT. I'm not celebrating today because I don't know how much I believe in this until we start making some higher lows, break outside of this range. This could end up being a bit of a trap when we look back at this in 24 hours.
Yeah, probably too early to celebrate anything. I mean, we were pretty happy. Big Tesla broke, by the way, and we switched over to the long finally as Tesla breaks 400. You know, not the end of the world. We did average it in there on Tesla. So yeah, you know, that kind of does suck that you see where it's broken through now, and obviously buying the longs down there. I thought this was going to be a relatively weak stock, but no, as there it goes straight to the upside Tesla. So we're taking a little bit of profit when we win, and when we lose, we're taking a little bit of a hit. So here it is now up 60 cents. Let's offer out some Tesla as we can get through there now. But now that you've broken above, like you see how we really held this 25 period moving average. So I think that's 398 and change. So if we can get back into there, that would be a good spot to maybe think about averaging in to this name if it does come back in. So we want to do that. So that's 399.80s. I'm bidding. 398. 80s is the biggest spot. I am bidding a little bit near 400 in case that does come back in. So that's that 399.80 level. And then we'll wait to see what happens on this break of 398 if it does get nasty. But we might as well, there it is. We might as well get back into the long. So here we go. So sorry, man, we got stopped out short on that one, but then we went reverse into the long because we've seen this break 400 before. The last time this broke 400, we got a $13 winner. This went to $400 and $413. So hopefully that can continue to go upside. We will take $1 on one more piece of this, and then we'll see if we can hold the rest. We'll hold 80% and see how high we can go until we breach something like this 25 period moving average, and hopefully we'll be able to follow it, follow it all the way back up. So that's what we'll be doing right there. It's 10:40 now, man. We're gonna have a brand new What's for Lunch this week. We'll see how that's gonna be kicking out. We do have a lot of news this week, obviously. More earnings, big earnings coming.
Plenty of earnings this week.
Yeah, a lot of big earning names you might not be ready for. CrowdStrike, Broadcom, Marvell.
Well, whether we're ready or not, they're going to have
AI.
CrowdStrike's been on it's been doing something, that's for sure. Today you're going to be up because everything is bouncing, but let's not forget Woodshed. Woodshed for some of the cybersecurity names. This went 20% to the downside. It's actually it's pulling back and looking pretty good here. What is PanW doing?
A good 150. Yeah.
150. Okay, I won't bother checking now. But these are big earnings names that have to come through. The other thing that's for point side, we're going to go to Adair in a quick little second. ASTS, and remember, on Friday we got the news that we could be seeing this month, as early as this month, SpaceX IPO. So that's potentially in the cards. A bit of a rally here in some of the space names, but that could just be bouncing.
I think that would have to be announced soon, man, to get done in March.
Well,
there's so much
100%. I was hoping to have heard something over the weekend. The fact that we didn't, maybe we could be waiting till the summer. Who knows? But let's go to Adair. It's already 10:40.
Time flies when you're having fun, that's for sure. I mean, energy minerals certainly, if not flying, then doing relatively well, without a doubt, as we do have, of course, geopolitical tensions still with Iran and the U.S. Again, we're going to hear more about that from President Trump at 11 a.m. Apparently, he will be making Iran-related announcements alongside this Medal of Honor ceremony that will be happening at 11. So should be an interesting one. Of course, I'll cover that for you guys live right here. Tech services had some strong performers. Meta, Palantir, of course, in sympathy with defense plays on the Middle East situation. Oracle and Microsoft all strong. Electronic tech, I mean, again, you're going to have defense plays being standouts, RTX and LMT to the upside. But NVIDIA also strong here. A lot of these other chip names, though, relatively weak. Consumer non-durables, quite weak. Consumer services, quite weak. And health tech also struggling quite a lot here. Thermo Fisher down almost 3%. Retail trade, another sector that's struggling a bit here, with Home Depot down 2.5%. And consumer durables, other than Tesla, which is relatively flat, some weakness here as well. Back to you.
Which I wasn't.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much. As always, Adair, we have a button for it that we haven't used, so we're going to use it right now.
Thank you very much, Dara.
I like that. I like that.
Which we like to do every now and then. So it looks like we're going to get back into the low here. If we don't break trend on INDO here, then we're going to hold through a flush. But now all of a sudden that'll be right above the $7 level. So we'll just keep tightening the stop up on this, or at least the trail, and see if we can't get right into this low of the day, which is 675, actually 673. So I'm just going to put it in front of the 70s, see if we get it all the way down to the bottom. So trend in, trend out. Indo continues to fade a little bit. If you're wondering, it's not just a random small capper. Yeah, it's a small capper underneath the volume weighted average price, but it is also an energy name. Here's Oxy rolling over a little bit. XOM, which XOM's been weaker all morning long. It just broke the low of the day as well. So weakness, again, market strength, but then weakness in the energy names. That's led to this INDO to the downside. I just heard AVAV in my ear. Ooh, losing VWAP. So even some defense names starting to pull back. Yeah, they're losing the narrative a little bit here. AVAV was up through that $300 level again. That's a big level for AVAV. Not holding there shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Closing above 50, the 50 period would be a good sign for them. But again, sell the news. Yeah, it's up 15% for the last 40 minutes or so. What's been a sell?
Yeah, look at Big Bear AI up 5%. These guys are going to report after hours, so we were talking about it. This is my price right now. So finally back to the upside there. Buying it off weakness was a good idea today. We talked about why, man. I mean, I like the technology with Big Bear AI. We talked about the world of uncertainty and security and all that kind of stuff. Big Bear AI is the hardware behind most of that, right? So you guys can look them up, the heat scanners, different tanker scanners and everything like that they'll use at borders and whatnot. We'll see if Big Bear AI can get going on that one. And finally, man, we finally got a good idea about going long. and Tesla giving me $1. We just got, oops, that's not Tesla chart. This is the Tesla chart. After losing our way a little bit going short, we finally reversed into, well, I mean, the short was fine. We just got stopped out on the 400 break. We should have just been expecting that. And then that was a couple outs. And like I said, we still have 20%. Our last out right there was 80s. So we got 80s and 90s, 95s. So that was 5% each. So we got 10%, the first space at 50. Then we got another 5% up here. And then another 5% again. So we're out of 20% at these levels. Hey guys, you already hit your goal. I mean, hey man, that's what we talk about. We talk about that all the time on the show, man. Hitting your, well, I do anyways, hitting your daily goal early. So it is done for the day. That's the life. That's what you want. That's what I'm trying to show you, that lifestyle. Put that back up, man. I missed it, that super chat. I didn't even get to talk about it. Yeah, right there. Beautiful day and go. Oh, GRR. Yeah, that's been a good stock. Gorilla? We can look at that one as well. That's earnings after hours today. Contracts, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, that's what everybody hopes for, man, that you get those sticky contracts, especially government ones, right there. GUR is Gorilla, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I double check. It is Gorilla.
Yeah, so here's GRR.
So it's
Gorilla Technology Group.
After hours. Look at it hold this. Man, it's holding the $10 as if this was a SPAC. Like usually when you see $10 support, I assume it used to be a SPAC, but it doesn't look like it. But yeah, good support level. It's trying to break trend, but hasn't done so. I'm zooming it out so you get a better look at. Obviously, it's been failing into this $10 level over and over again. It's bounced, so maybe a good look there. Always a bit of a gamble going into earnings. You just never know what can happen. There was a second super chat that we missed, and this is apologies, because I don't think we got this from Easy Media. So my bad. I'm pretty sure this came in early. I think this was a while ago. Why is RCAT running? Here, I see this story. Right here, Allen Control Systems joins Red Cat Futures Initiative to advance autonomous counter-drone and precision defense capabilities. So that's the story that I was able to see. Hopefully that might help you. RCAT, you want to load, is up like 27% here today. There's a good looking chart. Hold that 50 period, break it out, get to 15.
There goes Tesla.
Holding that VWAP, so that's another strong one. I'm almost out of my Indo. Looks like actually it is bouncing off that low. So a bit of a double bottom being formed. I'm just going to jump out of the trade for a couple of reasons, right? Like it's got a support level. At any moment, anything happens in Iran or any update that we get, energy names could go spiking. So I think these are all scalp trades, and I don't want this like breaking this downward trend, and then I'm just giving up 30 cents or something for no apparent reason. So we'll keep our ear to the ground for sure. Obviously expecting to see some updates throughout the day. But if this gets to VWAP, I'd look for a fade one more time. My eyeballs now are going to be firmly, well, Palantir just broke the high of the day. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, things are ripping.
Well, the market ripping. That's sort of the idea.
You guys are putting in some, yeah, you guys are putting in some nice emojis. I can't show them on this show. It doesn't go on our working there, but thank you so much, man. We are in a little bit of a rocket ship right now on Tesla. You know, finally switched it over into the long, and there it goes, man. Just a little piece out there at 41.40s, 401.40s, and now we trying to go upside. We are long right now on Tesla. Someone in the chat, shout out to my guy over there, says, why are we still shorting Tesla? No, we flipped over to the long. So, yeah, shorting things have been wrong. We had Palantir short. Everything was good because we were able to blow out of it. The only, you know, our biggest loser today is going to be the futures because we just tried it 3 times. And I still, you know, like I still don't mind this area short. We have the president coming in 12 minutes. That should definitely create some excitement back into the market. So we'll see if that creates one way or the other. Okay, so AVAV actually got a downgrade in the middle of the day. That's why double downgrade from Raymond James, I just heard. Right there. So those of you that are saying it's tanking, it is tanking, but it's more aggressive now because of that double downgrade there. So AVAV from 3 bills down into 280 again, still up nicely there as we, you know, talk all about that aspect of drone warfare and everything. So you can, you know, name like a Joby, although this is not the same. These guys talked about eVTOLs and everything with Uber last week, and Joby's been sort of going to the upside. I think that story's a good one, man, opening that up and offering, you know, these flights on your Uber app. So I think that that's going to be a good thing for Joby there as it's trying to base and get going a little bit more there for JOBI. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on there with Joby. We're still sitting in this, man. Now it's not 1, but it's now $2 in. We'll put another piece out here. Oh, I'm already there at 402. So if it does rip up there into the 402 area, we'll take out one more piece and then we'll hold, again, 70% of this trade on Tesla. And maybe we'll take out like, 10 or 15% every dollar as we go upside, and we'll knock on wood and hope that this trade is not over to the long side. It's 10.50 right now. Let's go, here it goes. Let's go over to Adara for Money Talks.
Let's talk the U.S. dollar, which is actually breaking out here. We did have, of course, that 98 level of resistance. DXY, as we do have geopolitical tensions, of course, on watch. Not caring about that level anymore. Nice breakout here right off the open for the DXY and continuing this uptrend that we've been in since making that base on January 27th of 2026. The low of that day around 95.5. So nice recovery again over this roughly month-long period since. A nice way for the U.S. dollar to start the month of March. We did have some PMI prints coming through this morning, both of which were higher than expected. ISM PMI at 10, and then S&P PMI at 945. Tomorrow, some Fed speak, nothing else major for economic data. We're going to get some more PMI, specifically services and composite PMI coming through on Wednesday. Thursday, you, of course, get jobless claims as well as important export prices. And then Friday, you're going to get the non-farm payrolls. So interesting kind of mixed day in terms of important economic data, though I think in the back half of the week, you're certainly going to get more numbers of note to watch. Here's the CME FedWatch tools. We now have about 2 weeks or so until that next FOMC meeting. Almost all participants here expecting that we're going to have no rate cut. Rates will be held in place. April, still expecting at this point 83% chance here that there will be no rate cut or rate hike. Still majority expecting no rate cut or rate hike in June, but then in July, as we've said before now, July seems to be the first month that we are expecting potentially some kind of rate move. 45.1% of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut. Back to you.
Hey, thank you,
Yeah, no change is super high. To be this far out and see like 98%, that tells you all you need to know. But to see almost 70,000 on Bitcoin can be a little bit surprising because it came in looking relatively weak. But let's be real. I don't think this is the time for any super celebrations. I want to pull up a 30-minute. Should be 60. Will be a little bit better. Let's put up an hour chart. So if you look at this on a 60-minute where we're sitting in Bitcoin, you're basically going back to late February resistance where we failed the 70,000 mark. It's not that long ago. So we're getting a bit of a nice relief rally. I'm going to look at that 70,000 on Bitcoin and see a bit of weakness. ONDS, which, by the way, is oddly enough number 2. Tesla's number 1 on our stock visualizer.
Okay.
Number 2 is not NVIDIA. It's not Bitcoin. It's not Palantir. It's ONDS. Up 18%. Hey, it fits the theme for today. So ONDS looking pretty strong. It's holding right at VWAP. So unlike INDO, which, by the way, just failed, and is a small capper, which is gapped up and couldn't hold VWAP, this one is holding the volume weighted average price. So a bit of continuation. If you like it when they don't hold for the short, then a gapper that has continuation and holds on to VWAP all morning long, I like that bit of a spot. Can't seem to break $12, which provides an opportunity for like a dip into volume weighted average price, hold into a break of 12 makes a little bit of sense to me. And yeah, that Bitcoin move, surprising, but you know what? If we don't break that 70,000, that does provide a bit of a trading opportunity, I do think. And we're getting pretty darn close. 69.1, of course, now wants to, is it really going to break trend right here as I'm talking about it before we get to 70,000? Apparently it is.
Yeah, so just hearing in our ear that AVAV does get that double. Maybe you can address this, Adara. Double downgrade from AVAV. We'll talk about that in a second as we get going to what's for lunch, and then we'll go over to Adara and discuss that because
hot
we are just
soup
like
would be nice.
Something hot would be great. Well, we do have a U.S. flag today, so we'll shut it. I don't have a. I was going to push the USA chicken. We only have that. Neil's hoping for the fried chicken.
Wow.
Well, today you'll get something called California fresh grilled chicken, the complete opposite, Neil, of fried chicken. This is fresh grilled chicken, so Sharif will be happy with seasoned, and so will I. So will we all, I hope. If it's tasted well, I hope we'll all get, we'll all be happy. Roasted seasoned veg. I love roasted vegetables for sure. And then sweet potato and garden salad. I'll take it. I mean, honestly.
Sweet potato, yes.
Grilled chicken, sweet potato, roasted veggies, salad.
Sweet potato.
Finally, a proper lunch. So that is what's for lunch here at Trader TV Live. Make sure you guys do check out the Academy. We're posting up in there all day long. We're going to have some interesting talks in there for sure. Get those missions going, man. I want to see you guys complete all of those tutorials in there. Not right now. I mean, we've got a show to do, but maybe after, go in there and do it. And the good thing about it is you can do it as you trade. They're not overly time sensitive or anything like that. So get in there, check it out. The Trader TV Academy, scan that QR code immediately and get involved with TTVL Academy. All right, Adara, any news there on that AVAV double downgrade?
So it literally, as you said, came out intraday. Looks like earliest I could find mention of it, 10:41 a.m. It only just now populated on Benzinga, so this is just now showing up because I was looking for it earlier, couldn't find it. Now it is on Benzinga. That is a double downgrade from strong buy to underperform. Not seeing any price target associated with it. But again, this stock dropping roughly $30 over the last 45 minutes. This drop actually, though, starting before I started seeing this downgrade circulate. Back to you.
Yeah, we're pointing out it made a top for the last hour before the double downgrade had been reported as well. We got a super chat from Willis Addison. I did get the trend break on IBIT, so I'm into that one. So we have new trade, at least for myself. But I can throw it up if we can find it. Willis Addison, silver, dump it. Drill Sergeant, come on. $80. Oh, okay. First, I saw JP Morgan in $80, and I realized you were talking about SLV. For a split second there, I'm like, JP Morgan, $80? You crazy? No, but you're absolutely right. Silver breaking trend. It had actually started to bounce a little bit and now breaking that little uptrend going into VWAP. So I don't know what the drill sergeant is. Maybe you were saying and dump it like a drill sergeant, like out of Full Metal Jacket. What was the guy? Something Emery was the legendary drill sergeant. Something, what was his name? Yeah. Great movie. But silver headed back to $80. It has not been what you expected out of the metals. A flight to safety has not been a flight to safety in SLV or GLD. As gold, not as bad. Actually, gold's still up. GLD's still up 1%. But both of them are trend down from the open.
I just want to, we're only 3 minutes away from going over to the midday. These guys will be on fire today, man. We got Joey, we got Sharif, we got Adara all ready to go. We've got President Trump speaking at 11 o'clock. So that should be hot fire as well. We got fire in the booth. Tesla right now, I'm waiting for 402.75. Hopefully we'll be able to get out there 402.75. And then 7%. Just so you guys know, we'll do that super chat in a minute. I am going to reload a little bit here at the 21 period. It just missed us. So, you know, that is what it is. Tesla about to go green. We like that. My stop is going to be 399 break. All right, so if that does happen, that's going to be the stop. I think we're fine with that. We're 250 in the money now. So to be 250 in the money to give yourself $1 worth of a break, that's already a 2-to-1 risk. So we're happy for that one, and hopefully it does not go into the gates of hell. MSTR, BTC overdone this morning. Shorting MSTR yet? So I was looking at, so I already got short on IBIT once, and thankfully we got out of that one because IBIT is just straight fire right now to the upside. Like this is, Bitcoin's really caught in a bid here right now. So I think you're getting close. Just like I said with Tesla, like we were getting close to selling off Tesla down to the downside there when we get to get out on the 50 period. This looks like right now we're trying to bounce off the 50 period moving average. So yeah, I can't say that I like that trade. I mean, those are technical levels that your boy looks at. So I'm there for that. And then here's MSTR. Again, you have to always look to see what Bitcoin's doing. So you don't want to do one without the other, obviously. And they both match, and they should be good breaks. So yeah, I think you're onto something there with that post about potentially looking for the short end of the stick here on MSTR and IBIT. We could have maybe got out of some more there. What's that high? 402.50. Let's put an offer at 402.50 just to get out of another piece on Bitcoin. On Tesla.
Oh, I wanted to address something from Sahil.
Yeah, go.
Sahil just said in the chat, Sean, please buy some small stocks under 50 to 100. Can't bulk on Tesla. There's TSLL if you're trading Tesla.
Yeah, good point.
There's always okay, I shouldn't say always. There is often another opportunity out there. Like most of the big cap tech names are going to have some kind of like a like a leveraged ETF type play where it'll have the same chart, it'll be a cheaper stock, but it'll still do volume. For those, if you trade silver, you can trade ZSL. I always get that one wrong. That'll be inverse. There's usually something, especially if it's a big tech name. Like smaller names aren't going to have these types of products, but almost everything else does. So you're going to have an option. I think you'll see Joe trade those at times. So there was that trend break on IBIT. I'm now in on that trend break. For now, the stop is at the prior bar like it always is. It's 39.44, and I want to play this back into VWAP. The headline we just see here is Treasuries terminating all use of Anthropic products. So this, I guess this is just, it started last week with the Department of Defense.
Yeah, he sort of warned everybody.
And well, I mean, it's unprecedented. The designation that they use, supply chain risk, that's something they only use, in the past, have only used for like foreign, it has to be something foreign. For this to be, it's a bit unprecedented for them to use this for Anthropic. So the lashing out, I guess, against them continues. Part of the reason, I mean, you also saw OpenAI pick up that contract, and Microsoft was strong this morning, relatively strong this morning because of it. I guess we're running into some resistance on Microsoft at $400. But yeah, big story there, not that great for Anthropic. But I think it was Adara pointing out, or at least somebody pointed out this morning, there was a large swath of downloads over the weekend with Anthropic. Yeah, #1 in the Apple Store, which you can read that two ways, just any news is good news, but also that there's some that are saying, hey, now if I want to be rebellious and pick the side against the administration, now I want to be on the Anthropic side. I suppose that could be part of it, but either way, I think it's good for Microsoft's strength, the OpenAI contract, because that's huge for them. OpenAI, that is.
All right, it's 11:01. Great show, man. Make sure you guys join the Academy. We're a minute over. It's like a running joke over here. Now we only owe Joe 98 minutes, so it's still long. He said we owe you an hour and a half.
He was making up some crazy numbers last week.
So now we got an hour and a half. So the other way around, 88 minutes or so now. Market could pull back. We are waiting for Trump right now at 11 o'clock. So everybody, thank you so much for joining us. We're back at 2 p.m. We'll talk about the chicken. We'll see how that goes. Oil on rally mode. We'll see if that can continue as well. Gold and silver doing dances as well. Thanks for watching, everybody. Back over to the midday show. See you until noon-ish.
Nothing's good, Joey.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. Back to your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif. Where are the people
I want to say welcome to Neil too, though. Yeah, welcome to Neil to the team. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you mean?
We got that ball.
Oh my God!
You get the beard. You know
yeah. Well,
welcome,
Neil's been setting that up for a while. I think he needed the go ahead from his daughter.
Did he?
I don't know if he's got it though.
Yeah.
I think he's just getting her ready for it. Let's say hello to everybody, Joey. Future Eddie. Oh boy, Bojo. We got Mike PD Ryder. Zachary Lewis did what? Mr. Puka. All right, Ryan Hurt. We got Dark Skin. We got Manifest Codes now. Super. No. Yes, we got YV 7584. Who else? Outlaw Trader. Daniel. Green Day Deed. Benton. What's going on, brother? That was a hard game to watch. It's been 3 or 4 hard games to watch now with Arsenal, man. It is not pretty. Shout out to Oliver Glenn. Hey, what's going on, brother? We got Coffee Black 905. Tell me you're from the GTA without telling me you're from the GTA. Film family's probably not even. Ray HQ. Shout out to Anurag, Pete, Zap, Pi, Mimi, Wasabi. Get it, Mimi? How are ya? We got Papacito. We got Berto C. All right. Grunfeld, who else, man? Chris Trader, Sahil, TT Mask. We got Antlo, we got Jaguar, not Wyatt, missed. Who else, man? Mike the Stock Impaler, Joe Schmo. And we got a whole bunch of others. I speak for Joey when I say thank you for joining us today, and good morning, my boy.
Absolutely, man. And then 3-year fan from London says Fancom TV. All right, guys, let's get right into things here and see what we got cooking up on today's session. Nothing really, to be honest with you. I thought that we would fill the gap to the top side here in the overall market. That seems to be the case. I'm short a little TQs, but nothing substantial in size. If it breaks the top, then we're at a dodge on this trade. But let's get right into our previous ones here on the intraday session. A couple attempts on silver. I'm like, hey, all right, let's go long here. We get stopped out, and then I'm like, all right, are we gonna get that curl over for the short? Because I just didn't get the vibe that we were going to be going long here today. And sure enough, I was just a little bit too early on the trigger, and then boom, we get that flush from 81 all the way down to 78.5. So you have silver down 7%.
Wow.
Yeah, not good. But we got a little bit back here on NFLX. I put more size on my second entry here. We're going to go over it. As soon as the TQQs break the top, we're out of that one because Google's starting to rip. I talk about this time and time again. We have to keep our eye on the mag, and they're not breaking down. It looks like they want to continue to climb higher, and with that being said, we're not going to be going against the overall market. Now, as for Netflix, it may not seem like much, but we got a little scalp here, stopped out on the long, and then we got this scalp. Unfortunate that we missed this monster run to the top side, but it is what it is. There's going to be plenty of opportunities. And you know what? Sometimes you just have that gut feeling. It's like, I don't know about today's session. And that's kind of been the narrative here for me. We're short the TQQs right now. That may not work, and I'm leaning towards it not working, considering we have Google right here looking like it's forming this kind of bull flag, guys. Consecutive higher lows, and then you have all the buying pressure stepping in on that 10-minute and 5-minute time frame. So we'll keep an eye on Google. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. So other than that, this is what I have. We went over the majority of the names. The NASDAQ, the Qs, TQQs is going to be my vehicle. Netflix heading towards the key support level. I mentioned, guys, I just feel like this is just a massive weight lifted off of its shoulders, and now it's going to have a little bit of free room to run. We're almost at $100 on Netflix, and I forget the split price. I think it was around 115, 120 or something along those lines. Silver looking like it might find somewhat of a bottom here, and then Tesla as well as it's continuing to climb north of 402. So way to go, Katina, man. We're all out of the TQQs. It broke through that top. We're going against the grain, and with that being said, we have to be prepared to get out relatively quick. So those are the 4 names on my radar. We go 1 for 5, I think, to start this morning, but we're not down very much whatsoever, guys.
All right, guys. There's a very, very few in the world of small cap gappers that are going right now. One just popped up, but before we get to that, did you get to Willis Addison Silver thing?
I did not.
You did not. All right. Thank you very much. Willis Addison, I should say, $2 super chat says as follows. My SLV put exploding. Let's go. Get down. PVT. We hope we print up multiple storms. Willis, keep killing it, brother, and great call out by you there to see through the noise and to take silver short. Grunfeld, look what I got on my screen, brother. We think alike. It just showed up on my scanner, having breached 85 pennies. It now becomes viewable on my scanner. STAK. This one wants to stack up some money into 94 and a third. That is the high. The breakout coming above 90 does seem like we are getting some resistance here from 87.5 into 90. 94.35, the high of the day. The pre-market high took us to about 69 pennies. I'm just giving you the levels because I haven't executed anything on it. 75 pennies or thereabouts is the volume weighted average price with the 10 EMA on the 5. A skosh above 80 pennies. So let's say 80.5 pennies. There it goes. Back into the high of the day. STAK stack, bro. So many different things I do with this name here, depending on whether I do well or poorly on it. We'll have to wait and see.
But stack market too.
Stack market.
You like stack market?
You like the stack market?
Yeah, you like the stack market.
You know who I notice a lot of our American friends from the Midwest, specifically Ohio, Michigan.
Yeah.
Why do they have that like pap and
man, we can go down the list.
We can go down the road there, bro.
I should have said stacked market. Stacked market. You know, stack market in the city.
Absolutely. But you can stay stacked market. You can stay stock market like you're from Michigan.
Or
right?
from New York.
Or no, well, I don't think they go like that. But who knows? Anyway, STAK. Sorry, we digressed a little bit. Looking real good here into 96 pennies. This probably sees the dollar now. Whether or not it can get above and hold above the dollar, we're gonna have to wait and see. But this one is on my purview with 121 percentage points under its belt today. Here are some key details you may be interested in. The float. Oh my days. 810,000 shares on a 96 penny name. I don't know, man, but this one could get parabolic. Let's find out from our friends at Perplexity what's going on with the float. I know you want to hit something there, Katina, man. Let's get it, baby. What's going on over there on that side? The Katina man is reloaded Tesla, and he's taking it long to the high side as Tesla gets into the high of the day. Great trade, Katina man, through 403.5. Let me just find out here what the short float is on STAK. Short float on STAK. Let's find out. Obviously, this could be older information, especially with the big move up today, having closed Friday at 42.5 pennies. It's saying, no, it's about 0.5% of the float, or 1 to 2% of the shares outstanding. So it doesn't look like there's a larger short float on this. However you split this pie, in any event, it has a small float, and that might be good enough here to get this one to go parabolic. The smaller the float, the more insane it can move. Yeah, not really a technical definition. As you can see, I'm looking at some others. TPET was good until it wasn't. $1.03, 136 the high of the day. It's bleeding its own blood right now, trying to lose the volume weighted average price, having already lost the $1 area, with VWAP just a little bit below that dollar area at 97.25 pennies. We're going to have to wait and see if this one can break trend. As you can see, it's suffering from many of the other, many of the same afflictions that other ones have been suffering from, which is an unbroken lower high. So we're going to wait until there's a decided break of that trend line, and then we may be looking at TPET as a long. But I should probably be looking short as well, in the same way that I know for a fact some people are looking short on TMDE. Look at the unbroken nature of the lower highs, and then you get a real parabolic move to lose the volume weighted average price, and then you continue that said downtrend. TMED was good until it wasn't, right? 4 a.m. price spike up with the pre-market high coming in at 5:10 a.m. And that pre-market high, boy, let me tell you, that had volume, 4.4 million shares, far exceeding any of the other volume bars here that we've had during regular trading hours. So you better believe there could be some bag holders here, as a lot of volume changed hands there very early in the trading day at 5:10 a.m. 4.4 million shares. In any event, this one looks like a short, possibly all the way down into the dollar. That would necessitate even more losses from where it already is. So keep your eye on that if you're short inclined or you don't mind shorting. ONDS, Neil was absolutely right to point this one out, but it's also kind of suffering here as well, having had the better move at 9:30, and then looks like the buy program turned off at 10:10. The shorts, they were quick to step in, my boy. 1242 high, and within seconds we were down into that volume weighted average price. We've been defending VWAP here, I want to say, since initially touching it at 1025, so almost 45 minutes of defense here, but it's not exactly showing you that it's ready to turn. So what's the point here of trying to get in along, fight the shorts who are clearly in control, at least for the moment here, and then, having to deal with this below VWAP and then DCAing and then getting in trouble. Only up 16.5%, not looking the best, but will remain on the side chart until it loses it. Just like RCAT is losing it right now. RCAT is losing the volume weighted average price. It is on the way down into 14 with a 1535 high. There is some consolidation here, about 15 minutes worth at 14. I'd be looking for a possible holder. I'm not going to buy it at 14. It's below the volume weighted average price, and it doesn't work on my system. BATL breaking down, TURB breaking down. The one that isn't, okay, which is obviously STAK, we already talked about that, but VG, it doesn't look the best. This is not what I look for when I look for a small cap gapper chart at 11:15 a.m. It's certainly not. But the funny part is here that it's above the volume weighted average price. It has a very clear area, in my opinion, of technical resistance. That's 1175. Look at the pre-market high. Couldn't shake 1175. Regular trading hours open up. We can't shake 1175. We drop down to 1098, and here we are. Now it looks like we're having trouble with 12. 1191 high, and it's coming down into that 1175 previous area of resistance. Let's now watch to see if that 1175 acts as support. VG looks like a bit of a double bottom. I don't know. It doesn't look clean. I probably stay away from it unless I really had a good trade on it. And there goes STAK all the way down. It is halted down now. Where is this thing halted? It's halted at 77 pennies with a 96 high. Joey, look how long it took to get up into 96 from the 70s. And look how quickly we dropped from 96 into 77. This will rip your face off.
The window out.
And the funny thing is, yeah, it took the window out with all that vibration. But, oh, I shouldn't probably say that with everything that's happening right now. But
I don't think that was that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
In any event, it's still above the volume-weighted average price, having halted right a tiny bit above VWAP. So STAK in focus, but definitely not picking this thing up when it's halted down, Joe.
Yes, sir. All right, so we got a couple super chats here. As you know, if we want to start from the top with, it's Berto. Is everyone is losing their hair here. If this is what trading does to you, then I think I might have to quit. Sharif, you're the only one left. And I mean, he's nowhere.
I think Brenda's got a full head of hair.
Yeah, Brendo's got a full head of hair. Obviously, Adara's got a full head of hair as well, too. So I highly doubt that's going anywhere. Yeah, exactly. Brendo doesn't, he's not. Slow down on that one there, Fabian. But yeah, he's running the show. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get Katina Man to shave it off as well too. But he's not about that. Sharif's got a lot of lifespan left on that salad he's got going on. So pretty good luck. All right, guys, we're right. Hey man. There we go. We took another attempt here on the Nasdaq short, an additional liquidity grab. We'll take some off. It's slowly coming back in. We'll see what Google's up to. We always have to keep an eye on what the big boys are doing. I've seen Microsoft continuing to grind. We got Meta near the highs as well. But if they pull back aggressively, then we might be able to cook up a little bit. I don't know how much we're going to get from a continuation standpoint, but we'll hold on to it for as long as we can. Yeah, and absolutely. So this is what risk management is, and guess where you can learn that? We're getting out when we're supposed to, and then now we get a significantly better level to short off of, okay? And if you want to learn risk management, if you feel that's kind of where you're lacking, or gateways, multiple scenarios in which you feel like you can level up in your trading, there's a place you can go and find out all that information if you scan that QR code right there, ladies and gentlemen. Join the Trader TV Live Academy. All the hair moves to your chest, and yeah, exactly. It just goes to a different place there, Jaylee. But aside from that, there goes. That's our boy, Jaylee822. He said the hair goes somewhere else. He's not in the
chat as much anymore as he used to be.
Yeah, he's busy. He's busy making money.
That's fair.
Okay, so Big Scalp says you think it's a long. That's fair. I'm short. I'm not going to tell you guys whatever direction, and I expect the exact same type of respect. I never say buy this, sell this, or do anything, and I expect the exact same thing. That's the whole nature of the beast. We're all relayed the same information. It's your choice and your decision in which direction you decide to go. Right now, we're currently short 49.23. What? What's the chat saying?
Oh man, Grant Ratcliffe is.
What's Grant?
He's a prickly one there, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, we probably should put that. We probably should close that. But hey, man, to each their own. Whatever you want to do with your cash, then you continue to do it. So shout out to Grant. The TQ is starting to work for us. We got 15 cents just like that. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a move into 49. That's going to be one of our primary targets here.
Joey, I'm not liking absolutely anything. I don't think it's taken me this long to get into a trade in a while. It's just there's nothing, guys.
Nothing wrong with that.
There's really nothing.
If it's not there, don't force it.
Yeah, and I'm not going to. I'm not gonna trade like an idiot, right? But in any event, guys, VG did get into the volume weighted average price. I'm reluctant to punch in here on VG because I kind of explained that I felt VWAP was more of a line of best fit rather than a key area of support or resistance. And here it is. We're at 1142. VWAP, I think, is like 1143, 44, something like that. It's not really rocketing up, though, okay? It's not finding an immediate area of support at that volume-weighted average price. So I'm not touching this thing. I'm going to continue to wait. There's nothing that I like right now, guys, and nothing is running in the way that you would expect a small cap gapper to run, and so I'm not going to chase anything. And I do apologize for not being in a position, but I'm just not going to get in one unless I like anything.
Cash is a position.
Cash is a position, says Joey, and he's absolutely right. Say that again, Katina Man? Cash Patel. You see this dude celebrating Cash Patel with the American hockey team?
Yeah, that's
Did you see that?
FBI guy.
He was there. He was doing it live. Oh, my days. Yeah, it was funny. In any event, TPET, though, could be an interesting one here. Let's load up TPET. And the reason I say that is because it's at VWAP, but it is now showing you 15 minutes worth of defense at that volume weighted average price. TPET's on the Amex? It is. Oh, okay. So right away, it's under suspicion. It has to be viewed, guilty until proven innocent sort of thing. 3 bottoming tail candles at the volume weighted average price on the PET. TPET right over here, and this is kind of what I'm talking about. So this is the point that I want to make. It still hasn't broken that lower high trend, and so that downtrend line that I've drawn there, let's make that a bit thicker so that everybody else can see it on the other side of the screen. We're going to go to 4 thickness here, Joey. There we go, so that everybody can see that very clearly. What I will wait for, so step number 1 obviously is it's got to defend VWAP and get back above the buck. I think that that's reasonable. We're showing 98 3/4 pennies, and we have 3 bottoming tail candles, all of which go below VWAP, but all the closing prints seem to defend it. So that's step number 1. We get that, at least for the moment, VWAP defense. Step number 2 here is to get a decided break on a closing basis above that lower trend line. If I don't get that, I don't go into the trade. I was telling Joey, I feel like these ones are right here where they have a big up move and then a more prolonged lower high, lower high, lower high trend, and then they break through it. Those are the A to A+ setups. Alas, there is an exception. The exception being once you get that decided break above that lower trend line and then you form a lower high. That is where these patterns fail the most. But the good news is you're wise to the lower high because it doesn't usually just drop there. It'll mosey on up $1.15, $1.20. I'm just giving you any random numbers, and then you'll start seeing candles making lower lows. That's your indication that you may be on the way to forming a lower high. The high of the day, 136. So if we go into 120, 125, that counts as a lower high. So that's what I'm looking for there on TPET. I'm not going to jump in. Because it's not setting up, and VG just lost VWAP in the way that we were saying exactly looks like a line of best fit. It's not finding support there. At last, though, look at this. It's finding support at the 50. Did you ever see these small cap gappers finding support at the 50 on the 5?
I wouldn't. That's you, man. That's good.
Do you use the 50?
No.
You don't use the 50 on the 5?
I don't touch moving averages, man.
Well, there you go. Anyway, Trump is speaking apparently. I don't see him speaking, but is he? I see the what's it called? What is that room called? Is that the Rose Room? What is that called? You know what I mean there? See the bottom left of the screen?
Yeah.
What room is that?
I would have no idea.
In the White House. In any event, I see the whole press gallery getting up. They're ready to go. So Adara is at the big desk. If there's anything market moving, you better believe she's going to be coming in. She's going to be letting us know exactly what's going on. So you needn't listen to President Trump and listen to us at the same time. Adara has you covered. So make sure to hang out with us over here. Anything market moving, you will be made aware of, Joey.
All right, absolutely. Beautiful stuff, Sharif. All right, guys, so we got a little bit of a move there down to 49.10s from 49.40s here on the TQQs as the market is coming right back in. The reason why I decided to enter at this specific zone is because look where my stop is, a break of the high of the day, and then we're out of that trade. I got my eyes on what the mega caps are doing. Tesla slowly starting to come back in. Apple still hovering around those highs. So if these guys start to pull back aggressively, then we're going to be in a good position. I want to take the bulk of it off at 49. Let's see if we're fortunate enough to get that zone as Amazon is heading right back into VWAP. Keep an eye out on that one there, folks. But it could rebound, right? I wouldn't put it past this market here today to bounce off of this level. You can see that we had a bounce right off of 49.20, but then sellers stepped right back in. And then there's going to be another consolidative zone that we need to keep our eyes on that might be a little bit larger and act as key support that was prior resistance. So we'll keep our eyes out on this. The TQQs, negative 0.8% here today's session. Now, this is a great question from somebody from Roboro.
Who?
Roboro.
You'll get it, Roboro.
You get it, Roboro. Sorry if we butchered that. Anyways, hey, Joe, if I buy a call for WBD at a strike higher than the offer for the buyout, what happens then? Thanks. That's a great question. I don't want to mislead you or anything along those lines. I've never purchased options for buyouts, right? I've never done that, so I can't even give you a straight answer. Above it, I don't know how logical that would be because the price most likely won't close above what the deal is made for, right? I was thinking about buying. I wasn't even thinking about going the contractor out, to be honest with you. Just buy shares. What was the final deal at $31?
31.
Yeah, $31. I think the share route is the smarter way because you don't have to worry about any of the Greek metrics really messing you up. And the one that I usually typically talk about is theta, right? So leading into that until the deal is done, I would just avoid the contract out, in my opinion. Again, I don't know enough about buying contracts via buyouts. Aside from that, guys, let's get right back into things. Let's see if we can get this breakdown. One thing that I wanted to note, and I forgot to mention a while ago, is that look how VWAP is hugging price. It's almost like a moving average here. So we have to be cautious of that because that means the volume is equal. So you're just continuously getting buyers stepping in aggressively, and they're not shying away at this point. We could get a break below it, but at this point, it doesn't really seem like the case because I'm worried about what Google's going to do here momentarily. If buyers decide to step in, then watch out. This name could go on a little bit of a run, and what is that going to do for the NASDAQ? It's going to drag it higher. You can see how we've been consolidating for quite some time now, and if it decides to break through these resistance zones with volume, it's going to drag the overall market up just because it's so heavily weighted. So that's what I got my eyes on. What's helping us come a little bit lower is Amazon. Tesla hasn't even really pulled back. I mean, you are off of those highs, fills the gap completely, and then now it's just hovering north of that specific zone. We have Meta as well. If it decides to pull back to VWAP, then we'll definitely get 49s on the TQQs, but a lot of it is weighing on what we got going on with Apple. If it puts in a new high of the day, watch out. It could definitely drag the market up, as I said on multiple occasions. But if Microsoft, which has been weak as of late, decides to pull back as well, then we're going to be sitting in a pretty good position right now. Sure.
All right, there's a lot of Circle ETFs that are going, guys.
Yeah, Circle's going nuts
again,
today, man.
Yeah. I don't want to trade that because I feel like I'm breaking my rules when I do trade these non-small cap gapper names. So I know I did last week, but that doesn't mean I have to continue with the mistake. CCUP, this is another. I just want to make double check here. So this is 2 times leverage long for CRCL. What's CRCL up to on the day, Joey? Let's find out.
It's monster
right
today. Look at the daily on that thing.
It cleared 90 like it doesn't even matter. Obi must be getting smoked on this.
You want to find out?
Yeah. Let's. Well, I don't want to call him out for that. I just want to see if Northrop is putting me back positive.
Northrop is treating you well.
It's up again today, Joey. It's up 4.5 into all-time highs. But let's not digress here. CCUP. This is a 2 times leverage ETF. It's starting to flatten out, as is the price action on the actual name itself, CRCL, with a 95.37 high. CCUP has a high of 518 and not really breaking down below the 10 EMA on the 5. It is still finding support there. So I would say be on the lookout here, number 1 on CCUP for a $5 loss. And then below that 480 to 475 level, to me, that's a buy zone. And the reason I say that is that's the breakout area, or that's the top end of the range of the breakout area of the initial bull flag. You get that initial bull flag breaking out 930. You get about 15 to 20 minutes of consolidation. I'm talking about from 940 until about 955, and then you get the continuation, and then it ends up making a general area high. So CCUP. If you want to trade CRCL, this is another way to do it. But look at ONDS is losing it and losing it in a freaking hurry here. Look at this move here on ONDS, man. Really, when we put this on, it was barely holding on to VWAP. In fact, Joey, it was above VWAP. This has been a really good move here for the shorts. That $12 level was a level they couldn't reclaim. After that 1242 pop, and then it dropped into VWAP, held up nicely. There was that nice candle there at 1025, but then $12 is what the shorts were earmarking as their line in the sand, and wow, they held up quite well. Nary a breach of 12. In fact, this is the only candle to breach 12, the 1050 candle on the 5. It went to 1201. Look at this bleeding its own blood into the low of the day now at 1107. Here comes $11. falls. This thing goes red at 10:09 or 10:10. So about $1 south of here, it goes red on the day after being one of the bigger movers. So ONDS losing it and losing it in a hurry, guys. I'm still continuing to watch TPET. It has now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles that defend the volume weighted average price. Alas, it is still below that lower trend line, and that means I don't get into the trade. This one I'm keeping a close eye on because, you know, unlike many others, TPET is holding on to VWAP here as a key area of technical support. I'm also keeping my eye on Stack because we want to take this one back north above that 77.5 penny area, but it's below VWAP right now and not tradable under my system. Oleg, Joe, Sharif, is it time for SLV long? You know, that's probably a question that your boy Joey Ops would be better suited to answer, because quite frankly, you know, I did trade ZSL for a couple of days, but silver and the metal is not my specialty. I'll give Joe an opportunity to answer that in a second. 2 New York cents, yes, Sharif. Once it could hold 12.30 and lost 12, that was it for me. Got a nice run up. Good on you for at least taking that move on ONDS, 2 New York cents, and good, even better on you for being alive to the fact that $12 was the area that the shorts were drawing their line in the sand, because it very clearly was. And here it is, about to lose $11. This is a very aggressive drop here on ONDS, and it hasn't had a red candle ever since losing or green candle ever since losing the volume weighted average price at 10 after 11, and it still hasn't put in a green candle here. So that's on the Uncle Sheriff shit list at the moment, and we're not going to be trading that one, Joey.
All right, man. Yeah, so we want to take a look at the tracker here. I mean, Obi's gains cut in more than half.
Obi's still killing it.
He's still killing it. He's up 12 1/4, 12 1/3. We'll call it. We'll be generous on that
Obi
one.
are doing really
yeah,
good.
they're doing really good here. Fabian, because of silver and Randy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Randy.
Did I go green?
Well, I mean, in the overall grand scheme of things, no, not quite. You're down 3.
Smoked, eh?
There you are, though. Northrop working really good for you.
Northrop's doing good, eh?
Double digits
What's
in.
holding me down?
These two, man. Thermo Fisher and
AVGO
Broadcom.
is kind of flat, right?
Yeah,
I'm
and then
down 11% on
Neil down 40%. And Aaron, yeah. That's an elimination.
I think
right
that's a
shout out to the elimination chamber over the
good
weekend.
Mover there
But before we go over to Adara, guys, there it is. 49.10. We said we were going to take the majority of it off at 49s. We got a little bit south of that before we did. I'm sitting on approximately 10% of my position remaining, and then sure enough, boom, a nice flush to the downside on the TQQQs as the market started to come back in aggressively, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. So a nice opportunity. Had to wait for at least a 1.5 to 1 on this trade, considering we were only risking way more than that. I was risking about like 10, 15 cents, and then we wait until we hit approximately a 3 or 4 to 1, and then boom, 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 boom. Still slightly red on the day. I haven't even looked at my P&L, to be honest with you, but here it is on the TQQQs, a nice move to the downside there. All right, Adair, what do you have for us?
What I have for you guys is crypto, and specifically a nice move up here in BTC. Now, Wednesday, February 25th, so last Wednesday, we had that high of roughly 70,000. Today, putting a high of 69.7. So we're trying to break off here this previous level of resistance. And to be fair, I mean, this trend of higher lows from that base that we made on now almost a month ago, February 6th, that Friday, it's held up pretty well. Like that 60,000 bounce did provide a little bit of a buoy here in Bitcoin. Let's see if we can break off that 70,000 level and continue this rally. And we did get an interesting note from JP Morgan this morning saying that they believe if the Clarity Act passes by mid-2026, that could be a, quote, positive catalyst for the digital asset space, saying that the bill could, of course, actually accelerate the tokenization of traditional financial assets. We've already heard that Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong is confident this bill could pass soon. So again, JP Morgan saying, hey, if we get this bill passed by the midway point of the current year, could be a good look for crypto. We'll have to wait and see, A, if that comes to pass, and B, if the effect is what they're expecting it to be with regards to the crypto and digital asset space. Back to you. No Trump yet, guys.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking as well, too, Adair. We got a multi-month consolidation, or I shouldn't say multi-month. It looks like it's been about a month since it's been consolidating around those lows, and that's kind of been the nature of that beast, right? It makes these legs, and then it does essentially nothing, trades within a range for quite some time, and that's been the narrative of Bitcoin since the launch of the ETF. But there it is, guys, a nice move to the downside. Could this just be a breath? We are bouncing off of the volume-weighted average price. I'm looking at it at the 10-minute time frame. At this pace, I think we could break it, and then we'll look to take some off at 65. That could be an additional out, and then I won't be sitting on very much of my position, but the TQQQ is working out relatively well, giving it the multiple opportunities for the thesis to start working and waiting for it to shake out. You have to get engaged. If you do have confidence within that trade, you take a shot, but then you add a little bit more up here. It wasn't much. I only put 20% more on than what I had on this specific position, but it's working for us for now. All right, thank you very much there, Thomas Hutchinson. Very much appreciate it. Good job, Joey Bear. I mean, I wouldn't even call me, Charlie, I know you like to short as well. To be honest with you, I don't even really care, man. Up, down, and around. I just look to go where the potential positive and the right trade is. It doesn't matter the direction. I try not to hold a bias, even though it does step into your mind once in a blue moon. But for the narrative, here it is, a nice little short. We're down 1.5% on the TQQQs. And then we have Netflix below the volume-weighted average price right now. And let's see what the other boys are up to. Are they starting to come in? Microsoft has now breached the volume-weighted average price. Apple still hovering around that 264 mark. What has Google been up to? Oh my Lanta. Here it is, right? This is what I'm talking about. We might break up and fill this gap. That's what it looks like it wants to do. Super strong right now. I mean, that might be a little bit of a push. Consolidative range, but the longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout can be. And there's the volume really stepping into the NASDAQ and helping the recovery in the TQQQs and the Qs. And Sharif mentioned this not too long ago. He's like, man, look how long it's been grinding, and then you have a span of one candle engulf everything, and look at the volume stepping in, okay? That shows me that it's relatively strong. If we get stopped out, so be it. At this point, I don't know if I'm gonna get that 65 fill, but it's regardless. I don't have very much size. I'll hold that to a break-even stop. And if the market even gets anywhere close to this neck of the woods, the chances of for it to continue climbing higher are relatively high.
All right, man. I am putting in a breakout trade here for TPET. And we're going to see how this goes. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. So the breakout trade comes above 108. It's at 106. I need to see a little bit more. There is that triple bottom from 1050, 1055, and 11 o'clock, all of which defend that 106, excuse me. So I need to see that level cleared, and I need to see it cleared on a closing basis in order to work in. It's above the downtrend line now, but it could just be a perfunctory break, and that ain't the move, right? At least for me. Also, thank you to, who was it? I want to call them out. Grunfeld calling out DFNS. Great call out, brother. Fantastic call out there. This one looks a lot better, way closer to the highs than to the lows. Here it is, 2 pennies off the lows, showing 241, up almost 37%, and quite respectful, I should say, of that 10 EMA on the 5, an area breach, and when it did, the money fills, as they often are between the 10 moving average, exponential, always exponential with me, and the 20. Doesn't quite touch the 20, but breaches the 10, on a very, very small amount. But VG also catching a bit of a bid here. And now, as I've seen a little bit more on VG, it's very obvious that the longs are using the 50 exponential moving average as an area of support. You get a double bottom at 10.05 and 10.10 off a random area, and then you get it again. You get a quadruple bottom here from 11.15, 11.20, 11.25, 11.30, holding at that 11.25, and now rocketing up into 11 2/3 with a high of the day, 11.91. So be on the lookout for that. VG is making a move back to DFN. DFNS, topping tail candle into 243. A buy area here could be 230, low 230s. Reason being, I perceive an ascending wedge of sorts with that 230-ish acting as a local area of resistance. Take a look at this 1020 candle rejection, 1050 candle. You get above it momentarily, 1105, but look at the selling coming right back down into 2 1/5, and then you finally clear it, I would say, on a semi-decisive basis here on the 1130 candle with the 1135 candle making that day high, 243. I'm talking about DFNS, keeping a close eye on that, but not pulling the trigger quite yet. Continuing to watch TPET. I'm sorry, guys, not in a position, but I won't be until I like something. And so far I haven't. 108 we're waiting for here on TPET. And quite frankly, we haven't gotten that 108. And this is why I was concerned, because we look for the right formula. You get a quadruple bottom, not even. 5. You get 5 different candles, all of which defend VWAP. You get a break of the downtrend line and no continuation. That's why I insisted that it clear that 106 level on a closing basis before I worked in. Doesn't mean that it won't. It could come back down, test $1, and then make the move above 108, right? So TPET, my breakout trade still remains. It's still active right now. I haven't canceled it, and I won't cancel it unless I see something really here to dissuade me from getting in. So continuing to watch here, guys. VG, specifically TPET. I'm probably not really looking at STAK that much anymore just because it broke down. That candle there with the $1-ish rejection, 96 penny high, then losing it. It's down to 65 pennies, man. That's an aggressive move down, and unless it can retrace, quite decisively, I'm going to stay away from that. Chris, what? Cavano, 7250. Sharif, thoughts on BBAI? That's a Katina, man's, what's it called? We call those lottery tickets around here. Oh, it's nice. I like trading in this kind of, I gotta tell you, I don't mind this whatsoever, to be quite honest with you, Joey. It's a very relaxing mood to trade in the dark. You don't have lights in your face and stuff like that. I like it. BBAI is looking quite good, guys. The big bear here looks like it found a little bit of support at 405. It'd be nice if we could just trade in the dark, like for an entire show. Sharif After Dark. Or
let me interrupt you for a second.
Small Caps After Dark.
Let me interrupt. Yeah, that's a good one. There's your segment, Small Cap After Dark. Considering there's no alt parameters. Dude, look at Google Go. This is what I was talking about, that breakout. And then look what happened to the NASDAQ. Just absolutely ripped. So you sit in this trade for a half an hour, whatever it may be, and then in the span of like 10, 15 minutes, just straight to the top side, as Apple put in a new high of the day, as Google's putting in a new high of the day as well. Good luck going against the grain on that one with those big boys continuing to climb higher. You stand zero chance on the short. I was fortunate enough to get that move, and then off to the races.
What happened
there
to
it
that
goes,
boy?
Man. Yeah.
What happened to that boy?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, shout out Birdman.
Birdman. Yeah. A true gangster. He's actually a gangster, though.
You know what's crazy?
He's like the baby, right? Like they were actually both gangsters before they actually turned into rappers.
Do you hear what the baby? He did a man in a Walmart.
Like after his rapping career or before?
Before. Yeah. Self-defense he got, so that's why he never really got
Don King, same thing. Great, but he got clipped with manslaughter, but then he got off because it was self-defense.
Like Mike Tyson's Don King?
Yes.
Dude, what's he still doing around boxing?
No, man.
Get that guy out of here.
I don't know.
He's suing the WBC?
Is he actually?
Yeah.
For what?
I have no idea.
For what?
I have no idea.
Oh, my days.
But yeah, there goes the overall market, guys. Google breaking through that consolidative range, and then you have Tesla about to put in a new high of the day. So that might be it for the shorts for now. You're going to have to be hella patient on this one. A massive rip up from 48.75 all the way to 49.56. And in the span of about 15 minutes, you don't have a red candle. That is some signs of strength right there, guys. Fortunate enough to get out when we were supposed to. What a VWAP bounce off the 5-minute time frame in the TQQQs.
Ian, Sharif, where do you think SLV is going? What do you think the SLV lining is today? What do you mean lining? The silver lining. Okay. I like that one. Shout out to Ian. I don't know if you're asking me about the silver lining in the market or you're actually asking me about SLV. Yeah, I don't like SLV at all, brother, as a long. I'm looking short if I'm looking short here. Quite frankly, look at this. This is a stair step down. In the same way, Ian, that we would be looking if you flip this and you kind of took the image and then flipped it on its head. This is what we'd be looking for as a long, right? You'd be looking for a move up, in this case, a move down to 78 1/3. This is SLV's chart. And then a move back up to test 80, right? Why? Because you have a triple bottom at 80, 925, 930, 935, holds 80, comes back in, and look how cleanly it rejects the volume weighted average price. Shorts must have been cooking on this, man. In that 1035, 1040, 1045, and then down goes Fraser all the way down into the low here, Joey, 78.34, and now you're holding on for dear life. You're below 80 on SLV, down 6 2/3. This is a really good looking short chart, brother. So if you're asking me intraday, I'd be looking short unless 80 is taken and taken quite decisively. I think that is where your line in the sand is. You needn't be a chartered market technician like the NOS boss to throw in a line and see how cleanly that actually jives. But you never really know with the metals. They could turn, and I'm not really a metals trader, so I won't speak to the fundamentals of it. But I'm watching DFNS here make a move. Okay, it's holding the 10 EMA. It held 230. And I wasn't alive to it, so I'm going to continue to watch over here as we definitely have a possible entry. So what I need to do now is execute my trading plan. So let's go, Sharif PC users. I have to restart this. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, so I have to close this. I created this this thing, guys. It's like a risk calculator, but I set it up properly at home. The one over here still requires me to fine tune it, so I'm actually running it within what's it called? What's this program called? Visual Studio Code. So that's kind of my issue there. Let's see exactly what we got here over here. So we're gonna go to Adara. She's got news. When I get back, we'll talk about the DFNS trade.
And I have Iran oil updates too. Market actually hitting intraday highs. I'm seeing reports, or I guess from Iranian state media, so this isn't confirmed yet, but apparently we have Iran's Revolutionary Guards claiming that a fuel tanker is currently burning in the Strait of Hormuz after being hit by 2 drones. Now, according to these similar reports from Iran state TV, there has not been an attack right now carried out by Iran against Saudi Aramco, so that's good right now. But again, apparently there's a fuel tanker burning in the Strait of Hormuz after being hit by 2 drones. Once again, no President Trump, though lovely piano music playing here in the White House as we wait his arrival.
Yes, thank you very much for that. All right, we're in here. There it goes into 247. This is the day high. I'm looking, guys, for $2.64 on DFNS. I've got 41s. It's showing 48s. We've got size on here, so let's see if this one can take out the $0.50. I stop out at $2.28, so we will risk a little bit over here. What do you got, Joey?
Good stuff. I got 2NY in the chat. Mentioning something about SoFi. Let's pull that bad boy up and see what we got going on. The whole market is continuing to climb higher here, guys. So you want to be really patient. If there is going to be a move back in, you're going to have to sit on your hands for quite some time, I think, and wait for that high quality opportunity to really step in. There goes SoFi. There is some room between the volume weighted average price and where we're currently trading at. So again, you want to be extremely patient on today's session, especially if you're looking for that retracement back into VWAP or something along those lines. Here is, on the grand scheme of things for SoFi, it's not much, right? The downtrend is still intact. I don't know what my friend Robinhood's been up to. I love that I have to do this now all the time. Okay, there we go. Robinhood getting a nice bounce, so basing out around that $70 mark, finding somewhat of a rebound. Adara, talk to us more.
Trump is being played in here with the intro music as he enters the room. Looks like President Trump's speech will begin again. It's supposed to start at 11, starting right now at 11:46. I'll keep you guys posted. No need to go anywhere else. We'll get all of the market-related news from Trump right here at Trader TV Live. Back to you.
Exactly, guys. You needn't go anywhere else. We will have everything covered on this channel. You don't have to play both things at the same time and listen to Joey talk, President Trump talking in one ear, me yelling about small caps in the other ear. Keep it locked here. We're going to have everything for you, Joey.
Yes, absolutely. There goes Bitcoin, a nice consolidative zone around the lows. We were talking about this not too long ago, and then now we're at the top end of this range. For me, I think it'd be really difficult for me to buy the break. Ooh, voice crack. To buy the breakout there, in my opinion, right? Like $36, $35 is your low, $35.65, and then now you're trading up to 40. We'll take it. The long term isn't going to complain about that whatsoever. But let's see what happens. It's really tough to draw your trend line here, guys, because that would be classified as the backside. But this was some waterfall type price action that has snapped as well. So let's see if Bitcoin's going to base out here for some time. Moving forward, let's see what Netflix, is it recovered yet? Not quite, but it did put in a new high past this previous, the day that they were like, hey, we're out of this bidding war. Once they released that, gave this enough strength to put in some couple solid sessions here on Netflix. It's definitely a more tricky one for me to trade. I've taken a couple attempts on it, and I've gotten out too early just because of the ebb and flow of it. Not really for me, more of a momentum play. When I enter a trade, I would like it for it to work as quick as possible. If it works instantly, then the better off. The longer it takes, the more weak these Devin Haney hands seem to get. Moving forward, the NASDAQ bouncing off of these support levels, and I was talking to myself, this is what I was thinking, like this is so Condor world for all the options writers. This is exactly what you want. And the exact same thing here with Netflix. I think just due to the fact that we've broken that trend and now we're on the back side of things, this can be an additional trend line right here. And for me, I was looking to write some puts. So that's my narrative. Those are going to be my next couple of plays here, some put writing and maybe some condor action in the overall market, put writing there in Netflix. With that being said, let's go and take a look at the chain and see what we can get. I was looking at condors here, as you can see that, but let's head over to the verts. I want to set up a vertical spread.
Get it, Joe.
Little Uzi verse. We'll turn this off because we don't really need that right now. I want to go over to the 11th expiration.
I like to have a diamond in my head too, bro.
Diamond in your head?
Yeah.
Diamond.
Hey, you see his head?
Who's
Doesn't he have a diamond like right here?
Oh, he did, but I'm pretty sure it got stolen. He spent a lot of money on that thing, and then someone robbed.
It got robbed?
Yeah, because he was like crowd surfing. I think that thing was like $10-20 million or something.
That's
like that.
crazy. It was big, bro. It was not small.
Huge, man. Imagine you got that.
Guys, DFNS is going. Here we go, guys. This is a breakout right now. We've got shares on in this one. We got 41s. There is 63. It's really going here. It's the time to take out some shares. So we are going to do just that right now. And we're sending you to Adara.
So we knew here, we were hearing reports that Trump was going to, during this Medal of Honor ceremony, talk about Iran. Looks like he's going to front load the presentation with Iran talk, and then we're going to be getting Medal of Honor stuff after. So at least we kind of now have a sense of how this is going to go. Trump already commenting on Iran, saying that the U.S. continues to carry out large-scale combat operations within Iran. I'll let you guys know when he stops talking about Iran and transitions to the Medal of Honor part of events, but either way here, currently Iran talks very much happening. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Topping tail candle now, manifesting on DFNS, 68 penny high. As you can see, 69er unfilled here on my chart, Joey. I'm concerned about the topping tail candle, but as you and I always say, well, I say it a lot, but you know what I mean? These topping tail candles on the small cap gappers, it's not the same as seen on an Apple, on an Nvidia, on an Amazon.
Absolutely, absolutely agree with you. So just back to this writing here, quick, before we send it back to Sharif's, the market did find somewhat of a top for now momentarily, a slight pullback in the big names. I mean, the NASDAQ there, but Tesla still a lot of strength, similar prints and topping tail candles as Sharif was just mentioning. But this is what I want to talk about right here, guys, is these 90s. You're not going to be collecting the most amount, but $73. There's not really an increase, but that expires March 13th. I think it'd be best, so now that I'm just thinking kind of out loud here, is that these 90s, this is more what I want to get involved with. So you can write those 90s, and then sure enough, what is that? Oh, that's maybe a little bit too much. I would rather go 30 days. We'll go 30 days here. We'll send it to April 2nd. That's 31 days. 90, you collect 172, you give it a $5 spread. That's not bad, 90 bucks. You put that in your pocket. You collect the majority of that premium, and then it's see you later. So right now, I'm looking at the overall, the NASDAQ. Once again, if it worked once, maybe we can get an additional entry on this trade. A second pullback here, a test, and a failed break of that high. I think there could be a good time to engage. It will then establish a lower high, and then that's going to be a good signal for me to get involved.
Joey,
Yes, sir.
2-1 risk to reward ratio. What does it say right there?
Yeah. 264.
264. Joey?
What'd you take it off at?
Yeah, we got close. We
250.
took 63.
Oh, okay,
we took
okay.
63.
Okay.
Sad because it went into 68s, but now DFNS is coming down and coming down hard. Here it is, though. Let's talk about this, right? Because the price action on these small cap gappers, you know, it can look a little convoluted, and I do agree that they are dangerous. I'm never going to try to, sell you in any different light, but. Remember what we talked about before we took this trade? We said once, twice, OB, he is the one thrice, tried to break through 230, and on the third time, it actually got it, right? So I had a bias that 230 level is a flat top break level. What does that mean? That means it was resistance. Now we look for it to act as support. Doesn't mean it will every time. We're trying to put the odds on our side as intraday traders, and that's all that we're trying to do here. It is coming down into 230. It does have support at that level, namely the price action resistance we just spoke of, and the volume weighted average price, which is right here, pardon me, right now into 228. It comes into 29. That's a really, really ugly red candle that it just put in there, okay? And if you weren't using sound risk management skills, you probably got murked on this, especially if you were DCAing or saying, look, it's going to pop back up without having hard stops. It's coming back in, man, and this is really ugly. This is really ugly. How many shares does this candle have? About 800,000 shares, and we still have another 2 minutes left on this monster. So DFNS around for a good time, not a long time. By the way, my TPET breakout trade into 108 is still active. I haven't canceled it, and I'm starting to, I'm undecided about how I feel about this one right now. It seems to keep getting support off VWAP, but every time it comes back in this case, it was the 1130 candle that went decidedly green, tried to take out that 106 triple bottom low that we had and failed. And now drop back down into VWAP, holding 97 pennies, a little above $1, a little bit below $1. But what you can't argue with is that this is 4 red candles in a row. However you try to square that circle, they're going to be 4 red candles in a row, whether or not it's holding above support or not. So yeah, definitely keeping an eye on that. DFNS is really losing it here, man. Holy cow! Look at this move down, 268, and then. Get it, Russ. And then 217. No, it's not even 217. So 268 candle high, 217 candle low in 1 5-minute candle. And quite frankly, it's not even tradable under my system now because it lost VWAP. So DFNS bleeding its own blood. But for the moment, we're going to pause. We're sending you to Adara.
I'm continuing to talk about Iran here, saying that with regards to the timeline, it's, quote, whatever it takes. They projected about 4 to 5 weeks, but apparently they're already ahead of schedule. They also think they can potentially go for longer here. Apparently they will continue their mission to crush the threat that Iran poses to the U.S. These are President Trump's words. Back to you.
You know what 2 New York said?
What did he say?
I don't even want to repeat it.
Oh.
It was really funny, though. I'm going to have to tell you off camera.
Where did he say it in there?
It was said a few minutes ago, Joey.
Yeah?
Do you remember Abu Baghdad?
Baghdadi?
Al-Baghdadi. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember when Trump
do you
was
remember
talking about him?
Do you remember what President Trump referred to him as when announcing his death?
No, but I remember he's like, he cried like a baby or something like that, yeah.
No, he did, but do you remember the part before that?
No, like a bit.
Yeah, well, the chat probably, you know, maybe they remember and they'll throw it in. I don't want to say it.
No, just say it, man.
No, yeah, JL82, you know exactly what I'm talking about there. Yeah, so 2 New York Sense was like, did he refer to him as that yet?
Oh, no.
Khamenei, the cleric who died over the weekend, but yeah, there you go. Now everybody gets it. Everybody gets it.
Yeah.
There was a lot he got called there, Joey.
Yeah,
a lot he got called.
I mean, man.
President Trump, man, unreal.
Man, oh man.
Anyway, guys, VG's headed back up. VG's making a move here. What a clean hold here on VG at the 50 EMA on the 5 and another move. This is the area of resistance though, guys. Take a look what we did in the implied balance open from 9:30 until I want to say about
950-ish. We were dancing with that 1170 level, a little above, a little bit below. And here we are again. This candle just got into 1172 candle high. Looks like it's turning into a topping tail now. So very consolidative is VG. However, I'm buoyed by the fact that higher lows keep manifesting here with a possible-ish flat top. I would say give that flat top a range. Let's not, restrict it to a specific 10-penny level. Let's say 1170 to maybe 1180, maybe even a little bit higher. So what I do like, though, are those higher lows. If those higher lows keep holding here on VG, we could see a move into 12 and even above. It's still up 20%, man. So let's put some respect on this one's name. But VG, nothing for me to do quite on this one yet, as it has not set up Joseph options.
Right on, right on. Yeah, I mean, I was going to repeat it, but then I decided not to. It's not comical whatsoever. Anyways, aside from that, guys, you can see that the market's continuing to climb higher here. I got my eyes on Broadcom filling in that gap here today. Could this be a resistance zone for the overall market? And we talk about not putting yourself into analysis paralysis and just having so many things, but that's the nature of trading the of the Qs, right? And the TQQs is that you have to see what these are all up to. We have a complete gap fill here on Apple, still climbing higher. Microsoft putting in a new HOD, bounces right off of VWAP, and I'm just being patient, sitting on my hands. This trade may not come to me today, but I think there will be an opportunity. This is just up and to the right. These pullbacks are micro. When you get fidgety with the keys, man, I get ready to send it over to you.
No, I was checking to see if TPET was free for shorts because I might be looking to short TPET, so I had to talk to Neil for a second.
Talk to him. Yeah. Talk to him. So there's Meta, Broadcom climbing higher. Yes, let's go Meta. I mean, not a horrible day for the LTs. Man, we were up to 743 in this name, and then we have over $100 pullback, $120 in the span of a couple of weeks. So that's never really fun to sit through. Could this be the bottom in Salesforce? I know this name has been strong, and we are on the backside of this trend. So bouncing right off of 177 and climbing higher now up to a $200. It's hard for me to buy high and sell higher here, so that's why I'm kind of looking for that really tight risk to reward for a short move back into some prior support or resistance zones, and I think that's going to be the trade. But, guys, you know what time it is. It's already noon, all right? It's time for Happening Now, and then Neil with his lesson of the day.
Bang.
Lots happening this morning, of course, and I actually want to start with some news. This headline came in a couple minutes ago. I first checked Smith & Wesson, which didn't move on this, but Grab a Gun did. Supreme Court reportedly suggesting that it'll be lifting its gun ban for certain substance users. So PEW did get a little bit of a pop here, but of course, market certainly on watch, especially oil and defense names, which we'll get into in a minute, as we have U.S. President Trump still speaking here at this Medal of Honor ceremony. He's moved away from the Iran portion of the speech. He's now focusing on awarding the Medal of Honor, but he did provide a bit of an update here with Iran, said that they apparently are ahead of schedule. They're willing to do 4 to 5 weeks roughly in terms of this operation, but it can also go a little bit longer. He said he's not in a rush. He's not going to get bored, and, quote, whatever it takes is really his timeline. Speaking of which, I mean, Palantir is certainly on watch. Bit of a double top on PLTR around 147. Now, this stock got a nice little rally here on Friday afternoon after U.S. President Trump indicated that Department of Defense and any U.S. departments were not going to be working with Claude. That did open the door for, OpenAI as well, but also for PLTR. And, of course, Palantir as a defense-adjacent play, also benefiting from these geopolitical tensions. Now, speaking of said geopolitical tensions, we're going to have oil on watch. A lot of these names already giving up the move, and other more traditional, for lack of a better term, defense plays like Lockheed Martin, RTX, and Boeing as well, but also Northrop Grumman. Let's talk here about some of these earnings plays. We know that BRKB and NCLH, probably the two biggest day one earnings plays on watch today, but we also have some reporting after the bell. BBAI, Big Bear AI, and MongoDB, two of the biggest. I do have kind of earnings preview or revenue graphics available for both of these. Not yet. This is a tease. They're going to be posted throughout the day, but either way here, lots of exciting earnings later this week as well, including Broadcom, Costco. So tons to look at as we send you over to Neil and his lesson. Neil, what do you have for the people today? How will we educate the people?
I'll tell you how, Adara, because today we're going to talk about avoiding
emotional, damn it.
And look, today would be the perfect example of having a plan of action based on looking at the charts at 7 a.m. or 7:30 in the morning, or looking at what happened over the weekend. And if you just if you hammer down and are just glued to your initial read, you could get absolutely destroyed. But you've got to be adaptive. You have rules in place. You have a plan for a reason. Like the first example I'll give, and I'll talk about what does work and what didn't work, and why we avoided some potholes today, is SLV. Like, if there's a logic behind why I like something, right? Which is, I'll start with the example of the higher time frame chart. If my reason for liking it was, oh, there's your higher lows, there's a bit of a trend break, there's it above the 50 period, there's it breaking out another fresh high. Like, there was a lot of things looking good. You had a bit of a 2-day pullback. You had a strong day on Friday. There's your all-day resistance at the 85 mark. So what do I have in my note? Hey, man, look for that bid into prior high. In the pre-market, you can see this candle here is not even the open. This is also not, this is the open right in here. And the first thing we're doing is rejecting the 85 zone. So you can, like, I can sit there saying consolidation over the prior high, look for the dip into prior high. It's not there at the open. It's doing literally the opposite. It's actually rejected the 85 off the open. So that's a simple case where I don't even have to worry about losing on a long trade in silver, because my reason for wanting it even to the long side was, A, you can go for the directional flight to safety, all that stuff that was over the weekend, but the support at the prior high was never there. So you don't even bother with the trade. Now, it's all the way down. If you're just thinking, oh, it's a long today, well, you get rinsed. It's underneath that level. You get rinsed, and maybe you catch one bid or two off the lows. Instead, you look for something which is fitting the bill. And at the open, the only thing, like the actual short that fit the bill of what we expected, or what you would have expected in terms of continuation, was weakness in the travel space. Now, I picked NCLH, partly because it had earnings this morning, so all of the travel names are going to be down, but they had earnings and missed on their guidance, so I figured it could be doing its own thing regardless. I think that gives you a bit of an advantage. If you can find something which is doing its own thing in the direction you like, that way, if it's a relief rally, fine, at least this could still fall on their earnings. Now, at the open, this was following to suit. The gap down was held. The first thing it did is reject the volume weighted average price. That's an actual setup I like to the short side off the open. So it was available. The trade was available. It was never there in silver. There was never any support that gave us our opportunities to get in. So you've got to be able to back away, knowing that I could have liked the direction all weekend long coming in, but if I don't see something at 9:30 at the open that tells me that I should be in this, then you don't have to do it. It would be the same thing with if you wanted to, maybe you would like Bitcoin short or something. You had to be able to get away from it. Now, this does play out in more than one way. Sometimes there are going to be some, I think, misses, and for myself, this will be a frustrating one. And I'm going to look at that. I know Sharif is looking at that, the TPET as well, those small cappers. This is a disappointing one because I also felt that Indo was if we do flush and we lose VWAP, it was overextended. It might be a really good short. But this would be a case of, well, looking for a bounce in energy made me not as aggressive as I should have been on INDO, not as aggressive at the volume weighted average price, not as aggressive maybe holding it through the low of the day, not aggressive playing it off of the initial VWAP fail. All of those things could be missed opportunities in the other direction. Like, I don't want to make it sound like, oh, hey, look at me, I avoided getting rinsed on a silver short, and I was, we're able to find that NCLH. Well, it played another way here too. The energy names never showed any strength. And when that was the case, this trade became doubly good, to the point that I would argue it should have been my top stock today. It's not, NCLH was. But I think if I play this one right, INDO did everything you would have wanted for an energy pullback trade. It was up 50%. So you have to have, it cuts in both directions. You have to have that mentality that if things go opposite to what everybody is thinking in the morning or whatever the weekend was, if you get a reversal play, you got to hold it for more. And one last thing in terms of avoiding emotional damage. It all comes down to one thing: having a reason for all of your actions. You have a reason to get in, you have a reason to get out of each trade. If your reasons to get in don't happen, then you don't make the trade. If your reasons to get out of a trade happen, or your reason that you got in is no longer there, say like a trend break or something like that, then you've got to get out of a trade. And if you have something to which you follow your plan, then trust me when I tell you, okay, if there's one thing I can impart on you, you'll never see me freaking out about things oftentimes. Because in my opinion, the second I'm in something, I have spent the downside risk, right? So I'll give you the example. Like, everyone can see what's happening in AVAV. Now, we made our picks in the middle of January, but I bought this sucker off the 200-period moving average literally at the beginning of the year in my personal account. I told everybody this. And I know I covered some. I covered a third when it made that crazy run up to $400, somewhere in front of the 380, I forget the exact price. But I bought back in at the 200-period moving average. But if you know something about me, then you would know this. If I am buying the 200-period moving average on a swing, here, where do you think my out was? Do you think I had a stop underneath this prior low on the daily? Yeah. And it bounced multiple times, holding that stop level. Do you think I'm feeling pretty good about the dip buy? Yeah. When it broke today, am I emotional about it? Or am I just out of the trade when it broke down under that support level? We got one initial move. It pulled a 50% move to the upside. If it ultimately comes back and loses you 15, 20%, you got to be able to live with it. But that stop goes, you got to get out. The way I see it, when you buy it there, or you buy it there, or you buy it there, if your stop is here, then you have spent that money. If you buy 10 grand worth of a stock and you have a 20% stop, then to me, you have spent $2,000 on that trade, right? So that's out of your pocket. I know you still have the full position when it's in the money, or it goes 20% in the money. You're like, oh, I'm up 2 grand. In my opinion, I have spent that 20% because that's where my out is going to be. So mentally, if you have that in the back of your mind, that's my reason for getting out, that's the amount of money that I'm spending on that trade, then you're good to go. Then you're not shocked when something crazy happens. Then you're not freaking out when it goes to the downside. So a couple of things that have to happen. No matter how high your conviction is, you need to have a reason to get into a trade. If those weren't met today for longs in, say, like metals or longs in energy, great. You never had a reason to jump in. They were just flushing all the way. But also have yourself a reason to get out. And know that you've spent that money. If you determine, I'm in at this price, I'm out for this reason, this is how much I'm risking, think of it as spending that money on the trade already. That way, when you get stopped out eventually, in your mind, that was already gone. And when you take out the win, you're like, okay, well, this is what that money bought me, right? It bought me this win. So if you want to avoid emotional damage, it starts with having a plan. But today was a perfect example of you didn't have to be in the trade. If you like metals long, I can't see any reason you would have been in it at the open. If you like Bitcoin short, until it started testing some highs or doing some reversions, there wasn't much of a reason to be in it either. So that's part of the game, everybody. Understanding that you can sit on the sidelines even though something was in your plan of action if it never sets up. Just by the way, we got a nice salad today. There's a lot of chicken. It's grilled chicken. They have some weird, there's just a pesto sauce or pesto seasoning they put on everything. It's on the chicken today, but it's like a little chicken salad. Looks pretty healthy, good amount of protein, so I'm pretty happy with the lunch. I'll give it a 7.4 out of 10 because it's not flavorful enough to make it great, but it's all around pretty solid. So hopefully your day is going well. Hopefully you're having a good start to the month. And back to the Midday Boys.
You gotta give Neil a lot of credit there because he is hyper specific in the rating that he assigns these foods. 7.4 is,
yeah, I gotta ask Neil this. 7.4, but not much flavor. So does that deserve a 7.4? I'm leaning more towards a 6.4 on that one.
No, so the 7.4, part of it is, look, it's a grilled chicken salad, so it doesn't need to have a ton of flavor. You can put the dressing on there. There's avocado in the salad, which is pretty good. You get tomatoes. So it's a pretty, like, it's solid enough, and there's a decent amount of chicken for the protein.
That's good.
Okay.
So like to me, if it had a little more flavor, then it would be like an A.
Okay.
Like it would be in the A range if it had more flavor.
No, but I like how
I can't hate on it.
you're including in your analysis, Neil, the quantity of protein.
Quantity,
That's
quantity.
a very important point.
We're
that we
taking
have to say.
quantity into factor here now?
Absolutely,
All right,
bro.
all right,
You're going
all
to give me a
right.
couple of grams. What am I going to do with a
But if
couple
it's
of grams?
high quality, though.
Joey,
Me?
we need hypertrophy here. Hypotrophy, however you want to pronounce it. You're not going to get hypotrophy with a couple of grams here and there. That's all I think about.
All right, someone says they love the channel. We love you.
We love you, man.
Yeah, we love you.
We'll
What
talk
is it?
about food. We'll talk about stocks.
Fighting.
Everything under the sun. Now your boy Devin Haney, all of a sudden, he wants to get back in the ring with Ryan. What happened to last week's little chirp there? Oh, it's been done. It's past. It's over.
It's over. Yeah. He got
Just
the
get in
no
the ring,
contest
man.
on that
He's
one.
going to catch another hook to the body. He's going to drop again. And then we're all going to have a little chuckle at his
moments.
behalf right there.
Joey feeling fine today, says positive.
Yeah,
side.
you're feeling good right now. You're in a good
I had a
mood.
good sleep, man.
Dude, I got 80 sleep score last night.
Really?
Yeah, I usually 70s or 60s.
Listen, I don't want. Listen.
All right, you're gonna call the whole thing into question.
Yeah,
I know
absolutely.
exactly what you're going. Exactly where you're going,
Dude,
bro.
I don't need a machine to tell me the quality of my sleep. I know it.
Nah,
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I agree with you on that. Like if I've had a good night's sleep, I kind of
You know, man.
I don't mind it quantified though to
all right,
remind me
there you
that
go.
I've done well. So it's Birdo C. Sharif B talking about the Prem 2 almost fumbled against Chelsea. Brother, what is happening with my team? It's like watching a mid to bottom level team here. They're just not the same. They're just not. And I don't know what the hell is going on. And you're seeing it from a lot of the very consistent names. Trossard is playing poorly. I even got to say Saka not looking that great right now. And I still don't have any idea why Arteta is freaking playing Hincapié when you have Calafiori on the bench and Miles Lewis-Skelly. Brother, get that man off. He scored an own goal yesterday. Anyway, bro. Anyway, the whole thing. I have no idea what's going on. You have no idea who I'm talking about. But I think, this Calafiori guy who should be playing ahead of Hincapié, I think he's doing some stuff off the field. Because it makes no sense. He's exponentially better, and he's not playing. There's got to be something that's going on there, and I don't know what the hell is going on. But my girlfriend loves Arsenal, and she has a rough week. She's had rough weekends lately. Brother, her and I both, man. It has been tough to be an Arsenal fan lately. We're getting the wins, but they don't look good. They don't look good at all.
Simple.
So, yeah, you have to phrase that different. I don't know what that means. Your boy's cooked. Yeah, shout out to Party P. I hope not, man. We still have a lot of games to go, and it doesn't look good for us. I'm hoping this is just a phase, and they come out of this funk, but it doesn't look good. Joey.
Yeah.
I've been watching TPET here on the screen. Neil was nice enough, kind enough to get me shorts for this one. I'm still waiting. It hasn't set up for me. It's holding VWAP. It's in this very, very prolonged range, which we've been in now for an hour and 10 minutes. We dropped into the volume-weighted average price at 11.05. We've been holding VWAP since that time. Only wicks lose VWAP, no closing prints, but we're also not decidedly taking out area highs. I have a bias that there is an area resistance here at 106. I was proven right vis-a-vis the 1130 and the 1135 candle, and then we've made lower highs subsequent. So I'm waiting for a 108 breakout for a long, or I'm waiting for a 95 penny breakdown for a short. So I will look to go both ways on this one, and I will exercise the same risk management parameters, whether I'm going long or whether I'm going short. So we're going to keep an eye here on TPET. But right now, it's in no man's land and not tradable under my system, Joey. Nothing is, sadly. I'm looking at everything here, and nothing is setting up in a way that I can take it, whether it's VG, Stack, RCAP, Battle, DFNS, which is losing in a hurry, even TURB, which we can call Turban, TMDE, trying to work its way back into the volume-weighted average price. This could be another short for you guys here. So TMDE, This has been a symphony of lower highs, and it has previously come back in and tested the volume weighted average price as a resistance level, previously support. VWAP is a little above that 2 3/4. It looks more around 2 4/5, with the official high of the day being 299. But as you can see, we were all sorts of strong in the pre-market there, with the high in the pre-market being 470, Joey.
Yeah.
So substantially above the official high of the day.
All right, man. Right on, right on. Yeah, this market's really strong here today, Los Polios. And I haven't seen Gore. I tried tagging you too, Gore. I tried tagging Los and Gore here. So, I mean, we had that one trade work for us on the short. And look at this out here right at 49.80. I'm like, oh, no, volume's really starting to kick in. And then a strong push to the top side. So as it went to breach this pivot, I'm like, let me get out of this ASAP before it actually hits my full-on stop. And with the big boys continuing to climb, like Apple is like Drake right now on one, 266.11 and continuing to climb. It was red for the past couple of sessions. So, I mean, Friday session really weak, and then now it's starting to recover the majority of that day. And it makes it so much more difficult to get the shorts involved with this specific underlying. So we'll keep an eye on it, but I can give it a couple more attempts, but I don't want to give back too much on what we have made from it, even though we're slowly starting to on that loss. And if I take another attempt, it's just patience is going to be extremely key. Oh, sorry, I'm not logged in. Tapped in. I heard Adara, so whenever we're ready, we can set it over to her. All right, let's go.
Yeah, just letting you guys know, Trump concluded his remarks here with regards to Iran and also the Medal of Honor ceremony. It's still happening, but he is no longer making remarks. It's now going to be the, I guess, Secretary of Defense and Defense Department personnel. I want to mention a couple other things, though. So for one, as that event ends, we now have comments from the spokesperson for the UN Secretary General. So I'll be listening to that in case there's anything of note here with regards to Iran. Furthermore, with regards to Iran, former Treasury Secretary and former Fed Chair Janet Yellen also commenting, saying that, in her opinion, the situation with Iran, which is leading to an increase in oil prices, puts the Fed even more on hold with rates. So she's arguing even less of a case for the Fed to cut rates, given the situation in Iran. Back to you.
Absolutely agree with that. Obviously, if one major thing happens, if we continue to see these ships get attacked in the Strait of Hormuz successfully, you're gonna see basically no ships go through there, or very few ships. Now, as I talked about in the morning rundown, there are other avenues to ship the oil through Saudi Arabia, through the UAE, but they by no means carry the same amount that can go through the Strait of Hormuz. Guys, we talked about this. 20% of the world's supply goes through there on a daily basis. So just think about that, taking 20% off, or not even 20. So say you can funnel 5% through the alternate routes. That still does put a bit of a lot of pressure, I would say, on the price. So that is something definitely to keep the lookout for. My bias was, Joey, that before this operation went through, as we know, President Trump, one eye on the market, one eye on geopolitics, said he was telling his generals, his war planners, that they probably have to have an answer for the Strait of Hormuz, that they had to dominate that area, for sure, because he knows what would ensue. Oil prices going up the yin-yang, with the midterms, just a few months away. You have to assume he's alive to that.
I think he's very alive to that situation. Canada's already thinking about jacking its oil prices for sure. I mean, you don't want to go to the gas pump. Good thing we filled up on yesterday. But other than that, yeah, very valid points there, Sharif. We got all out of the TQQs right here, guys, and it's continuing to go. Apple is still on the move. SoFi, same thing. Coinbase, starting to form this bull flag here. I like that. We might use CoinL. Let's see what CoinL is up to. Oh, man, that is not a good look. I want to take one more attempt at the high here. We can give this a little bit more room because we're right at the peak on the Nas. See, that's the thing. If I miss this trade, then that's 3 strikes, you're out, right? So we'll be patient because the tape is still relatively strong. If we can catch the lower end of the range, I don't want to keep bouncing around from underlying to underlying here because I have 3 names: Netflix, TQQs, and then what else did I have on my radar? Silver. And I was looking at XOM and everything, but they're just not liquid enough. So we'll keep our eyes on this. As long as we form this base, then I like our chances. But it also could just be an all-day move higher. right? So a strong recovery in the overall market, and I wouldn't put it past it here that whatever we gain here today could just be wiped out tomorrow. All right, let's get involved. We're in it one more time. We'll give it to 50. What are we at? So only 10 cents worth of risk. If it decides to put in a new high, then so be it. We took our chances on this specific trade. If we get stopped out, then we're going to have to find a different underlying to trade here, Sheree.
All right, guys, continuing to watch TPET as it continues to hover at VWAP with lower highs, holding on for dear life here with the low wicks seem to be finding support at 95. I've put my breakdown short at 94 with an out. Exactly the same area where I would have gotten long, 108. So neither has triggered. Neither the long has triggered, neither the short has triggered. So let's see which way this ends up resolving. But I'm not taking the trade on TPET until my levels come in. I'm going to be insistent upon that. Continuing to watch here as VG breaks down. We'll talk more about VG when we get back from the big desk with Adara.
Looks like the UN Secretary General spokesperson's speech has just begun, so keep an eye on that. I actually have news not related to Iran. That's about Rumble here. RUM, a little bit of a pop here as CEO Chris Pavlovsky of Rumble announces on X that Rumble Cloud is planning on building a one-click deployment for OpenClaw. So nice OpenClaw-related catalyst here for RUM. Back to you.
Bro, you got to see some of the things that people are using. I don't want to just shout out OpenClaw, but Perplexity has their own. Brendo, what is Perplexity's called again? Open Computer? It's just called Open Computer? Just computer, Perplexity Computer. So if you're looking for a safer alternative to OpenClaw, and you don't want to run that on your computer. I know a lot of people are running OpenClaw on AWS and taking advantage of the security that AWS offers, but I think that there are still issues from my understanding. I'm by no means a tech guy. Perplexity has their own. You can run that now. I'm sure there are others as well. So yeah, definitely keep an eye out for that. But what I'm seeing here is a lot of very, very interesting stuff happening with that. So I'm going to be throwing my hat into that ring soon. Man, I was vibe coding all weekend. It felt fantastic. Dude, any idea you come up with, you can literally vibe code. You ever study Marxism? And Marxism, they talk about, reclaiming the means of production, the separation of the means of production and capital. This is reclaiming the means of production. If I have an idea, I can literally go and do it without having to pay a software developer or this person or that person. It really is empowering. It is empowering, man, and I love it. I love where we're at right now. Anyway, so continuing to watch TPET. Sorry, I'll digress like this all the time. Sorry, I do apologize. We'll continue to watch TPET here as it drops back down into the 96s, looking for a 94 break and drop. That's what I'm looking for here. It feels a lot more likely that this will be a loss of VWAP as opposed to a hold of VWAP. That's by no means guaranteed. Nothing is in trading, but I'm keeping my eye on that, and I'm going to be ready to execute there. If and when it presents me with the opportunity. 2 New York cents. I am not sure if you are avoiding BATL, but brother, it's below VWAP. It's just you know my rules. 2 New York. You've been here for a minute because of it being up a lot on the day, but I can see weakness now on it. I'm looking to short or reload. What is your take? Okay, so you're looking both ways. I love that. Let's have a look over here on Battle. It's still on the side chart, brother. It's up 69%, but by no means above the pre-market high or VWAP. So it fails those 2 requirements there. The pre-market high is that ugly topping tail candle that manifested at 7:10 a.m., the high of which is 12.99. So we're going to go ahead and throw in that level right there. So it reminds us of the pre-market high. VWAP, which is dynamic, of course, that'll be changing. 10 1/3 looks like 10.30 right now with the current price action, 9.43. So yeah, I see what you're saying. It looks like it's super weak below the 50 EMA on the 5, which is what that red line is. I'm not going to, this is not, the one that I'm looking for here short. I'm going to keep my eye definitely on TPET, but BATL looks like the better trade is behind it, at least for the longs. I would be interested to New York if it weaseled its way back into VWAP, let's say at 10 1/3, and then lost that area. I'd also be looking for a 10 right? Look at these two topping tail candles at 11:25 and 11:30, both of which rejected 10. Then we started bleeding our own blood down and losing now 9.5 quite decidedly. So there's that look as well. Also, I want to mention SABR. This is, I forget who mentioned this one to me in the chat, but thank you. Again, I do apologize for forgetting names. I'm not very good with that. But this one had a great day on Friday, and it is having yet a better day today. When we started out the day on Friday, this has been a multiple day runner. Geez Louise, look at this. Thursday, Friday, Monday. This has been really moving here. So we are up about 75% off Thursday's low on SABR. You know, and $1.57 high. Let's see if it comes. Hey? Geez Louise, where are you looking? Where are you looking? Oh, just the expression? Yeah. Oh, I use that one all the time. Yeah. I love that one. Randy sending me some interesting stuff today, guys, about the likelihood that we may no longer see Cybertruck production. I think Randy, yeah, he's going to come in. He's going to come in hot right now.
Really?
Randy, we know that Cybertruck production is not given to us or the amount produced by Tesla, but we can make educated guesses, right?
I think so.
And based upon that, what can you tell us?
I don't see it lasting very long. They're selling less than 5,000 trucks per quarter. Does that justify that huge assembly plant? Like it doesn't make sense to me.
No.
He can play with the prices all he wants.
Exactly.
The margin doesn't cover the operating costs, the production costs. I don't see it lasting long. They're not selling. Price it how you want. They're not moving. The little sales thing that happened recently, that was probably just to move old inventory. We talked about this. Get some inventory off the balance sheet. But going forward, production,
right?
No, ain't happening. So if he wants to build robotaxis or build Optimus or build, I don't know, umbrellas, I don't know what he's going to build. But
exactly. Give us your opinion on what you think this could be going. Because if he stops the Cybertruck production, we better believe something is probably going to replace it.
I would think it's probably robotaxis. He wants that rollout. There's a lack of semi-production as well. They need to tool that up. There's a lot of standing orders for the semis. You need a little more space to build those than you do an Optimus.
And that's B2C, B2B.
Yes.
Right? Business to business rather than business to consumer. And you go after the people with the deeper pockets.
A lot more margin on semis than there is on a Optimus or even on a robotaxi. So I think there's going to be a play here. When it'll happen, who knows? It's Musk. But I don't see the Cybertruck on a long leash. I just don't. It doesn't make financial sense at all. And he's got other initiatives going on here, so give it time. But I'd place a bet on it.
I'd place a bet on that as well.
Okay.
Be quite frank with you. Like, I mean, it makes eminent sense. I don't see the Cybertruck moving in the numbers that he anticipated unless, one, they drop the price, and he can't, because then he'll lose money on it. So maybe, do you think we get a smaller version?
No. Nope.
I got to agree with that. I don't feel like we're going to get a smaller version.
Don't see it.
Cybertruck?
No,
Cybertruck,
there's no mini Cybertruck coming. There's no platform to build it on. No, I don't see it. No, I think it's a gone. It's a goner.
You think so, eh?
I think so.
Maybe another year or two?
Maybe not even that long.
Can I say something to you, though? Have you seen how well the Cybertruck prices have held up in this country? I can't find any of them under $100,000.
Right, but it's supply and demand. Is there a lot of supply out there? No.
Exactly.
Could you get a brand new one? Sure you could.
You could.
Does anybody really want one?
The demand is very small,
really.
man,
Yes,
especially
exactly.
here where we know people feel a certain way about him, right? I don't happen to subscribe to that way of thinking, but a lot of people do. And those reflect in the numbers.
I mean, the Teslas, I don't know if it's that, Sharif, but maybe it's just from an economic standpoint too, right?
It's very expensive, bro.
Very expensive.
It's very expensive.
An economy that's not growing at all. You know what I mean? I think it's just a little bit tough.
It quickly became.
If you're going to spend $100,000 on a car, is it going to be a Cybertruck? I don't know.
It quickly became, and to Joe's point, a commodity-intended vehicle to a niche vehicle. And it's very niche now. And they're not selling in the numbers that anybody expected, including Elon. So, yeah, I'm going to say goodbye.
All right. Thanks, Randy, for coming in. I happen to agree with everything Randy just said there. Reluctantly, of course, because I do like the Cybertruck. I like it all blacked out with that shiny black. But
yeah, I seen a red one the other day.
You saw a red one?
Yeah, didn't even look that good.
I've seen blue ones.
Blue?
Seen
Seen that blue one. I've seen that navy blue one.
Yeah, that
I've
was
seen
nice.
That guy around here.
Did we respond to 2 New York cents there? Because he supered.
Thank you guys. Lately, I've been getting smashed around, but all I need is one green day to build momentum. I am down, but not out. I love to hear it. That is the kind of mentality to New York that you need to have as a trader. I hate to say short-term mentality, but your emotions for the losses have to be short-term. You cannot allow them to fester. It will make you gun-shy. If you're going to be gun-shy, you're not going to be a good trader. So shout out to New York Sense for that. Some more comments coming in there, guys. Sharif, I own an X and a Y, but refuse the cyber phrase. Shout out to Crouching Tiger Hidden Rally. So clearly you're a Tesla buff, but you draw the line there with the side. Brother, I can't get my old man to even, admit there's anything good about this car. He hates it so much, with so much vitriol, right? Like, he despises it. I could show it to him in black. I could show it to him in diamonds. He'd still hate it. But, that's just how some people feel, and you're not going to be able to change your opinion. Fabian?
Fabian doesn't like it.
What a wise man. Well, we know how you feel, Fabian, about that whole Tesla thing, but I respect your opinion, and there's lots of good that you help me see a lot by keeping me objective. So shout out to Fabian. Eddie, your old man is a wise man. Eddie, literally, that's what Fabian just said in my ear right now. And I know how you feel too, Eddie. Shout out to Eddie. Shout out to Eduardo. That's his real name there, my man. Joey, what are you looking at?
We got stopped out of the TQs, so that's it, man. We're not going to be taking any more attempts. We took this try here, and that was going to be our last strikeout. We had that nice move. It took us a while to get this one rolling, so 1 win, 3 losses on that front. And then now we're long some Bitcoin. Wow, I haven't traded this in quite some time. And it looks like it's going to sell off here. I have a trend line drawn as it's forming these higher lows. So let's see if this consolidative range, I'll give this one a couple attempts, right? Because I'm in on this consolidation. So anything south of that area, then we'll get out, and then maybe there'll be another opportunity to just re-engage, and maybe this is just going to be a bull flag, and then we can continue to the northeast on Bitcoin. This is an inverted hammer candle that we don't like, so we got to be cautious of that. We're currently about 8 cents out of the money, and it looks like it wants to bleed. I'll take a couple more losses and call it a day. I'm not going to hit full shutdown or anything along those lines. Last night, B-1 bomber struck Iranian missile capability. So yeah, there it goes.
B-1 Rockwell, baby. The B-1B Rockwell. Variable geometry aircraft, if you know, you know. It adjusts the wings. The geometry of the wing changes based on speed. This thing was designed to hug the ground. They designed this thing in the 70s and 80s, the B-1B. They changed the rules. So before, they couldn't fly high enough anymore to get away from Soviet missiles because the Soviet missiles were going into space. So like, all right, we're just gonna design an airplane to literally hug the ground below radar, and it'll have like ground following radar, so it'll just be able to adjust based on where the ground.
And it's unmanned too, is it?
No, it's manned. It's manned. It's manned. But then they completely changed the role of the aircraft.
I wonder how much that guy makes who's piloting the B-1.
Pardon me?
I wonder how much that guy makes piloting.
I don't know. That's like they don't use it like that anymore, Joey. But they did. That's what it was designed for. Now it's just like a bomber, right? Like a regular bomber. The B-1B is a beast, though. If you know, you know, guys. Love airplanes, love space. Let's keep an eye here, though, Assassino, on TPET, because here comes 95. I've been patiently waiting for the short here on TPET. We're looking for that 95 loss, and we're looking to take this one down. I'm going to risk into 108, so we will risk here a little bit more than I typically would. I have to keep my stop at 108 because that's the area high. I do myself a disservice if I keep it below that. But look at it, find support immediately and move back above VWAP. But, it's still putting in a lower high. So maybe it's just not time yet. And if it's not time, it's not time. That's fine. I'm going to continue to pack the patience here and wait for TPET to set up in the right way. I'm looking short on TPET, guys, unless and until it can clear 108 as a high, $1.08. If it clears 108 as a high on a closing basis, we're looking long. Simple as that. So those are my options right now as I continue to watch others. Case in point, STAK. Remember how quickly this one bled its own blood after making a 96 penny move and then coming in, and there was certainly buying here at around 63 to 64 pennies. And here we are back into 73, trying to work its way back into the volume weighted average price at 75. This could be also an opportunity for the shorts if it rejects that 75 penny area, as we see a lot
VWAP, featuring both a support and resistance, we talk about it more as support because I'm only usually going long, but now we're going to be looking a little different. So that's what we're keeping an eye on here. STAK, TPET, and what was this one again? VG, but this one not really setting up for me, Joey. So we'll pack the patience there.
Good stuff. All right, guys. So, yeah, I mean, here we go. We're sitting in this trade, couple of pennies, OTM. Let's see if we get this breakout. But as soon as it breaks 99, 39 and 30s, then we'll have to look to reassess this situation. I told you a couple more attempts, and I'm not going to take too big of a loss here to start the month, that's for sure. So we'll try to keep it as small. If not, we'll obviously look into recover and put on some good quality opportunities. I do like this bull flag that it's forming here on the 5 and the 10-minute time frame. So a test of the high of the day and then a breach of that would be absolutely wicked. The overall market is strong, so we'll rock and roll on that front. If not, then, hey, just one of those sessions. We can go back, and I'll pull this up here. It wasn't too bad. I didn't finish as hot as I would like on the month, but that's okay. We'll finish it green. We'll take that.
Thanks, Joey.
I mean, small wins, but nothing substantial or to write home about. Just from an accuracy standpoint, it wasn't horrible. November 25, we don't want that. What do we got here? So in the month of February, here it is. It's just right. You want to start off hot. So we have, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green days, 20 sessions, a couple of them off. So we go 14 for 6. I mean, if that's your sporting record, you're a pretty good team regardless. But 1, 2, we went on a nice 5-day to start the beginning of the month and 3-day here. And then it's just average of these 2 red days a week that I'm trying to kind of sway away from. But it's just how it is, man. Get that down to 1. That'd be really nice. But keeping those losses, a couple big ones that did wipe out some of the gains. But aside from that, not too bad. 14 for 6 on the month, and we'll gladly be happy with that one. So
that's actually excellent.
It's all right, man. We always look to do a little bit better. We're going to probably finish this off here. If this trade doesn't work out and this bull flag doesn't work, then we'll take one more attempt on it there, Sharif. We're not going to hold on to it for too long. You can see that we're almost 8 cents out of the money as we're starting to break down, and now we've officially broken trend. So you might have some of the sellers stepping in on the backside of this. So we'll be patient and wait to see. 20s, we'll just call it quits, and then maybe sit on our hands and keep this loss. So I know we're going to be starting the news soon, so that'll keep me distracted and away from punching keys.
I just want to point out some other names that I don't typically trade, but ones that I definitely watch for the swings and for the long term. Coherent, COHR, having itself a day today. 14.5% on this $55 billion market cap name, trying to work its way in the $300 with a 297.5 high. This is the daily here on COHR, so you can see it's breaking out and has been breaking out very aggressive. In case you don't know what Coherent does, they specialize in materials, networking, and lasers with vertically integrated manufacturing that develops and manufactures and markets engineered materials, optoelectronic components and devices, COHR, optics, right? We've been talking about that. Take a look at LITE. I was just telling Neil, look at this. Another rocket ship on the day, up about 10%. Photonics, right? We've been talking about some of the other possible AI plays. Talk about the energy all the time. We talked about the generators with Caterpillar, Cummins, etc. There's so many different angles in the AI stack that you can take. Photonics having its moment in the sun. It's been having its moment in the sun. Joey, look at this. From the January 20th low on LIT to today's high, this thing is up 155%. This is not a small company, guys. This is a $55 billion name, right? It's moving like a dang small cap. LITE, COHR, they're not exactly the same. They do deal with partially different things, but photonics seems to be one of the main things right now we keep an eye on. So I wanted to show you that, even though obviously won't be trading it intraday. I still have nothing, guys. I do apologize for not being in a trade, but I just will not take one until a setup comes in. And as you can see here, really nothing setting up. My eye has been on TPET all morning. The only trade we've had was a very good winner on DFNS, and then basically it bled its own blood right when we got out. We got out like a 263 or a 268 high, and then it's lost $2. It's lost the entire trend here. So nothing really to say about that one. My focus will continue to remain on TPET for a possible either long or short. I do want to bring your attention to BAT. AAPL battle, because this one, yeah, I have to use this pun. This one is battling back into that $10 name and looking to come into that volume weighted average price. It is being buoyed by higher lows. So that 10.25 area could be the line in the sand. However, the line in the sand, at least so far since we lost VWAP, has been $10. So, you know, and you can see that as evidenced by, of course, the two topping tail candles that breach 10, but then lose it quite quickly at 11.25, at 11.30. So BATL also in focus for a possible short off 10.25. But nothing else for me, guys. STAK as well. We talked about this one coming back into 75 pennies for a possible short there. It has lost VWAP now, trying to reclaim it from the south side. It doesn't look like it's doing it quite yet. So that is another look for the small cap traders there. And then Turbine continuing to bleed its own blood here. It could be on the receiving end of a loss of $1. Right? Just got back into VWAP at $1.28, and look at it, barely holding on to $1.10 with the bottoming tail candles, defending that dollar for now. But I don't have anything positive to say about this. In fact, it looks like a head and shoulders pattern waiting to form here, with maybe a loss of $1 or $1.05 really being the neckline there on TURB. But nothing else for me, Joey, to be quite honest here. And I hate to keep saying that, but I just won't take trades unless they're setting up.
One of those days. All right, I got someone in the chat is like, hey, why isn't an individual blocked? So I'm just inquiring about that right now. Fabian, I sent you a message. I know
you probably talked smack.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a part of it, but I mean, you should only be blocked for so long, not indefinitely. So I'll see what we got going on. Fabian, I sent you a message. Can you look into this? I mean, if you've been blocked for a specific reason, there's nothing that I can do. If there was a mistake, we can definitely get that cleared up. One more attempt here on Bitcoin as it's continuing to sell, and that's not too good of a look. I added a little bit more shares here on this bounce back into the supply zone. Let's see if it's going to work out for us. What I want you to do, Fabian, the ad is blocked. Can you look why?
Can I tell you how hard it is to unblock somebody?
Yeah, I know you asked me, remember the individual?
It's very difficult.
Is it?
I did everything that I could, and I couldn't figure out how to do it.
No, you got to ask for me because she goes into the thing and then
Fabian showed me exactly where to go and do it. It was very difficult. Yeah.
Okay, so I think at that point, you may as well just make a new account, maybe. Right? Just do whatever you can on that front. So, yeah, we'll see. There goes Bitcoin to the downside. This is why I haven't been trading this thing as of late. I'm going to punch out here momentarily, and then I'm just going to shut it down for the remainder of the session. I know there's an hour and a bit left, but that's the narrative, and I don't want to take any more loss to start the month. It's been a little bit more tricky on today's session for the kid, and oh, wow, okay, this is really selling here now. Yeah, not good. Good stuff, Bitcoin. No continuation right there. Yeah, we're going to get that pullback to view up. All right, I got to pull the chute here, and that's it. Frustrating. All right, USA. There it goes. That's it. I'm going to take a sip of water. That will cool you down for sure.
Sir.
Hydration Nation, and let's shut the trading down for today. I'm not shut down, by the way. I just don't want to get into that realm, and I don't want to get tilted either because I'm on the precipice, as Sharif would like to say, of absolutely losing.
How was the weekend, brother?
It was relaxed, man.
Yeah?
Just go out. Just went out, walked Milo, went on some longer walks. My body was beat up after those walks because I haven't gone on them.
Oh, Milo was beat up. Yeah. Okay.
No, I was.
You were because you spent a minute.
I don't go. Yeah, I didn't. So
my
body was
you guys don't
tired.
see him walking a lot, but he is really improving in how he's walking.
Bro, I'm on the bike every day for 25 minutes. I'm doing my exercises.
You're doing the work, eh?
Yeah. So that's what we got to do. So
good job, bro.
I'll say one thing. This surgery, I remember. My knee felt a lot less unstable on the first time around. This time around, it feels significantly stronger. Good. They also did an additional procedure on it too. That's why I was more.
They were correcting it, correct?
Well, I tore everything again, but they did an additional like stabilizing procedure on the outside of my leg to make it like stronger.
Hey, so this guy's gonna be dancing around those guys on the rink real soon here, man.
I'm nervous to play again.
Yeah, just take your time, bro. Just think about it, man. You know, longevity here is the key, right? It's not about one-offs. Fear Go I3X, bro. Sharif is fasting. You can't drink water next to him. What do you mean? I'm not fasting, bro. He's not fasting. I'm not fasting. Neither of us is fasting, man. I'm eating. I ate my eggs this morning.
Drinking water.
All 12 of those bad boys.
He's trolling us. Okay, all right, bro. Let's look at a new one over here. An individual in the chat was telling me to look at HYMC, not really a small cap gapper, but a decent day, up 5%, $4.25 billion market cap. I was telling them, look, this looks fantastic if you're looking for that break of that 53.50 high. So you're getting here some support. My concern about HYMC here, brother, is area high, lower high, and lower high. All the while, look at that 52 to 51 and a half dollar area, 51 and 3/4 actually. It's putting in some lower highs that you need to be alive to as well, because this one could manifest as a flat bottom break. The ticker on this, guys, I do apologize, is HYMC, Highcroft Mining. The mining names are having a day. MP's up 7.5. Let's see where USAR is up. USAR is up 9 and 3/4. USAR looks really good. Okay, so we're gonna have to put some mineral names here. We're gonna take off DFNS. We're gonna put on USAR. Look, this is not a small cap gapper anymore, USAR that is, but it looks better than the chart on HYMC. This is the chart of USAR, and this has been an obvious area of support here at the 20 EMA on the 5. Let's take a look. Deeper retracement, 20 period hold. Deeper retracement, 20 period hold. I'm gonna repeat myself one more time. Deeper retracement, 20 period hold. Into $21 as the high. This thing closed out at $18.90 on Friday, so a great move to the tune of 10%. The shallower retracements when it's trending seem to be finding support at the 10 EMA, but the deeper retracements are all defending that 20 EMA on the 5. The 20 EMA on the 5, guys, is the yellow line. Sorry, I didn't mention that. So USAR in focus here for those who are interested in trading the materials names. Let me just throw that in on the side chart. I need to have a minerals or a metals chart here, Joey, because there's a lot of these names now, and I just don't want to be myopic and only looking at MP because I'm involved with that one. So yeah, I could be interested here because right now we are at the 20. Look at this. So we got into $21, and now we're basically right back into that 20 moving average. Let's load up USAR and take a gander at what the level 2 looks like. What's the spread? What's the situation? We've got a 2-penny spread on a 20-ish dollar name. That's quite reasonable. Tightening up into 1. Continuing to watch here. Do we get a move below the 20? We're kind of below it right now. But how quickly do we get that retracement back up? And do we make a new 5-minute candle to make a new high? So here's the levels. The previous 5-minute candle is almost invisible. Look at this. Barely any distance between the high and the low. 20.75 high, 20.73 low. That's kind of what I meant by almost no distance there. This candle, opening print, the high 20.73, low 69. So we're getting really tight ranges here. What I'm looking for is a move back above a very green candle to kind of show us that the buyers are stepping in, and then we'll buy with the this candle, the 1240. Why am I looking at the 3 here? Look at the 5, my bad. Oh, that's finding support at the 3, eh? Okay, interesting. Okay, so let's keep the 3 on here because I thought this was the 5-minute chart. This ended up being the 3. Okay, so I'm going to keep an eye on this one. USAR, interesting here on the 3. Yeah, I'm gonna wait, guys. A move back maybe above into the 12 low 80s, mid 80s probably gets me back into the trade with this current candle low, that 2069, probably as my stop. But I'm gonna need to see a bit more here on USAR.
All right, good stuff. No, I'm just going over the note, guys. I mentioned that. I mean, we have an hour and 10 minutes. We're going to start the news in 10 minutes. So that's it for me. I was messaging somebody. I was like, yeah, trust me, it's very, very difficult to kind of keep that composure. But that's what we have to do. I can't be going gung-ho. And I mentioned, hey, man, you get frustrated, write it down. Type it out. You know what I mean? Just let all that frustration go from pen to paper, and it helps you out a little bit. I'll go over what you guys want to take a look at. So I'm getting some names already. We're going to take a look at BURU. Let me move this so I don't have to keep on switching, considering we won't be trading anymore. BURU. Let's see that. I've never even really heard of this name. Newborough Inc. Where is this located on? So, I mean, liquidity issues. You can see that this thing is 27 cents, but a 50% drop in an intraday session. So that's a tough look. This is definitely Sharif's world, and I don't even know if he would get involved in this on the daily. It was halted. Hold it for multiple days, and then it just opens up and flushes down. Oh, I think Benner was talking to me about this one. B-U-R-U. Other than that, tough look here. We don't typically trade these quarter names or anything like. Did a reverse? Oh, it did a reverse split as well. It was reverse. 69. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Palantir, how have you been performing for the rest of the day? A nice continuous grind and channel higher, so not too bad. A bounce off of those lows. And this is another name that was hit pretty hefty, down 40% off of those highs. That's not fun whatsoever. And same with Robinhood. We're still down more than 50%, I think, at this point, 155, 48% to be exact. So a really tough look in Robinhood. Some good time to maybe acquire a little bit, but at the break of 70, you want to get out of Dodge on that one, even though it's 9 points away. Moving forward, we'll go through a couple names. Make sure you guys get those votes in. LITE, Sharif. I heard Sharif talking about this one here earlier today. This has been monster, putting in a new all-time high, but this is a $700 name, Sharif, almost $800 at this point. Nice breakthrough the volume weighted average price. So nice trading there. Now gold, what have you been up to 486, a continuous grind higher, especially after those extreme volatile days that we had back in early February, but moving to the south side here. And that's how I feel about silver. I just don't think it's in play. I haven't been trading it well outside of this. Right? Like when we were grinding high, I had about a solid month where I was just catching the trend, going higher. But all up in here, no go. It has not been good. So we're going to probably eliminate that. And sure enough, I shut myself down here on IBIT, just the point I'm like, you know what, we're not going to get into that mode where we're tilted and then you have a bad rest of the day. I'm not going to allow the market to win that way today. Coin still forming that consolidated base of bull flag. Let's see if it's going to break out. It's going to need Bitcoin to climb higher. But Coin L, this is a 2x long ETF. Going all the way from $52 to $8. That's an 84% decrease.
All right, guys, I worked into USAR. It's going to be a super tight stop. As I mentioned, that candle on the 3 has a low of 2069. We're in at 73. It's going to have to hold that level because the trade is here, a pullback into the 20. If the 20 doesn't hold, it's irrational for me to stay into the trade. That's simple. Now, there is, of course, the possibility that I get wicked out and it goes along its merry way. And that's fine. So that's what we're going to risk for here. So we're in USAR, looking for a move to try to test that $21 level again, and we'll see what we get there. Okay, in the 78 it goes. Let's see if it can work into the 80s. It's below the 10 EMA right now, but it's been below the 10 EMA multiple times on the 3-minute chart, showing 78 on the ask, 76 on the bid. It's been a decent spread. I want to say 2 pennies at the most. Let's see what we can kind of get on this one. Separately, I'm continuing to watch TPET for something. A long, a short, as I mentioned, short below 94, long above 108, neither of which has come in. So really unsure what to think about this one, but I don't need to, because I don't need to think about it. Because quite frankly, I'm not going to think about it unless the levels come in. Not going to expend any mental energy on this one unless I see exactly what I like there. So continuing to watch in USAR here, and I'm looking for as follows. 2096 is my 2R, basically 2-to-1 risk to reward, and 3-to-1 takes me up to 2105. 2105 is exactly the high of the day, and I didn't create it like that, but that is kind of my that just is a happy accident. So let's see if USAR can work back into the highs, and I'll be a very, very happy trader if it does, assuming, of course, I don't get stopped out before it does. So that is what we're looking at there. I want to mention Sabre as well. Sabre's making a move here into the high of the day, 157, light on volume, but the higher lows are still very much intact on SABR. What is this thing up? It's up 31 2/3, so good look there on Sabre. And I want to also mention Battle.
BATL, yep, we were biased against this one. At 10, it cleared 10, and now it's at that key area of technical resistance. I am talking, of course, about the volume weighted average price at 10 1/4. It's right there right now. BATL could be a short here off the volume weighted average price. I don't have shorts for this one, so I won't be executing. Neil's not at his desk as well, so we're going to pack the patience here, Joey. We're looking for a move on USAR, and we're also keeping an eye on TPET.
Good stuff, brother. Let's see what we got. Super chat.
Joe.
You should use your Atlanta to get back to a positive mindset for trading, says Danny Boy. No, that's okay. Thanks for the super chat, though. I mean, I'm actually have a very positive mindset. I'm coming to the realization that today is not my day, and I want to save more of it for tomorrow. You don't always have to keep, if you're, like the thing is with trading is I'm sick of hearing the narrative on the fact it's like, oh, just keep going, but then eventually you dig yourself a hole. If you know yourself well enough, you know when to stop, and that's exactly what I'm doing, right? I just know when to stop. I've taken longs, I've taken shorts, and unfortunately they haven't worked for me, so I'm gonna stop. Why? Because I have 4 days left in the week, and if I have a good day every day for the rest of the week, I don't wanna have too big of a loss here today. All right, that's just the reality of trading. You don't always have to do the same thing over and over again. All right, moving forward, if there's anything else, yeah, Netflix is really strong today, guys. We talked about this not too long ago. You put in a new high. I thought you would see a little bit of a pullback, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Trendline broken on the 26th or 25th of February, hasn't looked back. Look at $74. That's a substantial move higher, 29%. Right? Just like that. As soon as the bidding war is over, that's it. We're out of it. We're starting to climb higher, and I think we're going to see a big-time recovery. What was the stock split day? Here it is. $110. So we're like 13 points away from that stock split. And then with that being said, $133 a high. So now only about 30% off of that specific area. So not too bad of a look whatsoever in Netflix. Has the cybersecurity name started to recover?
A little bit.
Did they?
They're way off the highs.
You would think, yeah, they're big time
Way
off the
off,
highs.
yeah.
You would think what was going on over the weekend, you would see a little bit more of a bounce in these, Sharif, considering it's like, hey, if we're not going to get our physical stuff, we're going to get our physical stuff blown out of the water. Maybe we'll protect our cybersecurity here. But anyways, aside from that, CrowdStrike forming that bull flag, not too bad of a look whatsoever. Bull, what have you been up to? $6 and change, not too good. Has Bitcoin recovered? Okay, so somewhat, but you're running into this bull flag low. You get the breakdown. Now that's acting as current resistance. I really want to know what Walmart has been up to. Walmart, ooh, not too good of a look in the staples. With that being said, guys, you know what time it is. As soon as I hear staples, I have to pull it up, and we're going to take a look at some of the top performing sectors here today. Energy sector. Who would have guessed it? Up 1.4% today. Industrial sitting in that second place. We like that. Obviously, everything to do with the AI build-out. I like what Michael Noss had to say this morning. And then the tech sector up 0.6%. Everything else in the red. Comms down 0.1%. Financials 0.15. The real estate a quarter. The utilities, a third. Materials, 0.5%. Consumer staples down 1%. Healthcare down 1%. And consumer discretionary down 1 1/5. Now, as for earnings, is there anything exciting this week? I mean, we are in the tail end. Oh, okay.
What happened?
So we like this, Sharif.
Okay.
On Tuesday, after the bell, we have CrowdStrike. Then we have GitLab as well. That's going to be interesting. But more of the discretionary aspect here, some staples, Target reporting Tuesday before the open, Best Buy, C Corp as well, AutoZone, just in case if anyone was curious about that one. And then ON, very interesting stuff. And Abercrombie & Fitch, Broadcom on Wednesday after the bell, Rigetti, Okta, Webull, American Eagle, so not too bad of a look there on Wednesday. And then Marvell and Costco on Thursday after the close.
Yeah, I've been watching American Eagle, looking at weaseling back in. It's just...
Did it pull back deeply or
not that deeply, bro?
Okay,
like it's at 24, 23, 25. The best day it'll have 26.
Yeah.
But it hasn't made any.
Is that what our bet was at? $26?
26, yeah.
Wow. And we were talking about that at like $13 or something, wasn't it? It was like 18. What was it? What?
Like single digits. Like 8, 9.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
sir.
crazy.
Yes, sir. Here is AEO, guys. Let's take a quick look. Bleed $23 right now daily. Look at this, Joey. But it's done this before. Like, look, remember the initial breakout?
Yeah,
so this is where we were talking about it. We were talking about like in this area here, flat top break, and then it gave back everything, and you were dancing. You were like, ha, ha.
Yeah, I was
right, because you were
dancing, but then I
pumped
knew I
about
was in
this,
trouble,
right? $14, and then it held. That's what I was looking for there, the holding of the breakout area, and it's kind of doing the same thing here. Do you think it comes back, maybe test that $20 area? Because that was a breakout, right?
It's crazy because we talk about the consumer weakening, but you look at all these retail names, and they're all pretty strong. Right? Like, wouldn't that be a solid symbol of like some strength within the consumer?
It is.
People buying.
Absolutely.
Like,
I would say so
in
certain categories.
Right there.
Oh yeah, well, it's okay. It's okay. Hangry. Well, your boy won it over here. Well, yeah, well, but your boy Joey Opsh as well was already up. To be fair to him, because
well, now we're break even because essentially, like, you paid me the exact same amount that I paid you.
Yeah, because I went and found the most expensive jeans. Which, ironically enough,
but
were the same price.
You just pocketed that. But did you buy any equities with it at least, or?
I bought jeans.
I know,
but I didn't buy any American Eagle jeans.
All right. I was gonna say I know what you did with it,
dude. I haven't even been in American Eagle in a while. Like, I haven't even walked into the store.
Tell you, last time I was in the mall was. I don't even.
I go to the mall because I take my parents on the weekend.
Do you? Did you walk around Yorkdale?
Yorkdale. We go to Fairview. We go to Vaughan Mills sometimes. Yeah.
Do you ever walk around Pacific Mall?
I haven't been, bro. Pacific Mall is one of my favorites.
I haven't been there in probably
all the bootleg
like 15
stuff from
years.
There. All the bootleg stuff. All right, let's get down to work, baby. We're going to start the news. It is 1 o'clock. Let's talk about oil because USO is up big, 4.5%, but it is down 2% since the bell rang, so giving back a little bit here. Let's talk about what's going on. You probably already know. Oil spiked after continued U.S. and Israeli military strikes on Iran over the weekend. President Trump said the operation, which is being called Operation Epic Fury, is going to continue until their objectives are achieved. We heard, as long as 3 to 4 weeks. Now I'm hearing as long as 5. We'll have to wait and see. And then there was additional expansions of the belligerencies that are happening right now, with Hezbollah also getting involved with causing a response by Israel. So Lebanon getting hit as well. And then we've obviously seen other attacks on Arab countries. The point is, though, about oil here is that the Strait of Hormuz now is in focus, as we kept telling you would be before this whole thing happened. And the reason it's important, Joey, is because 13 to 15 million barrels per day, about 20% of the global oil supply, flows through the Strait of Hormuz. And you have people thinking because of that, oil will probably hang around $80 a barrel for a while. We'll have to wait and see. Full closure of the strait is seen as unlikely because of the U.S.-Israeli air superiority in the area and military superiority, let's be honest about it. The bigger risk, though, is what we're already seeing. Sporadic vessel attacks, possibly by the Houthis, possibly by the Iranians themselves using drones and missiles. It's already happening. I think Adira reported that a tanker was on fire. That's obviously going to cause, concerns in the area, and that's what we're talking about here. 3 tankers already on the weekend were hit, with Asian, apparently, refiners having the most exposure here. American refiners are obviously getting some oil now from Venezuela, Canada, etc. So they're a bit more shielded. The Asian refineries get most of their supply directly through Asia, through the Strait of Hormuz. Alternative routes do exist, as I spoke about this morning on the morning show. Oman and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, can bypass the strait partially. Saudi Arabia also has that east-west pipeline vis-a-vis the Red Sea, which could also help. Then you go through, of course, the Suez Canal. But even with these contingency routes, 10 million barrels a day could remain vulnerable. And if the infrastructure is hit directly, which we already saw in Saudi Arabia with some of these Iranian drones, we could see a price spike, analysts say, up to $100.
President Trump is suggesting this thing could last 4 to 5 weeks, Joey, so we're probably going to have to deal with that oil headline risk for a little while.
Yeah, I think so. As you mentioned, multiple good points. There's not very many other routes that they can take. With such a large supply of the oil having to pass through that narrow strait, it's definitely going to have an effect on the oil names. As you can see, energy sector is up 1.4% today. Hopefully, the faster it gets dealt with. I mean, I don't know what the primary objective is there, Shreve, considering they already took out the leader. So what else do you really have to do? Maybe destroy some more of their military bases, anything along those lines. I'm not going to get too deep into that. But energy, you're seeing a pop in that. It was up 1.4% not too long ago. I think this continues to move. Occidental Petroleum, Oxy, was up today as well. So that wasn't a horrible look. A big gap up on OXY from the daily. But see, this is the narrative with these oil names, is that you get these strong moves, but then the gap eventually gets filled on Occidental Petroleum.
Let's go on to the next one. Defense stocks also obviously getting a nice move here. Let's bring in the defense watch list and see what kind of names we got and what kind of moves they're making here. Everything is making a move here on my defense watch list except Neil's AVAV, which is down 20% on the day. You got LMT up 2%. HII, which is Huntington Ingalls, up 1 3/4. You got TXT up 1 2/3. That's, of course, Textron. You got Palantir up almost 7%. Northrop Grumman up 4 1/4. Raytheon 4 1/5. Got LHX, which is, what's it called? L3 Harris up 2.9%. So you have a bunch of names all moving nicely, but a little bit, we'll have to wait and see whether they continue. But this obviously it makes sense with what's going on here. Defense stocks have already posted strong multi-year gains amid the rising geopolitical tensions. And we already know, for example, just like to bring back that watch list in, take a look at what these things are up year to date. LMT up almost 40%, 38 and change. HII, 33 1/4. You got, what's it called? Northrop up 32.5. RTX up 15. These are all year to date numbers. L3 Harris up 27 2/3. So they've already made a move before this thing happened. The escalation reinforces, though, the long-term structural spending tailwinds behind some of these military defense names, as we see NATO countries really increasing the percentage of GDP that they're spending on defense. For example, Canada up to now to 2% or 2.5%. They're going to go to 4%, I believe, by the end of the decade. That's a lot of money, man. And I'm not just trying to isolate Canada, but this is a NATO thing, and you got to assume
Canada needed it. Needs to do
But let's
that.
cut more crap, Joey. Japan is rearming. Germany is rearming, right?
Yeah.
Germany is rearming, right? So, like, there's going to be a lot of countries here, both NATO and outside NATO, they're going to be rearming. So we're going to have probably a long-term tailwind. The key question mark, though, is for these names, at least in the short term, how long does the conflict last?
Yeah.
And I want to put one more question to you. We hear a lot about dwindling supplies of armament, rockets, missiles, because they've been giving some out as well. They haven't been building as much. We're probably going to need to replenish.
You're talking about the United States.
Yeah. You're going to need to replenish everything they're using, so there could be more tailwind.
So that's the thing, right? I was just reading, so that's putting a little bit of weight on the budget. It's not making it easy, because once you use all of these, what do you want to do? You want to restockpile everything.
Right away.
You want to just obviously use all of it and then not have any for the future. We'll take a look at silver there momentarily. Take a look at silver. Is there a floor for me? Fabian, how are you going to pull up your own thing there? Yeah, we'll take a look there momentarily. No, but in all seriousness,
what a guy, eh?
If Donald Trump continues on this trajectory, I wouldn't be surprised to see these defense names continue to climb. The guy's been in Venezuela. Now he's just doing whatever he's doing in Iran. Where's the next thing? I don't know, man. This guy's playing chess when it seems like everyone else is playing checkers at this point.
Let's go on. Talk about gold. Joey, gold up today only 0.5%, down 0.75% since the bell rang. Silver is getting clipped, 6.5%. We'll talk more about gold when we get back from Adara.
Yeah, just be aware here. I'm seeing right now some headlines suggesting that the U.S. Appeals Court has returned jurisdiction over the tariff lawsuits to the trade court to determine next steps. So it looks like, I guess, jurisdiction here going to trade court, U.S. Appeals Court saying, no, thank you, more or less. We're going to have to wait and see what the next steps are for these, I guess, tariff lawsuits and whether or not the U.S. will have to repay these tariffs. Back to you.
Thank you very much. TPET is making a move here. So I'm keeping my eye out on TPET. I was looking long and short. Here it comes into 104. I'm looking for a taking of 108 before I get long. It's at 104 right now. Let's see what this one does. It keeps defending, though, the volume weighted average price. And in my humble submission, the longer it does this defense at VWAP, and it shows you very clearly the buyers are stepping in there, I think the more bullish it becomes. But it's going to have to take out key levels before we can really see what's to come next. Let's talk about gold. As I mentioned, they did jump about 2% in the pre after, of course, the belligerencies in the Middle East and the broader regional conflict. It hit a record, guys. At least at the time of the writing of this article, it could be different now. $5,554.82 was up 2.3%. The futures did rise, so that was a spot. The futures price rose 3.1% up to 54.1140, signaling, of course, strong institutional demand for protection. Markets are rotating into safe haven assets while equities and, these other risk-sensitive instruments are seeing pressure. That has changed a little bit since the bell rang, though. Analysts note the escalation is reinforcing portfolio hedging behavior amid geopolitical uncertainty. Probably stands to reason that one would do that. Iran, as we know, retaliated on Gulf cities, right? Whether it's Bahrain, Qatar, Dubai, they all, UAE, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, they all got clipped, right? Which is expanding the military action now. And Lebanon also got hit yesterday because of Hezbollah. My understanding is Qatar has now joined with U.S. and Israeli forces in attacking Iran. We'll have to see if Saudi Arabia throws their hat into that ring. I was telling my old man yesterday, I'm like, it probably behooves Saudi Arabia, who's spending up the wazoo on military equipment, to actually get real-life experience with these new purchases, because they have very little in the way of actual fighting experience aside from fighting the Houthis, which was more guerrilla-style tactics. Anyway, I digress. We go to Adara here for a second.
I just want to let you guys know this story is less for this kind of stock I'm going to mention specifically and more for what it kind of means overall for the market and for trends going forward here. So I'm seeing reports that SoftBank's PayPay is putting their IPO roadshow on hold after the Iran attacks. That's according to two sources. They're going to be assessing this IPO roadshow relaunch on a day-to-day basis. Now, for what it's worth, PayPay, which again, backed by SoftBank, Visa was reportedly a key investor, that was going to be happening this month in March of 2026, target valuation of $14 billion. Now, we know some other IPOs in watch, of course, include the SpaceX IPO. So if IPOs are getting put on hold due to concerns about Iran, that could be just a theme to watch out for going forward here. I'm also seeing a headline on IONQ, no move here, but I guess announcement that computing with trapped ions is here. That's an announcement from Quantinuum. So I guess competitor here of IONQ, no movement on this stock, though. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Guys, yes, BATL making the move. Shout out to Chuck of all trades. Great look there for you, brother. Let's see if this one continues up. BATL, I think, is at 10.5, 10.47, clearing the volume weighted average price. Not by all that much, but it is above it. So let's just be honest here. Great move and a great move above 10. Kill it, man, my man. Deep Cheeks AI. $2 super chat. Trump, quote, board of peace. All right, I know you're trying to duck that up there. All right, Los Palos Hermanos. Those Iranian... Come on, bro. Come on. I'm not reading that out. I'm not reading that out, man.
Who say what?
Your boy Los Palos there. He's a joker. I like him, but I'm not reading that out. Joey, investors, they're going to be keeping an eye on labor data this week, including the ADP employment, the non-farm payrolls, all of which could impact rate expectations and dollar direction. We know the dollar and gold typically, not always, typically inversely correlated, which could have, of course, an effect on the gold price.
Absolutely. And I mean, after all, what we've experienced over the weekend, an ongoing battle, you're going to see a little bit of a spike here in the precious metals. GLD now at one point was down substantially. I mean, we're talking about 17%. Now we're only 5% off of those highs. I think gold is going to make that push. You have countries stockpiling it, hedging against the United States dollar, and I think this is going to add a little bit more fuel to that fire.
The Jets ETF was down way lower than it is right now. The Jets ETF only down 2.25. Some of the outlying names in the world of airlines, JetBlue down almost 5. American Airlines is down 4. Delta is down 2 1/3. United down 2 3/4. Southwest down 1.5. They're all negative, but they're definitely off lows, and you can always see that on my watch list. When you see this column red and the immediate column beside it green, that means it's up since the bell rang. So this is change percentage since open, and that's change percentage, which means what it is up or down from 4 a.m. when the pre-market starts. Let's talk about this one. Delta suspended flights between JFK and Tel Aviv through March 8th to 9th. UAL doing the same thing. No flights to Tel Aviv through March 6th. They also canceled Dubai flights to March 4th. American scrapped that Philadelphia to Doha to March 4th, and then the Iranian airspace, the Kuwaiti airspace, the Bahraini airspace, Iraqi airspace all remains closed, which means these things gotta fly around it if they were gonna cut through it, which means more jet fuel spent. Of course, Middle Eastern carriers also canceling flights. Emirates, Etihad, Qatar, all canceled multiple routes. Nearly 2,400 flights were canceled yesterday alone, with the Dubai airport getting clipped. Who's seen the bombings and the fires and everything that under the Dubai airport there? Air India also cut flights to U.S. and Europe. British Airways, Lufthansa, also not flying to Tel Aviv, Bahrain, Tehran, UAE, all these areas, Joey, around the epicenter.
Yeah, you're not flying east right now, I don't think.
You're not flying east,
You're not
Joey.
flying east. You go west, but other than that, I mean, you have this large array of flights being canceled, but if it was as bad as we think it were, I mean, they're going to be closed and canceled for some time, but I think at some point we'll recover. They'll slowly start to implement these flights once again, because if it was really bad, Sharif, I think that we would see continuous selling here in the Jets ETF, so that's going to have all the UALs, the AALs, the LUVs, and everything along the Alaska Airlines. I think you'd see a continuation in this selling, but if we gap down on this morning session in the pre-market right at that open, and then we recover and fill most of that gap back.
SLV coming into a very important level, Fabian. This is the $80 level that we triple bottomed in the early trading from 925 until 940. It's been a very clear level of resistance on the day. It was support, and then it's been I think it's been obviously a resistance longer level, resistance level longer than it was support earlier on. So watch out for SLV. It's moving into the $80 area, and it's got some higher lows as a tailwind here. So watch out here. It could be another move or a retracement, maybe into 81, where VWAP is at around 81 on SLV. So keep your eye on that. Shout out to Fabian. Shout out to Assassino. SLV still down, guys, 5.92%.
You hear that one there?
Bro, that I always get goosebumps.
Yeah, goosebumps. Are you going to watch the live action?
Man, I haven't watched that in a minute.
No, the movie coming out, the live action.
Out?
Yeah.
You're lying.
Why would I lie?
Summertime? It's going to be a summer blockbuster?
Maybe. Not if
I hope they don't remake this one, because I'm sick of the remaking of classic movies. If they're remaking it, then I'm not watching it. Simple as that.
And it's remade by Paramount.
Yeah, remaking. Yeah, I'll hang on to the classics. All right, let's get down to work. AWS hit by Middle East outage, and they're doubling down on their investment in Spain. So let's get right down to work here. AWS confirmed that its unit suffered outages in the UAE and Bahrain after its UAE data center was struck by, quote, objects. 2 AWS availability zones in the UAE lost power, which impacted, of course, localized cloud service and enterprise clients that couldn't get on. AWS said the recovery could take many hours, signaling the extended service disruption risk. The company, though, didn't confirm, Joey, whether the incident was directly tied to regional military strikes, but the timing aligns, of course, with the escalating tensions. Customers were rerouted to other AWS regions where possible,
so they tried to mitigate some of the risks there. I also want to mention here that they're looking at investing more money in Spain. Big time money, Joey, to the tune of $21 billion or about 18 billion euros. This brings the total Amazon investment in Spain to 33.7 billion euros, positioning Spain as one of the biggest recipients of money from the European from the European AI and Cloud Hub. The investment is expected to support up to 30,000 jobs into 2035, and last year AWS had already committed $15.7 billion to Spain's Aragon region through 2023, Joey, and that's going to probably support about 17,500 jobs locally. You think maybe if they invest this much money and they throw all these data centers their way, the European Union might give them a little bit of a break there?
No,
give them a little bit of a break.
There's no way. Give them a shake.
They're not getting anything.
No, I don't think so.
No love.
Not so. I mean, to add to that, to your job stream, 6,700 of those are going to be full-time jobs. I mean, and that 39 billion, I should say, is already part of a 15 billion euro investment. So they're just going to essentially double that, and that marks 15 years of Amazon being in Spain, which I did not know. Very interesting stuff. So helping the build out, it's not just happening here in the Western world, it's going across the pond to Europe and Spain. As you can see that Amazon is continuously spending that money. But we're still down 20%, Sharif. Off of those previous all-time highs, $259, now trading at $208. Maybe not so bad here.
All right, let's go on to the next topic. NVIDIA, couple of headlines today. Let's talk about the inference chip. They're planning on unveiling a new processor designed to help OpenAI and other companies, customers, enterprise customers specifically, build more efficient AI tools. Here's what we're talking about. The chips that they're designing here is optimized for inference. We've talked about this with AI. Training and inference, those are the two kind of facets with AI. And training is a little bit dated. More people now, or more of these companies are looking at the inference capabilities of chips. And that was part of the beef, remember, between OpenAI and NVIDIA, where Altman, surreptitiously dropped this headline. He didn't admit to it in person, but it seemed to make its way out that he wasn't happy with NVIDIA's chips, specifically with inference, right? And then NVIDIA obviously countered or whatever, and they were both talking crap about each other, not directly. The platform, they're going to incorporate a chip design from the company that NVIDIA invested, I think, $20 billion into. That's Grok, G-R-O-Q, not G-R-O-K, not to do with Elon. It's not the LLM. G-R-O-Q. This company is supported by Chamath and some others, signaling, of course, collaboration and ecosystem expansion beyond NVIDIA's in-house silicon, which is really important because Grok focuses on application-specific integrated circuits. These are custom silicon designed for companies to run specific applications, mostly inference, and we've been talking about this particular type of chip eating into the gross margins that NVIDIA has, which are some odd percent for their GPUs. NVIDIA is wise to this, and that's why we have this investment. We reported to you guys, I think, a couple of months ago. As I mentioned, inference is increasingly viewed as the next monetization wave for AI when we talk about chips specifically. That's one story. The other story here is Morgan Stanley removing Micron from its top analyst pick or top pick and putting NVIDIA. And the firm argues concerns about NVIDIA's growth durability are likely to evolve into 2027. Enthusiasm, so concern now. Next year is bull market, according to people at Morgan. They're saying NVIDIA is trading roughly at 18 times 2027 estimated earnings, which Morgan calls a surprisingly good entry point. That is their words, not mine. The bank maintains an overweight rating on NVIDIA with a $260 price target, which is obviously a nice premium from where it's currently trading at.
Yeah, absolutely. $260 would put it substantially higher. And I mentioned this from before, right after the earnings report. As long as NVIDIA remains the king of inference, then I think this name is going to continuously climb higher and higher. that's been the nature of this beast. We do run into some support levels, and now we're bouncing off of them once again. We also NVDA striking a deal with Lumentum and Coherent as well, a $2 billion deal for research and development purposes. So, I mean, strategically, we like what Jensen's doing. And I'm trying to get a percentage metric here.
NVIDIA today, bro, 3%, man.
Yeah, that'd be at 44%. If we go up to 260, that's 43% from where we're currently trading.
Maximize that daily if you can, Joey. Look at the range that this thing has been in.
Yeah, yeah. I have a hunch that we break through this support level, and then that's when we
think so, eh?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but we would have broke out already, in my opinion, especially after that previous report, 93% growth. I think that we've come a little bit lower, maybe into the 160s, and then that's when we can head on that trajectory northeast.
All right, let's talk a little Tesla Cybertruck price adjustments. They were fleeting, to say. I'm talking about, of course, the discounts on the Cybertrucks, which were, I think, for 10 days. So we know Tesla has now raised the price of the dual motor all-wheel drive Cybertruck back up to $69,990 after dropping it for just a short special there, $59,990, which was a limited time promotion. The higher end trim does remain at $79,900. That's a premium all-wheel drive with the Cyber Beast, still $100,000, $99,990. Sorry, the prior discounted price coincided, of course, with softer sales, which suggested Tesla used incentives to stimulate the demand. No surprise there. Short-term implication is a margin positive move, but watch out for the delivery numbers, which we don't get for the Cybertrucks, but we can make educated guesses. We had Randy on earlier. He was talking specifically about that, how you're able to gauge exactly how many they produce per quarter, because they don't disclose those numbers directly. Separately, we got more European numbers for the EV maker. And finally, it's looking a little bit better. Tesla registrations rose 55% in France and 32% in Norway for February, which outpaced most of their competitors. Denmark, however, was still a sore spot, dropping 18%, showing that uneven regional momentum that Tesla's been on. Tesla's European sales, we know, got decimated last year, dropping 27%, partially from Elon's, obviously, political affiliations. But let's cut the crap. We know BYD's increasing 300% year over year in registrations there. So clearly a competitor with a great product and half the price. Just check out the BYD seal and all that comes with there. Market share in EU, Britain, and the EFTA was 0.8% in January, which was down 1% from the a year prior. Cheaper versions, though, Joey, of the Model Y and the Model 3 that were launched in Europe finally now are reaching customers. So could we possibly get a bit of a tailwind, because they have the standard versions of the Y and the 3, which come, without the rear screen, et cetera, et cetera. You get those. One more thing just before I send it to you. We know Bezos-backed Slate Auto plans to unveil their kind of very small pickup EV, sub 20. I'll believe that when I see it, but according to the reports, it's going to be sub 20,000. If you know, you know. Ford also reaffirmed its EV strategy with a possible mid-sized EV scheduled for 2027, but it's not going to be pure EV. We know that this is going to be the one with the onboard gas engine to recharge the batteries. It's not going to power the powertrain. It's not going to move the powertrain. It's just going to, it's a range extender, like we've seen with Li Auto and some others. So, just wanted to mention that. And Joey, we have a $2 super chat for you from Jim Carney.
What's up, Jim Carney?
Get it, Joey.
All right, Jim Carney. I won't be doing that, that's for sure, my friend. But aside from that, Sharif, heading back into the Chinese EV stepping into Europe, we know that when you first come into it, that's when you really have that kind of wave of exponential growth, because you're just stepping into that market. We know that Tesla held the dominance for quite some time, right? So when you hold the majority of the market share, there's essentially only one way it can go, and then the other way it can go. But let's not beat around the bush that the fact that they're going to eat Tesla's lunch, in my opinion, right? Considering price-wise, it's not even close. As for SFD, Tesla just hit 8.4 billion full self-drive. To add to your Euro sales, up 112% year over year in Portugal. So that's not
Wow,
too bad
that's not bad at all.
compared to 64% a couple months ago. So not too bad there with Tesla. I like what Randy was saying. I think he's like, if he's thinking about cutting production in the Cybertruck, I think he's going to start to do that for a lot of his models. You're going to get very little in the coming years, right? Considering if he's going to really focus on the Cybercab and on or the RoboCab, whatever you like to go, Cybercab and the robotics, then he's not going to really care about these low margin production vehicles.
I happen to agree. We kind of feel Tesla's evolving beyond a car company into an autonomous and robotics company. I don't think he can do it in one fell swoop because the market will not reward him for that. He'll be made to pay very aggressively.
You need to, listen, we're so forward-looking on this name. He hasn't even really sold any Optimus, right? Like, it's not ready. I don't know if it's not being mass-produced or anything along those lines. Cybercab, he did make that first one not too long ago, but still, that's still not even on a mass production scale yet. No. So, I mean, how many years down the road are we talking? Probably another half a decade.
But I do like their ability to scale the Cybercab
because
more
they have.
Number one, it's very very streamlined. Have you seen the inside and the outside?
There's nothing.
It's a small Model Y. You know what I mean? So
nothing.
I think it's
no steering wheels, so much less. It's all software essentially.
Well, the ones that are coming out now technically still have steering wheels and pedals because the regulation they force them. They force them to have.
But like
them on
I just said, 8.4 billion full self-drive miles. Waymo doesn't have anything close to that. So from he just needs more regulatory approval in order for this guy to really get rocking and rolling.
All right, guys, I want to bring your attention to a couple of things here. Silver is back above 80, and now silver is making the move here. It could see the volume weighted average price sooner rather than later with just a little bit above $81. It cleared that $80 level. I think the regional high here, the local high, 840. 840, there's a seller here at 840 that the market can't shake. Coming back down into 80 now. Let's see if it can hold up at this 80 level because 80 was clearly a resistance level here on SLV. Still down 5 3/4 separately. I want to bring your attention to a couple of other trades here. USAR is making a move here. It held the 20 exponential moving average on the 5 like a glove, and now it's putting in lower highs and it's giving me that rounding pattern. $20.79 with a 21.05 high. This looks like it could hit back into 21 here. Be on the lookout. USAR making a move here. The materials names are all strong. USAR stronger than MP, up 10% on the day. MP up 7 3/4 separately. BATL is awfully strong. Whoever is in this in the chat, good on you and good for having that conviction and following through. I forget the names of those who were interested. You had resistance at 10. You took that out. You had resistance at 10 1/4 or 10 1/3 because of VWAP. You took that out. And here we are on the way to 11 with an official high of day of $11.31. But we do have that $13, $12.99 to be exact. That is the pre-market high that we got into at 710. BATL up 94%, but still off the pre-market highs. Be on the lookout for that one, Joey. Just want to mention those. Let's go back in now to the next topic. Talk about NCLH, Norwegian Cruise Lines. Where are they at? Are they down or are they up? They're down big, and they are SSR, down 9.2% after reporting earnings this morning. Let's go through that earnings report. Wall Street was expecting 26 pennies EPS on $2.3 billion in revenue. Here's what they did. So that's the Street's expectations. Now, where's theirs? Oh, I don't even see where theirs is. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Management previously guided 238. That's full year. Let's just go to the full year. 257 EPS, up from an expected 208 in 2025. Management previously guided $2.38. So a little bit higher there is what the full year, the analysts are looking for the full year. That's below the 257 expected by analysts. As we mentioned, shares are down 9% and short sale restricted. A fuel sensitivity issue here, a 10% change in fuel prices impacts quarterly EPS by about a penny. And for the full year EPS, it'll impact it about 7 pennies. They've hedged, though, about 51% of their 2026 fuel consumption and about 27% of their 2027. The way they do that is they buy these futures contracts, which is what futures contracts were actually designed for initially. I think they were for farmers, for looking to hedge against, crop issues there, but it's been used for other purposes. Oil and macro headwinds. We know the escalating U.S.-Iran Israel tensions are pushing oil prices higher, which is a direct cost headwinds for these cruise operators. Hedging does provide partial protection, but not fully. And they're going through a CEO transition, and now Elliott Investment, they're trying to get in there and cause some activism. So the new CEO, John Chitsey, former Subway CEO, he took charge recently following an abrupt leadership change. Activist investor, though, Elliott Investment Management, did disclose a 10% stake in February and is pushing for board changes and a strategic overhaul. Elliott is arguing that the proposed changes could drive shares more towards that $56 area. That's more than double the current levels. The stock has lagged its peers, though, Joey, especially, though it's been up 20% in the last month. It's outperforming Royal Caribbean and Carnival, which have been up 9% and 14%, respectively.
CCL been performing pretty good as of late.
Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, occupancy up 101% year over year. That's not too bad. Fuel costs obviously coming in as an issue, but I like this, that the CEO is just stating that he's looking to cut the bureaucracy, essentially, and getting more involved in the Caribbean. We need more of that in this, or I probably shouldn't say that, but anyways, aside from that, NCLH has been underperforming its peers. You're up 28% off of the bottoms, though.
You're off 28%. All right, let's go on to the next topic. EchoStar, SATS is the ticker. This one, where are we at? Let's find out. SATS. Oops. SATS. I just remember this one from when I used to live with my parents, and they had that big, huge black satellite dish in the back. EchoStar was like all the satellites that we would change to, because it would move from satellite to satellite, right? They were all EchoStar. It's up 5%. Not a bad look for them. Let's talk about this. They reported full year 2025 revenue total of being about $15 billion. That is down 5.2% year over year. They also posted an operating loss of $17.7 billion. That was really driven by one item, which was $17.6 billion in impairments. The net loss attributable to shareholders was about $14.5 billion. Their net interest income expense totaled $1.5 billion, but that was offset by a $4.4 billion income tax benefit. And their free cash flow for full year 2025 also negative, $1.74 billion, highlighting, of course, the ongoing liquidity pressure. We're going to pause the news segment for a second here. We got to go up to the big desk with Adara because she has a very special guest.
We're very excited to welcome Max Porterfield to the show today, President and CEO of Visionary Copper and Gold. How are you doing today? Thank you for being here with us.
I'm doing great. Excited to be here today.
Yeah, excited to have you. So let's just start by talking about the company. Again, Visionary Copper and Gold. What is your company's mission and what differentiates your company within the mining sector?
So we're focused on delineating and growing critical and precious metals-rich deposits in known Canadian mining jurisdictions here in Canada. So we've got a portfolio that spans across a number of different provinces here in Canada that are, again, encompasses both gold, copper, zinc, and silver. And our focus is, again, to drive those resource growth and to really discover and define the future mines for our communities here in Canada and to go abroad as well. Really, in the focusing around being in close proximity to these communities allows you to reduce your upfront capital costs to go into production to develop. Your exploration costs are actually much cheaper. You've got local workforce, and you also have access to water and power. And that all reduces your upfront capital costs and allows you to go into development much more quickly.
Let's talk specifically about this Point Leamington deposit. So can you explain to any investors or just our audience in general here why this is significant and what makes it unique from a geological standpoint?
So Point Leamington is unique in that, again, it's situated in the province of Newfoundland. It's got access by road and trail access. The province of Newfoundland also benefits from cheap hydroelectric power and has an existing resource. What makes Point Leamington so unique is it's a pit-constrained resource, so it sits right at surface, so it's amenable to potentially an open pit operation, which has, again, much lower upfront capital costs as well as operating costs. And it already starts with a sizable resource. So within the existing resource that we've published in 2021, it has 500,000 ounces of gold, 8 million ounces of silver, 170 million pounds of copper, and over 700 million pounds of zinc. So we have a significant resource that we're looking to dramatically expand through future exploration that's ongoing right now, which is what I'm so excited about.
With that in mind here, with these explorations, what can you tell us about your recent drilling results? Because I know you reported wide intervals of copper and gold. There's this new zone called Kraken. So what do these discoveries mean for the future of your project?
Yeah, so our focus is growing the size of the resource. And when you do so, we've brought in a great new technical team that's got experience in VMS systems, brought in new technologies, and there's been a big understanding or advancement in understanding of these deposits and how they're formed, and really where you need to look to add more. And Kraken is really the first start of that. That's the first hole in the new discovery. It all starts with one discovery, and then you start stepping out. That's the most exciting part about the exploration business, and that's where you have tremendous amount of value creation for your shareholders, as well as the company, of course, as we're driving that. And so that's what Kraken's all about. It's the first hole into a zone that sits near surface, adjacent to the existing resource. So it's completely new, and we're looking to immediately follow up to expand and define how big Kraken is and what that means to adding to the existing resource space.
Let's dive more into the resources in particular here. How might the drill results that you've had change the existing resource size or quality, and also what could this mean for both your shareholders and for future development within the company?
Well, the first hole into it was very wide and carried significant copper grades within that. And so when you're looking at growing a resource base, widths are very key, because the wider the interval, the larger their endowment or potential metal content. And what we're looking to do is establish an aggressive step out to delineate and grow that resource base, because ultimately what you do is you look to upgrade that resource base in the future, and then you look to then begin your economic studies and really define how you're going to go about mining it from an economic standpoint and from an operational standpoint in the future.
So let's end here, I guess, by talking about your next step, specifically with Point Leamington. What are your plans for follow-up drilling, exploration, and moving towards a potential economic study or mining operation, as you kind of mentioned here?
Well, it's drill, baby, drill. I mean, that's what the business is all about, is drilling. It's the most exciting part of the business, and that's, again, where you get big value creation. So that's what we're going to be focusing on. It's the first step, and you just got to keep the drills going. So we're going to continue to step out drilling, and that's going to drive, again, what we're going to be doing in terms of defining the growth of Point Leamington as a Tier 1 asset located in a great jurisdiction of Newfoundland here in Canada.
Yeah, drill, baby, drill. Very timely call here. Thanks again to Max Porterfield, President and CEO of Visionary Copper and Gold, for being here with us today.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you very much, guys. Great interview, great information. Very, very interesting topic as well, man. Fracking is showing up in everything. Like, do you know geothermal? They're doing fracking and geothermal now, not just nat gas. Yeah, like the green energy. Everybody's been pounding the table on geothermal. Like, oh, there's already heat in the crust there. That's how they're getting to it, apparently. Super interesting stuff there, guys. Thank you for that interview. Let's go on, though, to the next topic. Yeah, just let me set up over here. Let's go on to the next topic. We were talking about EchoStar. We didn't finish that quite yet, so let's finish that one. Segment breakdown for EchoStar. Pay TV revenue. Everything is almost down here. $9.7 billion. That's down almost 10%, 9.2%. Wireless revenue, $3.8 billion in revenue. That's up 5.6%, but they're still losing money there. An operating loss of $495 million, and giving you an idea that the operating expenses there are still high. Broadband and satellite service revenue. You think that this one will be picking up. $1.5 billion in revenue, their smallest segment, and down 7.6%, and bleeding money there too. $1.6 billion operating loss, with their wireless ARPU, average revenue per user, up to $37.41 with a churn rate of 2.84. AT&T spectrum monetization strategy. So EchoStar reached agreements to transfer wireless customers to AT&T and transition to a hybrid MNO model, abandoning the unused 5G assets. The company will sell spectrum assets to AT&T and SpaceX, and they're expecting about $22 2/3 billion in cash for that, which is for the 3.45 gigahertz and the 600 megahertz license. That is still, though, subject to approval by the regulator. That includes the amended SpaceX terms, and the total consideration there, meaning money that they get, is about $20 billion, with up to $11 billion in SpaceX stock. with the transaction, but they could be a going concern, Joey. EchoStar ended full year 2025 with $3.16 billion in cash equivalents, including restricted cash and investments. Management expressed substantial doubt about its ability to continue as a going concern until the AT&T and SpaceX transactions, I should say. So very, very much here contingent upon this deal getting through, Joey. Otherwise, they could be in a but
yeah, but like, I don't know if this is the right chart or not, Sharif. They don't look like they're in very much trouble. Up 332%.
Yes, sir.
Since September.
People like the deal.
People like the deal. But I mean, from a subscriber standpoint, they're down 9,000 subscribers on the quarter, but up 90,000 year over year. Closed quarter with 77.5 million retail wireless subscribers, so that's not horrible. The pay TV segment compromised Dish TV and Sling TV, generating about $2.36 billion in revenue for the quarter, up 332%. That's not too bad whatsoever. The company also disclosed the quarter with $7 million paid TV subscribers, including 5 million Dish TV subscribers at 1.9 million Sling TV subscribers. I've never even heard of this stuff, to be honest.
Dish? You never heard of Dish Network?
No, I've never. Yeah. I know the
Direct TV and Dish Network.
Yeah, I know the Dish. I remember the Dish, but dude, that stuff was like already being phased out by the time. Like it was more of the rural individuals using.
Well, I had one. I had one for a reason.
You know what I mean? Though it's just like, oh, okay, I know you.
And then when they dropped that because everyone went to IPTV, right?
Yeah.
It's like we can't crack their code anymore, right? We're just gonna put all the channels on the internet.
That's crazy.
IPTV 8, their cake. Guys, USAR is making a move into the high. What's up, Fabian?
Oh, man.
Okay, so I never used Sky. I used DirecTV and Dish Network. So is that what you're talking about? Yeah, okay. Those were the two that I had growing up. DirecTV was harder to crack. Who remembers, is there anybody in the chat that remembers H cards and HU cards? Does anybody, or am I just ancient? Hey? Yeah, so if anybody remembers that, throw up a 1. If you don't, throw up a 2. Yes, Hypercube remembers. Okay, so you guys know exactly what I'm talking about.
What is this?
So remember the receivers?
Yeah.
The receiver that go over the TV, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So you would put a card in there. It was like it looked like a credit card. It had like the chip that you have on the debit card, right?
Okay.
And then that chip there, Joey, was whether you got channels or not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what channels you looking at?
You guys know exactly what I'm talking about.
I have no
Look at all the
idea,
ones
man.
coming in. You got all the channels, okay? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, but I gotta understand this is like probably past, might be a little
You
bit
got the
bad.
channels.
Yeah, you got the channels.
You got the
I know
channels.
what channels, brother. I know what channels. If you had Spike TV on there, you used to watch Spike TV?
Yeah, of course. And man, the good days though were when you got Pride pay-per-views because you couldn't get Pride. Back in the day,
Like
it was
the
all
fighting-
UFC.
Yeah.
Because there were some heavy hitters. Rampage was there. Wanderlei was there before they all came to UFC.
Rampage.
A lot of the fights were there, brother. They were
aside from Trader
freaking
TV,
amazing.
Aside from Trader TV, Rampage Jackson is the best follow on social media.
Really, eh?
Yeah, yo, he's the best, man.
I gotta follow this. Okay, I didn't even know that. You're telling me about who to follow on social media. I like the change. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I love Rampage.
All right, let's get down to work here, guys. ZBAO is curling up, says Bovin. ZBAO. Check that one out, guys. Let's talk about Qualcomm unveiling a major global coalition at the MWC Barcelona conference aiming to accelerate development and commercialization of 6G starting in 2029. Dude, I'm getting fine. I'm getting fantastic speeds here on 5G. I don't see the need to go to 6G, but I understand the latency is a big issue here, and it's better on 6G. The initiative includes telecom operators, cloud hyperscalers, device makers, enterprise tech leaders included in this huge list of sectors: Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Samsung, Nokia, Cisco, Dell, HP, and multiple carriers. So to say there's a lot of people involved in this 6G initiative is an understatement. The group will follow a milestone-driven roadmap targeting early system validation and pre-commercial 6G devices, as well as networks in 2028. That is ahead, of course, of the commercial rollout.
The strategic objective here is quite simple. Getting tired. Establish interoperable global 6G standards and build a unified ecosystem early. That's going to position Qualcomm at the core of the next wireless cycle. So what's 6G so good for here, Joey? 6G is being designed as an AI native system. It's going to integrate connectivity, wide area sensing, and high performance compute all into one intelligent architecture, if you believe the hype here. The key features are going to include what they're calling intelligent radios, AI-based network autonomy, cloud-based RAN. RAN stands for radio access networks, as well as distributed edge-to-edge cloud centers, Joey. So I'm not going to go on because it gets highly technical, but are you kind of bullish on this whole 6G thing, or do you think they're coming out with a technology we don't really need?
I don't think we need that, especially for everything's heading into satellites and stuff, so I don't even know.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Does this make it like the technology we all don't need, because all of a sudden it's going to be 5G capable, 6G capable into satellites?
Exactly.
Man.
So I think that's why Qualcomm's kind of stuck within this range here. Just a technology we may not need, Sharif.
I wonder if 6G, the actual technology, can be deployed on the satellites in the same way that we can get 5G without any change in the phone's architecture right now with some of the satellites that I think Astis is putting out there, as well as SpaceX. Guys, fact check me if you guys know. This 6G technology, can this just be duplicated on these low Earth orbit satellites, or is this kind of terrestrial only? If you guys understand about this kind of stuff, tag me so we can have a discussion about it, but I don't know too much about it. Let's talk about Netflix, upgraded by JP Morgan. Organic growth, according to Morgan here, is back in focus. So they upgraded Netflix, Joey, from neutral to overweight, reinstating their coverage after a restriction period. I guess maybe they didn't want to cover it while it was going through the acquisition, or the failed acquisition, I should say. The firm raised its price target to $120 up to $124 up from the prior $120. Note, reset reflects refreshed modeling assumption. Analysts call Netflix a healthy organic growth story, and they're citing the durable subscriber trends and the pricing power. The upgrade highlights the improved visibility into revenue growth and margin expansion heading into 2026 now that the Warner Brothers deal is off the table. And here's what they're citing as revenue drivers. They like ads, they like the pricing, and they like their cost control. So JPMC's Netflix benefiting from continued advertising tier monetization, as well as incremental price increases and disciplined cost control. The firm projects about $2.8 billion in 2026 share repurchases to put money back into the shareholders' hand, and that's going to be aided in part by that Warner Brothers termination fee, which Paramount Skydance is going to pay for.
That's like $2 billion right there.
2.8.
Yeah.
If my memory serves me right. The subscription-based model remains relatively insulated compared to the ad-heavy peers, supporting that premium valuation multiple. They also say the buybacks in 2026 could provide, I should say, incremental EPS support and signal confidence in long-term cash generation. So I think you think this is the beginning of the turnaround for Netflix?
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Remember I mentioned not too long ago, remember with Google, and we didn't take it into enough consideration, how much the antitrust was weighing on the stock? Boom. Judge rules in their favor. Look what happens to the name. All-time high, all-time high, all-time high. Yep. I think that's going to be the same narrative here. This bidding war was weighing on this stock that was fundamentally strong. Now they don't have those financial obligations and have to take care of that BS linear TV that would have came with Warner Brothers Discovery. Right? It's unfortunate that they miss out on the catalog. That's fine. But Netflix originals, I think they're going to be completely fine the way that they are, as long as they remain creative. They have great series. And I think if they continue to run with the Stranger Things, they can spin off of that. That's one of the most successful TV series. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think Paramount's going to mess up a lot of these shows coming out of, with Warner Brothers Discovery. I think Derek can agree with me on that front as well, too. I think they're going to
I'm scared.
Yeah, I don't have
and
as
I
much.
love HBO. I'm terrified. What will it do to my Crave?
Exactly.
What will it do to my John
What's going to
Oliver?
happen with the HBO Max series? That's what I think, in my opinion, are the best. The Game of Thrones. They obviously have Harry Potter. I think that Netflix would have done a much better job at the spin-offs from these specific things. That's why I like that they now don't have this. The Knights of Seven Kingdom. Yeah, it was all right. It was right. It took a while to get going. Not too bad. It's a spin-off. House of Dragons didn't do so well.
I heard about that. That's
House of Dragons wasn't Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah, House of Dragons, in my opinion, it was good, but not as good. The Knights of the Seven Kingdom, a big rebound. But I think Netflix is going to be just fine with their catalog, and the fact now they don't have this big financial obligation.
All right. Thank you very much, Matthew, for the $1.99 super chat. It's not followed with a comment, though. I do appreciate RacerX9. What I thought Netflix canceled the deal. Wouldn't they have to pay? No, the termination deal is going to be paid by Warner Brothers, but Warner Brothers already with another deal with Paramount, they said they would cover Warner's breakup fee with Netflix. So we'll have to see how that goes. I think there was a stipulation there that it had to be regulatory. I'm not sure. You guys are going to have to go and look at that. I'm keeping an eye here on TPET because it tried to break again into 105. Keeping an eye on that. BATL is continuing to make a move above that volume weighted average price. It's finding resistance at 11 now. So BATL is back. USAR as well, trying to work back into $21. What a hold that was at the 20 AMA. Beautiful look, about 9 pennies away from the day high, up almost 11% now for USAR. So keep a lookout on that. Let's go to Palo Alto Networks. Announced an expanded security ecosystem at the Mobile World Congress aimed at protecting next-gen 5G and Internet of Things infrastructure. The company unveiled collaborations with Nokia, T-Mobile, and others, broadening its telecom integration footprint. These partnerships enable telecom operators and enterprise to deploy secure 5G networks built to withstand the rising cyber threats that we see. The initiative does reinforce Pandub's strategy of embedding security directly into telecom and the infrastructure layers that come along with it, rather than acting as a side add-on. Not a bad look there. They are integrating next-gen firewalls and AI-powered security directly both into 4G and 5G infrastructure, and the collaboration with Nokia enables the deployment of the secure network solutions that combine telecom hardware with embedded cybersecurity controls. I'm not going to go over this whole thing. I wanted to mention here that Pandub is, I think, isolated from some of its competitors. There's a problem here. Pandub was kind of, let's just say, along with CrowdStrike, but it was ahead of CrowdStrike for best in class. When you're best in class, that means everybody's gunning for you. So my understanding is that this company has had to give more and more discounts to its certain clients to prevent them from going over to Zscaler, from going over to CrowdStrike, and that's eaten into margins, and that's why we're seeing some margin pressure here on some of the earnings calls, as well as the forward guide. That's number one. You need to be on the lookout for that if you're going to invest in this name. Number two, their platformization strategy, which basically, takes all these different type of cybersecurity angles and consolidates them into, yes, you guessed it, one platform, is not having the type of margin accretion that the company expected. In fact, some of the companies that they've acquired that they've been trying to, force into this platformization strategy has cost them a lot of money to integrate. So this is another problem and another margin compression headwind for the company. You need to be alive to that, or even if they're going to expand into new moats, their current moats are under pressure. That is a cause for concern. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to Adara.
Of commentary coming from JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon right now on CNBC. He's talking about a wide range of topics, talking about inflation, saying that if Iran conflict is not prolonged, there won't be a major inflationary hit, but implying what Janet Yellen said earlier, that if we do get a prolonged conflict, there could be some inflation concerns. He's also saying here that government debt is not in good shape right now, and that banks want to see a level playing field with crypto firms. Didn't really see much crypto move on that, but keep an eye on JP Morgan. Finally, he was asked about the Trump debanking lawsuit against JP Morgan, to which Jamie Dimon said, quote, "I am sympathetic. The case has no merit, but I agree with him. I'd be angry too. Why is a bank allowed to do that?" So interesting comments on this lawsuit from Jamie Dimon himself, CEO of JPM.
All right, TPET is coming into that area high, guys. I still have that breakout trade, which I have to cancel now because I'm going to be on the desk in a second. But it is coming into that 108 area, so be on the lookout there. If you guys are looking at taking TPET, it's working into that local area high. Here it is into 107. This could be the move here if we can get above that triple bottom that we put in at 1050 all the way, I want to say to 1105. TPET in focus here, not a bad look. But Joey, give us your take here on PanDub as we run down the show.
Yeah, I thought considering what we had going on over the weekend, you would see a little bit stronger of a bounce in the cybersecurity names. That hasn't been the case whatsoever. PanW is still down like 33% off of its previous highs. So I thought we would see a bit more of a bounce in CrowdStrike, Zscaler, and PanW, but definitely not the narrative on today's session.
All right.
They're all really getting banged up.
They're all getting clipped.
33, like PanW and CrowdStrike are down the exact same thing.
All right, Adair, give us your take on PanDub.
I'll be brief because a lot of it has to do with this stock that I know Joe watches, and it's CrowdStrike. CRWD, I believe this is one of Joe's picks for the year. They report earnings tomorrow. They got an upgrade this morning. I think it's interesting here. We kind of start the week with a catalyst in a different cybersecurity name as we prepare for CrowdStrike earnings. For what it's worth, CrowdStrike responding quite well to this upgrade, which was predicated at least in part in the fact that the stock's been beat up so far this year. So let's see if this earnings report justifies the bloodshed or maybe gives a little bit of a reason to buy. But in just over 24 hours from now, estimate 4:10 p.m., we're going to hear from CRWD and CEO George Kurtz.
Very exciting. We're going to see exactly what happens with these cybersecurity names, which, as we've both mentioned, have been beaten to the ground lately with SaaS-mageddon, cybersecurity-mageddon, whatever the hell you guys want to call it. Matthew, hello. Notices Shanghai spot silver is 99.92, and they have 13% import tax. Right now, 14% spread on arbitrage. Thoughts on institutions pushing price down to profit on arbitrage? Thanks. I'm not intelligent enough to make that assessment, nor do I trade metals to be able to kind of know that world, but that is something that I was alive to and knew there was a disconnect between the prices in China and the world as well, because they have kind of a very unique situation over there. Joey, do you want to comment a lot?
No, I can't really say.
That's not my world, I got to be honest with you. Maybe the big kahunas can look at that. But it's...
What are you doing?
Man. All right, guys, it is now. We can wait another 10 seconds so we can get one in the bank.
Bro, these guys owe us a full session.
Hold on. We gave them one this morning, right? And then Neil was very quick to point that out. He's like, we got to deduct that from the other one. Well, now we're going to be breaking.
Their deductions are crazy.
Their deductions.
They don't realize. Yeah, they don't realize that people don't forget. Remember that one time they went out with Mendel?
Yes, I do. Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? It's like, man, like you guys at
good
least,
vibe.
Like, I can,
Katina Man's getting lit up over there, bro.
The time they owe us, I can take the rest of the week off, essentially, at that point. You know what I mean?
That's a statement there. That's a statement. All right, guys. It's been a hell of a day today on these markets. A lot has recovered, as you could see, from the lows that we were seeing this morning. We're going to send you over to the big boys. They're going to be that way, and I'll see everybody momentarily for the afternoon rundown at the big desk.
Neil Nobody appreciates fostering important business relationships.
We are literally out at business lunches saying, guys, we have to go.
Yeah.
We have to go. We have these guys that are back there, you know,
they're counting on us.
We're team players. And they're like, no, guys, we need to derive more business, build the business, build the brand. And we're like, okay, fine, we'll stay for another time.
You think I want an extra glass of wine? Do you
Hell
think,
no. You think, no.
Am I trying to eat that extra piece of sushi? No, of course I don't want that. You, come on now. We're here for the people.
The next time we go out for gorgeous lunches and anything like that, we're just going to send Joe. We'll just send Joe.
And then we'll get that going.
Sharif,
I don't want an extra cocktail.
Sharif can hold down the fort.
No.
Sharif and I will do it, and then you'll sub next time, and these guys can have their way. But what an interview. Thanks for guys. That was a great midday show. And of course, the midday show is the flagship of Trader TV Live. These guys. No. And I'm saying that because, you know, the news, everything like that, great segment there. And plus, Adara had a killer.
Great.
Adara's eating, but that was a great interview. Like, you know, the way Adara has evolved, it's almost like a Pokemon. You went from like a Charizard into like whatever those other ones are.
Look, my daughter collects them, but it doesn't mean I have any idea what you're talking about.
No. Well, once you level them up, they start to.
Okay.
Yeah, like Charizard is something else. Charmander, I think.
So what do they start out as?
I don't know. Little. Yeah, Charizard.
Okay, well,
Charizard is the highest, as far as I know.
Well, if you're trying to get to a Charizard as a trader, and you want to level up your game,
Yes.
you know what's for you? The Academy, baby, because now that the Trader TV Academy is officially live, we're seeing a lot of you diving into the modules, and we've been posting pretty much every single day, all of us on that news feed, so make sure you catch us there. Look, we've done the work to make sure this platform is ready, and it's your turn to step inside. You can get started on your journey today, starting price at $480 introductory value right there, and if you haven't joined the tons of traders inside, now is your time. You can scan the QR code out in front of you, dive in, become a Charizard. I don't even know if I'm saying that right.
You are.
I'm saying that right because I mean, I call myself a nerd, but
become a Charizard.
That's the one place where I can't claim I know any idea what I'm talking about. We know what we're talking about though in trading, and that's why we've got this academy locked and loaded for you guys. So check out the modules, jump in while the water is warm, even though I'm freezing today. And yeah, the market.
It's because you got the aerodynamic head. Remember, we talked about this now.
Yeah.
And now that's going to forever be.
If I wasn't going to Florida next week, I would shave. But I wanted to have the. I was gonna do it. I was gonna wait till the summer to do it, but then I was like, you know what? Let me just do the trial run now.
Well, you've had it before, but
I have, but I haven't done it since.
Yeah. I got you.
I think it was COVID. I did it.
Yeah, probably.
Might have been.
COVID is like.
That's such
time just flies. I have no idea.
Feels like yesterday, but it's really.
I already am a Charizard. I'm not. I don't. I'm already that guy, man. Trust me. So, but I'll try to level up, man. I'll try to get going. I'm gonna try to be that rare illustrator, Logan Paul style, right there. I saw my boy Kevin O'Leary yesterday walking around with what he claims to be 20 million across his neck, right there. He has a one of a kind. It's Kobe and Michael Jordan autograph patched card. It's actually, if I can show it to you. Online, you see it. Next time he comes on, I'm going to talk to that man about that right there. And then he has it all blinged out in a Tiffany's case, like my guy Logan had as well. So, yeah, those guys really representing the sports card angle. And the thing about all that is like if you don't shill those, then no one's going to. So you sort of have to be that guy that goes around and starts shilling, like Logan Paul, like wore it down on WrestleMania, and you got to make a thing of it in order for it to be something.
You have to create that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go, man. Thank you. I guess if I'm a legendary Pokemon, I guess that's pretty good. Thank you so much for that talk there. You have a funny name, and I don't know if I should say it, but
let me see.
It's here. I'm gonna put it on in 1 second.
Oh, yeah, I saw it. I just saw it.
It's high on life. I think he means Jesus.
Jesus
is high.
Is high.
Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, could be. Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
That's right. That's probably the Dominican baseball player. Jesus.
Or Jesus.
Jesus.
Or Jesus is the high one.
Yes, something like
which
that.
Can
we're
have
not
more.
trying to
Which
be,
could have more.
We're not trying to be political up in here or religious. Okay, so yeah, Bitcoin had a nice run, man, up to 69,000. I think we saw that today. That was a good one. Stopped on a dime at 70. So we can have a quick look over here. A quick look on this. This is the chart that I use here. Shout out to TradingView, should be sponsoring me. But there it is, 98.60 all the way down to 98.50. So the dollar right now making a little bit of a move back side. Bitcoin, I don't even think it's very expensive for a paid premium version of TradingView either. There it is. So Bitcoin, yeah. So we had an epic. Ooh, didn't even notice this one. That was I wasn't here. Ooh, we actually broke 70,000. Right there, that was nice.
Briefly.
Yeah, that's your. This is your. I mean, look, hindsight, but huge move up, fade, right? Huge move up, like all these moves. This one didn't fade, but you get to that key level of 70 was kind of an easy pushback through. So let's see if that happens again. Now you have that high. I wouldn't short it against that high. I just want to see if it does that same move again. Then you can push it back down through 70 if it fails top again. So that's kind of the trading that I'm trying to do. Very similar to what we have on Google. I mean, I can explain some of the trading that happened here on Google for me today as well. But Bitcoin up to 70 was pretty nice. And yeah, here it was. It came through, didn't push 307. We pushed it lower, and then right back in there as we averaged up. I'd have liked to average down into this if it kept on winning, but we stopped on a dime right there at 306, right there for Google. So pretty happy with this short, although would like to see it play out a little bit in the futures as well. Short, nice trade there. Now just waiting to see. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm getting a little anxious now. I don't like, we had not a rough morning, but we had a morning where we were shorting all of these names and just they kept on popping upside. So now I have emotion, no damage about the short.
We have a key.
Emotional damage.
It's one of the few ones I actually press the button.
I think I do it pretty good anyways there, but yeah. So I've got a little bit of that damage on the short side of trading so far here today. So, but okay, yeah, you're in. You're in Carnival. Okay.
Well, I was going to be in. Well, we're about to do the rundown. I was looking for a re-entry into NCLH, but the one that was doing a trend break was Carnival on Sympathy. So it was basically like a trend breakdown happened, and there wasn't like an entry that I could get in NCLH. But we're going to go into the rundown this afternoon to see what names you were all interested in and wanted us to talk about, as you got to cast your votes all morning long.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil and Sean, the big boys, as they're known. They're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is to join us in the chat and to vote every day for your favorite tickers. You got to throw in that $sign, though, before voting. But make sure to vote every day. We're up bright and early now at 8 a.m. Triple Qs. Let's look at all four major averages before we get into the actual top five. The triple Qs, they're up 0.12. Not a bad look there. Negative for the majority of the day. The SPY just turning green now, up 0.05%. The Dow essentially flat, but looking to go green, boys. Down 0.06%. With the IWM Russell 2000 ETF absolutely leading the way here in terms of all four major averages, up 0.75% or thereabouts. So keep your eye out on that. ONDS, guys, ONDAS, we call it. Incorporated, the number one ticker as decided by you. What a move this one was at 9:30, rocketed up into 1242, but a bit of a Christmas tree retracement, as we call it here on the floor. The company's shares are trading higher after they announced a $10 million strategic investment and a partnership with Worldview. Under the agreement, guys, Ondas and Worldview, they're going to collaborate to combine the Worldview's high-altitude, long-endurance stratospheric balloon system with Ondas's portfolio of unmanned aircraft system capabilities, guys. The market liked that, but a big drop right now, 1242, high trading at 1070.
Yeah, this one isn't necessarily like a broken situation, but this is going to be a really ugly candle on the daily chart if things don't change. If this is how this candle ends, you'll think, oh man, you got one of those silly dark pool wicks. It's screwing up your daily chart, Neil. You should go fix that. No, not really. This was a breakout this morning when the entire space was going, and Shreve just called it a Christmas tree. I don't know, 100% retracement, whatever you want to call it. We are back to where we started. If you have good news and if you have a sector which is pushing on, obviously, the weekend's, Shreve calls it belligerencies, but events, it's never a good sign to fail a breakout this badly. It's a bit bearish. It's actually a lot bearish. I think looking at this, I have a support level down here at about 980 or so. So my first thought is there's room to that, at least. But tomorrow, my thoughts are going to be going in the other direction. The example, somehow this didn't make, I don't think it's going to make the list. We can't tell you guys what to vote for. But I said this morning, or I said it in the middle of the day during the lesson of the day, that you've got to respect things and have outs. Like I look at something like AVAV, which had another defense name, which was running, and it had its own story, but the sentiment's still the same in terms of reversal. Like this broke through the support, which is the reason I bought it in January. Like I got stopped out of this at somewhere in the middle of the day here when it broke to 228. When you have positive news or like a positive sentiment that gets reversed to turn negative, that breaks the stock technically. and you've got to be able to back away from it. Now, Ondas isn't there yet, but it's not a good sign when you see this kind of a reversal candle on what many would have thought would have been a great day for it. So yeah, not a very good look for Ondas. Unless we can close back above the 50 period, make it look a little bit better, I'd be inclined to look short at least the next day or two here for ONDS.
Yeah, ONDS, again, like one of those ones that always seems to be hovering around this $10 mark. And yeah, you know, the stories are good. You're going to get these kind of names moving around, as Neil said, you know, in the pre-market. And then, well, as soon as the market opened up, this one started to moon. But we got action in the pre-market as well. So that was, you know, something up $10, up to 10.40, and then it blasts higher. So I would say it looked like 10 was probably a decent hold down there. So we'll see if it can do that same thing again. I would be looking at $10 straight in the face here for ONDS. Okay, super chat on silver over here. Yeah, so that's the thing about silver in China. There's always that difference. And we could look at spot silver live here, or you could trade SLV into there. But yeah, I guess there it is right there. Notice Shanghai spot silver is, okay, $100. They have a 13% import tax, okay? So there's a 14% spread there on arbitrage. So you're saying there's like, does that mean that there's 1% there to get? I'm not sure.
You're looking at thoughts on institutions pushing price down to profit on arbitrage.
Yeah, I mean, that's what people do. I mean, arbitrage is a decent strategy these days.
Like
I'd have to.
It's pretty well speculated. I don't want to say well known, but it's pretty well speculated. Silver is one of the more controlled and manipulated commodities out there. And I think that's just part and parcel. For us, when you're just looking to trade the momentum, it's not the end of the world. But if you are trying to swing, it's something that has, I guess, frustrated investors for quite some time. And this would not be the first time you hear of it. We have a headline coming out. IDF says that targeted Iran's internal security headquarters and bases. Strikes on missile launchers and weapon sites continue. So, yeah, we're going to just see so many of these headlines.
Yeah.
It's not going to be
night. Is it nighttime over there right now? I'm not even sure the different times.
Yeah, it should be.
But, I mean, that's the whole thing, right? I mean, you're going to be seeing videos and all that, and as it comes through, we got to watch out. I mean, the price of silver. We have to go back to Sharif there. I want to thank you for that super chat. I mean, I wish, if anything, we might not be able to answer it the best way, but at least, you know, we can discuss that there is that arbitrage there, and if you do see a difference between spot and physical and some of the futures contracts trading. Now we know that there's, you know, obviously there's reasons for that as well. Oil right now making a move back down through 71 into 70.80 now, and well, I was gonna say well off the bottom, but not really. I mean, 70.20, the low of the day right there for oil. So we'll see if it can make its way back down there. Maybe some more calming, you know, relations would be a good thing here for the market. I'm short. Looks like we're about to get out of this short. We were capturing profits all over the place until now. If this breaks 307, we can get out of that one right now for Google, as the market has just made a push all the way back to its highs one more time right now after not even getting to VWAP, man. I thought there was potentially going to be a sell-off here into the close, and we did good. We did sell off decently there, but we're going to wait to see if Google can break through 307, get out just a couple pennies north of that. Looks like that's going to happen here, as is the futures. Oh, everything's right back to highs. So be careful now. Here goes Google upside. We have our stop, and we're going to get out of that very, very soon. So it looks like these shorts right now getting hit. The market has already turned green. So green's ahead here for the NASDAQ and for many of these names. So yeah, congratulations to anybody that bought that bottom. It was a little scary off the open, I feel like, for sure.
Holding 25.
Yeah, holding 25,000 right now is the market. I thought we had broke it. We were starting to head to the downside. So we took a shot. Looks like we'll be out of this one pretty soon here for about a 30-cent hit on Google, which is fine, man. I mean, we made some money on it, and we'll still be up on Google despite getting stopped out right now. All right, next stock. I don't think it's going to be Google. Let's go over and find out what it is.
Tesla.
Jamie Dimon making comments right now. He says he expects the conflict to add, quote, a teeny bit to inflation, whatever that means. Anyway, Tesla next, down 0.07%. Try to go green above that 404.5. Several different headlines. Looks like they're regaining a little bit of market share in Europe. It's really a mixed bag. Let's talk about it. Registrations more than doubled from February 2024 in Portugal. They increased 74% in Spain, 32% in Norway, 14% in Belgium. But that's where the good news ends for them there. They fell 45% in the Netherlands and 18% in Denmark and another 7% in Italy. So a mixed bag with respect to registrations for Tesla in Europe. Now flat on the day separately. They did report that they hit 8.4 billion full self-drive miles. That's what they're talking about, billion cumulative miles driven. accelerating towards that, 10 billion mile target that Elon wants for his unsupervised autonomy. The fleet added 4.25 billion miles in 2025 alone, with 1 billion miles logged in the first 50 days of this year on FSD. So good data off which to work. And then there was also the Cybertruck price adjustment. We saw about 10 days ago, he dropped the price of the lowest version Cybertruck from $69,995, $10,000 lower to $59,995. He's since returned that back up, guys. So 10 days of a cheaper Cybertruck, but not looking to prolong the margin compression.
The chart, the weekly chart on Tesla, like there's actually more to like on the weekly. I've been harping on the daily chart thinking, okay, well, it's only a matter of time before we break down this 200 period. By the way, once again, Tesla is bouncing off this support in the 380s, and that 200 period moving average is actually held. When you look at this on like the weekly chart or even out to a monthly, and then remind yourself, hey, all we did, kind of double topped it, but we're pulling back into a prior resistance area on the monthly chart, and with the potential to bounce. Like, this is a critical month. You don't have to, it doesn't have to, I'm automatically was thinking it was gonna press lower, but we could hold on to some of these prior highs. Valuation is always gonna be a bit of concern with Tesla, but there's certainly some momentum here when you look at the higher time frames for the growth story on Tesla. And it's all about, look, they're discontinuing models, understanding where the growth is going to come from, and that's going to be robotics and automated driving. I think that's going to be good. I don't necessarily think that the SpaceX IPO really matters in this context, because they're not going to combine. But I mean, it's some hype that can help you out at least a little bit, because that's part of the story is the hype around it and the cult status around it. So yeah, I kind of, on the higher time frame, I'm liking this a little bit better. And you have to acknowledge, we are bouncing the 200 period moving average. If you like buying off that level, I wasn't a huge fan of it off the 200 period here because it hadn't been respecting it. We're getting a pretty decisive bounce today off that level. It's just, we're not doing, I don't know if we're doing much with it if we can't take out the 420 level, but a hold of a higher low to at least test the 420, I think that's a little something here for Tesla. So could bounce off the 200 period. That's where you want to see money come into a stock in long term anyways. So it did happen today. I kind of wasn't expecting it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was there when I was trading, and I pulled it out, and I was like, okay, we're right. I was like, what are we looking at the long term? I was like, wait a second, we're right there. So we went short early, which was good on 400. Then it broke 400. Then we went long, which was also good until it broke back down below, and we had to get out of here as soon as we ended the show. We basically punched out. It broke through 401, and we got out. So we could have waited, I guess. I mean, I would have looked. That's a stop out right there. Like, it would have got stopped out breaking through 400 anyways. So we take the 401 once we break underneath the 50 period and 25. More importantly, the 50 at that time. We were nowhere near VWAP or anything. And now I'm almost thinking, like, underneath the 200, would much rather break this 400 there before we even think about going short. And right now, that short is not part of the plan here for Tesla. But I think if we could break underneath there, you don't even have that much room to VWAP. So I'm going to stay away from this stock. I'd like to see it underneath VWAP before we go short. The fact that the market is up and this is basically flat, I actually think it has more room to go up to catch up with the market. So I'm thinking long on Tesla. Hold of 400 obviously would be nice to see, and that would be a good testing spot. And I think if you lose 400, then maybe your punch out, and again, depending on where your stop, how much room you want to give a stock or whatever, that area right there, 399 and change, would be your stop. So I would say I still like the long. We're above VWAP, and if you can hold the VWAP, even better. We haven't done anything since VWAP since the morning. So that's been the right trade, and the right trade has been to hold on to the longs. So no matter what we did here at 400, I'm pretty much always, unless it really screams, like I'm pretty sure 400 and key levels like that will always, for me, be a look at the short anyways. And then once it breaks it, we can change our mind. And yeah, happy with everything. Just always can execute better, and we'll look to do that on Tesla soon. But I agree with Neil. I think it's long term, and you're not buying it for like their cars. I mean, they've already stopped the X and the S. Model 3 and Model Ys are their babies, so that'll be fine. But it's more about Optimus and more about the FSD moving forward and all of that. So very, very excited about Tesla, but I like the 200 period buy. And we've mentioned this before, like for me, it's at a level where you know, if you're not in it, it's not a bad time to start for Tesla. It's been getting hit a little bit here. So,
and only because we keep saying Optimus, Autobots roll out.
All right,
I'm telling you, man, Optimus was
a jam back then.
He was the man. Optimus was one of those, like, if you grew up in the 80s like I did, like, there were just certain leaders that, you know, whoop butt. And Optimus was one of them. And then in the movie, they tried to replace him with this punk Rodimus Prime. I'm like, you can't have the movie version of a great cartoon and you kill the star and then come up with this punk who's supposed to then lead the Autobots that nobody believed in. Like, the guy was a complete chump. You couldn't even believe the damn thing. It was utter nonsense. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. You can tell I had to watch that in the theater as a kid. And still hate the fact that they killed off Optimus Prime. It still bugs me to this day. Let's go see what the next one is on the list. And my guess is it's something shiny.
Silver.
Oh, that's next, Neil, but good call on that. Before we get to the next one, guys, more comments from Jamie Dimon. He says, right now, the U.S. economy is doing fine, but there is more exuberance than there should be. He goes on to make a comment about the banks. He says, we see banks doing things we probably wouldn't do. Comment there, so no context with that being reported by Financial Juice. Let's talk about NVIDIA. Decidedly positive on the day to the tune of 3% and more. First and foremost, Morgan Stanley taking out Micron on their top pick list and putting NVIDIA in their place. They say, that they've had many good quarters. They haven't moved while the business has continued to strengthen, the analyst tells investors in a research note. Separately, NVIDIA will reveal a new inference processor today, or processor specifically for inference, not today, but they will. And it is being, it's a team up here with Grok, G-R-O-Q, which is the chip company where Chamath Palihapitiya has an interest in, that we reported on that investment, I think, a couple of months back to the tune of around $20 billion. Separately, NVIDIA is investing in Lumentum and Coherent in an optical networking push. That's been a big one, guys. Keep your eye out on LITE as well as Coherent. Big moves lately. And then lastly here, guys, UBS maintaining NVIDIA coverage with a buy and keeping the same price target of $245.
Okay, I have to shout this out because it's too good in the chat, so I gotta throw it up. Even if you got me, you got me. This part of the show is actually sponsored by and brought to you by Trade TV Academy. As you can see, they're scanning the QR code in front of you. But for now, also sponsored by Metamucil. I can only assume you got me for being talking about the 80s, but I just keeps it real. And great comment. I appreciate it. You got a chuckle out of me, that's for sure. We appreciate you. NVIDIA. If you were waiting for the sign of a bounce, look, regardless of the whole everything is bouncing today, so why should we read too much into this? I get it. You're going to be a little bit skeptical because the whole world bounces when everyone thought, it's going to be doom and gloom, and then we're just going to die out today, and it's going to be selling and blah, blah, blah. Well, in NVIDIA's case, it's been sitting in a range. All you can ask for, if you're in a really long bull flag, forget this daily chart. Let me go to a higher time frame so you get a better sense of this. If you've been sitting in a range, maybe the weekly's weekly's better. If you've been sitting in a range for quite some time, like this, where you're just sort of flagging, you find that support, the fact that we bounced off of our support in the mid 170s after earnings, they rinsed us on earnings, right? Anybody who's holding NVIDIA shares couldn't have been happy with that. But all we did is go right back into that low to mid 70s support level, bounce the 200 period moving average, bounce off it, and gets bought up like absolute gangbusters. So until proven otherwise, the NVIDIA buy support is intact. The first level that you would have hoped it would bounce off after they sold a great quarter has happened. So it seems like at least until we get back into that silly 193 to 94 area, it's like all systems go again. And when you get to there, I think we got a bit of a problem when we get to the 90, just because it hasn't been able to do anything with that 93 level. But I think we can get there again, that's for sure. So good bounce here on NVIDIA. I like them much better than hoping that some of the other bounces are going to hold true. Like if you look at this relative to like an AMD, well, I wouldn't be celebrating this at all. Yeah, it got to the support level, but notice how you're not seeing the same distinct kind of bounce today. We never regained the 200. You're still down 100, so you're down 1.5% on the session. The market's able to go green. It's not. So I think NVIDIA stands somewhat alone in the group for strength. Some of the memory chips didn't even have a lot of strength here today. But I like the bounce play on NVIDIA. I think at least until we get to 193, I feel good about the long again.
All right. Yeah, I was going to say, hold on a second. I just have a message on Dara here. All right. She said something about Big Bear AI. We'll talk about that in a minute. Thank you, Adara. But yeah, so just, NVIDIA. Right. I was going to say, like, it's in the same, this is the thing. Like, it's starting to get, as President Trump said, I don't get bored or whatever he said there today. I'm getting bored of NVIDIA, but I mean, it's been a good trade if you've been able to find the range on this thing. And that was like, around $200 all the way down to 170 and back upside again. So it's doing it again. And why not? I mean, I think this time's a little different because we are all nervous about overseas. But as we've said, and Neil mentioned there, like, if we can't really worry too much about everything all the time and let the markets set themselves out. And if AI, there's going to be winners. And I just heard Jamie Dimon mention there's going to be one winner in this AI race. I don't know. Whoever that winner is will be powered by NVIDIA chips. I'm almost certain about that. So I like the bids. I like all these things that are down here. And I think you just keep on buying, dips for NVIDIA. And I mean, today was just a fun day to start with. Like, I had no idea that obviously this market was going to take off there today. And now we know, right? Strong NASDAQ equals hella strong NVIDIA. So good to know, right? I mean, we can get on the back now of NVIDIA and watch it go to the high side. The only thing is we have to be very aware that Broadcom, another major player, is stepping into the building. I think it's Wednesday night with their earnings. I have to double check that, but that's going to be something else that we're going to have to talk about coming up. So that could be effect of NVIDIA. And, we've seen NVIDIA make moves higher, then get faded out. So, Broadcom, we'd like to see them obviously hold this 360 area up here. We'll talk about that when it's earnings. But anyways, that's the next kind of play for me on NVIDIA, is to wait for Broadcom and see where that goes for there. Because I don't think it's going to break 170 unless we get something major, obviously, in the world economy here.
You're right. Wednesday after the bell, the conference calls at 5 o'clock for Broadcom. It's going to be a big one. It should be
a mover.
It'll move the market too. That's the thing. It's too big of a component in both the ES and the Nasdaq not to. Yep. I think we have at least one more to go. This one's got to be silver. It's got to be.
Maybe.
All right, guys. Yeah, just you're correct, both of you. Broadcom after the bell. Expected move, boys, is 8.7%. Last time it dropped 11.4%. So it certainly moves on earnings. More comments, as Sean prefaced there, coming from Jamie Dimon, says as follows: government should retain workers in the age of AI. He goes on to add AI could reduce the work week to 4 days. Ooh. And then AI push won't be a winner-take-all situation. Just some of the commentary there coming from Jamie Dimon. Let's go on to the next topic, or the next name, I should say. SLV down 4 2/3, but holding that $79 area now into 81. If you don't know, the U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran are causing a spark in the safe haven demand. Somebody should have told silver, because they're still down 4 2/3.
So that's not how it will work. I think.
No, because we get paid by YouTube. I'll take the other side. I think that'd be horrible for the show if we went to 4 days, because it's one less day.
Depends on what the market does. Depends on what the market does. I think if the market sticks with the plan of going 23.5, then you will have more people engaged when they have the chance to. Because they want, like, if people are able to have an extra full day where they can be about the markets, I think that would be a positive. This was silver we're talking about next, right?
Sure.
Because I made the assumption, because look, and for those of you that are like, how can he always guess exactly what is coming next? It's just, I cheat. We see this all day long on our visualizer. And so, like, I saw silver up here. I'm pretty sure it might have even been second, but it's third.
Shit.
So I know it's going to be there, and we'll probably talk about Palantir after that. If we haven't done 5. No, but silver, like, the story for this is, regardless of whatever plan you had of action, because we're gapped up, given what happened over the weekend. Hey, you're making a bit of a breakout over the 85 zone. 85, dip and rip. It did bounce. If this was the open, I probably would have had a bounce long and a couple of scalp trades, but this was not the open. This was at 8 o'clock. When we came on air, you were attempting to bounce off 85. By the time we got to the open, you'd already lost that level. There was a huge sell-off on silver and gold in the last, in the 10 minutes leading into the, I shouldn't say, in the 10 minutes leading up to the open. And at that point, it was pretty obvious that you were no longer looking for longs in SLV. It turned into a complete sell-off event. So the whole flipped on its side, market bouncing after the Iran conflict this weekend and seeing weakness in the metals, that flipped on its head in a big way. Until this can prove it holds the volume-weighted average price over, it's hard not to think about looking for a rollover. And the level to watch isn't even necessarily this 81. I'd venture to say it's here, like 82.5 on SLV. Little afternoon support from Friday, and then go back to Wednesday resistance, which has been a bigger resistance level. So even if it breaks up here, this kind of a reversal makes me think, hey, look to that 82.5. That's the big level I'm watching. Whether we get there today or it just becomes a trading level tomorrow, that's what I'm looking for. It's going to be the 82.5 zone for a fade trade on SLV. Too big of a reverse, catching a lot of traders off guard. I think the best thing that happened was the fact that this move was in the 10 minutes before the opened, because it made it really easy to just be like, well, I'm not going long now. That's real easy. It just, if that same move happens at, I don't know, like 9:40 or something, I think by that time it could have caught a few more traders there. So yeah, feel pretty fortunate about that, because I had silver on my note. There was just never a reason to get in.
Yeah, for sure. For me on silver was very, very interesting because we never got the same long availability. So we'll have to wait. I mean, it just started to tank real quick. But just on this note here on gold, like silver right now is down almost 5%, as Neil just showed you guys. So maybe the new shiny object right here is GLD now, and gold up 1.2%. So, I could see the fact that silver is so, not the word manipulated obviously is one that's used, but just more speculative, and I guess easier maybe to manipulate due to its speculative nature and how many people are trading with the ZSL and SLV and all these different names that are trading there. But look at gold, like silver's not near, what was it, 120 I think was that recent high for silver. You're down to $80. Well, you're just right now an earshot away from gold all-time highs. So I feel a little more comfortable trading gold to the long side right now than I would on silver. So just again, trade something that's trending the way that you think it should, and gold right now should be going higher. And the fact that I thought silver should go higher today means we're reading that one a little wrong. So we'll hold back and see how it trades tomorrow. But silver right now is interesting, right at VWAP. I mean, you're about to take it out. We want to go long on VWAP breaks, and that could be a trade here into the close for sure. We've had some good ones in the power hour on SLV. Okay, we have one more for Sharif. Okay.
Oh, word.
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
Oh, we got a super chat.
Silver arbitrage drag prices up to daylights with East. Oh, well, that's the thing. Yeah. So we do know that there's different prices there. We already had that in Shanghai and out in London and whatnot. And yeah, as we come across or come through to daylight, potentially traders will wake up over there and close that arbitrage gap, which would mean that silver should go up from here if you're trading SLV, I guess, if that's what we're thinking. So. Okay, thanks for the super chat there. We'll have another look and trade a little bit more silver as we go. But let's go over to Sharif and see what he's up to.
More Jamie Dimon comments, guys. This one a bit more bleak. He expects cyber and terror attacks in retaliation for the Iran strikes. Just more of the commentary vis-a-vis Morgan Stanley CEO. Last on the list, boys, Palantir, a stock you guys both know very well, 6%. Wow, what a move up for Palantir as it works its way back into that 150 area. The trade here is pretty simple. The conflict may lead to more AI defense technology spending, which could augment, of course, Palantir's existing contracts and lead to new orders. Palantir, a little off the day, a high day, pardon me, but still up 6%.
But I think that's only half the story. Like, it's easy to forget. Given what happened over the weekend, it's really easy to forget that it's just, well, I wanted to say 24 hours ago, but it was on Friday at about this time, or literally later on in the session, when you had the news that Anthropic got blacklisted, got put into the supply chain risk, which is something it's pretty unprecedented, and that gives a boost. OpenAI was able to pick those DoD contracts up there. That gave a boost to Palantir. So you have that on top of the defense names going to the upside. I think that's why it's holding out a little bit better than some of the defense names, which have pulled back. most of this session. So look, whether you call it a temporary bottom, whatever language you would use for it, this constitutes today a break of the downtrend on Palantir. So, barring some kind of miracle drop of, I don't know, like $8 in the next hours or the next hour and a half, which is not going to happen, Palantir, my opinion, has broken this trend line to the downside. I think that sets it up for a long. If it gets and holds above 146 and a quarter or something like that is this local high in here. So holding above that would be great. I think that sets it up for longs from that level. But you still have to, like when you do this kind of a trend break, you could easily pull back into 140 and still look pretty valid. Right? Like that would still be well above last week's highs. So there's a lot of dip that it could do. The 141 looks good. That 146 quarters I was talking about, like in here, is going to be a very, very key level to get above. We rejected it already today, but I think you break that out, and we have a pretty decent gap to fill here for Palantir. And we just can't forget about that news on Friday as well, giving it an extra boost.
So we just stopped out there at the top of the TQs, but we were able to take advantage of a little bit of a dip down into that one. So yeah, unfortunately the short does not hit there, but we got into silver, new position right now. Just had enough of that. It broke through VWAP. Let's just see if it holds it. It's been holding this 50-period moving average since 115. So we'll try it against there and average in at VWAP. If it average into the 25, it comes down to 81, and then we'll try to respect this 80-75 area and go long over there. We did have Palantir early for a short, and then it just broke and we got out, so there wasn't much happening there. And when we got out, it did fade back, so it was not the greatest out when we made it, but then it just made new highs. It's kind of in that same area that we had thought about it before. The only thing for me now is we're well above everything now. So we're now underneath right here, looking to break through VWAP potentially on the downside. So, looking at, where this is going to go, I agree with Neil. I think we might as well stay long on defense names, and Palantir is one of those names. And if we're going to keep talking about robots and everything and the power of drones and all that and data and, government contracts, well, this is the right space. So Palantir continues to do well in this kind of environment. But look, don't let that, door hit you on the way out. I mean, Palantir has no problem just smacking it right back down again. So we'll actually hear what Big Bear AI has to say tonight, see if they have any talk. I mean, I know they're completely different market caps and completely different companies, but we'll wait to see if they talk about what they're looking forward to moving forward for Big Bear AI and see if any of that drip goes over to Palantir tomorrow. So we'll see. I didn't even look to see what Big Bear AI was doing. We did have it move up higher today into 416, 417 there, and now just hovering around. An earnings play today, and Adara just actually put something out on Big Bear AI. So we can, here it is right here. So she's just talking about the AI and defense play is on watch. There we go. And tonight we have Big Bear AI earnings. So here's the quarterly revenues. And I actually showed you guys this before last week just to see if we can sort of break above some of these levels and get going there on Big Bear AI. These are just revenues. So it's not, this is millions of dollars. So just 33 million. Not huge. We're looking to see an EPS turn. So a very similar chart to this, except for the EPS is still negative. We're looking to break through, and if we can do that today on Big Bear AI, then maybe we'll have a little something to talk about tomorrow. And if not, then we'll say Crimea River, and we'll figure that all out. Today we had Norwegian Cruise Lines this morning in the pre-market Berkshire. We talked a little bit about them. We can have a quick look at Berkshire in a couple of minutes. Plug, Mongo, all right, not much else. Riot
ASTS.
there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, names that people would like for sure. QUBT, we saw some quantum names last week. MongoDB, software name. Plug Power, as long as you're still doing some charging, that would make sense. Archer Aviation name again. So, yeah, there's some stuff here coming tonight. But the big name, I think we just talked about it there with, well, not the big one, but the one that a lot of us are interested in, Big Bear AI. Not, all those names are very, very small on the market cap side. We have biggest market cap name coming this week is Broadcom.
Yeah,
but we are also looking for CrowdStrike. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, Costco, another one with a pretty big market cap that'll be coming later this week, Thursday after the close. Let's talk about hims and hers, though, HIMS. Nice push up for this one. So what happened here was over the weekend on the Joe Rogan podcast, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., or RFK Jr., saying that several peptide compounds will be added to a different FDA approval list. So, of course, compounds, a lot of what HIMS does. Nice push higher for this stock. Back to you.
I saw a video of RFK. Like he was...
doing chin-ups or something?
Well, no, he was posting a workout. He was doing was like a leg press in jeans.
Yeah. He likes to show off.
And yeah, but he was doing leg press in jeans, and his range of motion was like ego lifting range. Like it couldn't have been a smaller. And look, he's an older dude.
Yeah.
So I'm not hating. I hope I'm in the
shape.
gym and I'm in as good shape as he is. But I mean, the range of motion was certainly lacking. I have no idea if he has like some kind of restrictions. He's got, what is he, in the 60s or something? Whatever.
Yeah. I think he's probably mid 60s.
I was like, bro, take a few plates off and get a little bit more depth and range of motion is what you're supposed to do. Ain't about that ego lift. I think we're going to Adair with some news.
Plates off.
When he's 72, I looked it up. For 2, have you guys seen the Kid Rock workout? Because that's fun. And for 3, here's the news. Business Insider reporting here that Amazon is halting its e-commerce operations in Abu Dhabi. So we know there was that UAE situation here with AMZN. In the Iran attacks, Amazon halting e-commerce operations in Abu Dhabi. That was just announced. Again, guys, yeah, that's the Kid Rock and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. workout. Back to you.
I feel like I don't want to watch that.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, at some point I will. Just to go back to a couple of things. If CCL gets to VWAP, that's where I'm looking for the out. It's just a trend break. Here, it's easier to see if I zoom. So the trend break from the volume weighted average price and looking for it to get back to the volume weighted average price. Now, QBTS, I'm not feeling for a reload. Not moving enough. It was moving a bit more this morning. It already bounced off the volume weighted average price, and it's now not doing anything. And there is this. It was TNT.
TNT?
TENT. No, it wasn't TNT. I got to look up the symbol again. Shoot. It's going to bug me. It was that penny stock. The dollar one. TPET. That's the one. I know that one. TPET. I know Sharif was looking at this. It's one of these energy names that has been flying around, which there was Indo this morning and a few others, but TPET, instead of breaking down at 95 cents, it's actually held the dollar level, but it's still on my radar. If this loses 95, I still want to break down here. Sat here with a flat bottom break order for pretty much the entirety of the midday, and it just wouldn't go. But it's not far enough from VWAP that I wouldn't try this one on the sell side. As market continues to go higher, dip buyer, I'm loving the fact that Netflix is going. I think we have a chance to see that $100 level. This works in a lot of ways. You get the market rally, right, which is already strong. This was already bouncing after Warner Brothers went to the Paramount Skydance deal at $31. So I think that's another positive. Market's seeing that as a positive as well. So before this gets into the highs, it's holding. I can pull up a trend line to make it easier and then go back to the 3 minutes. So I can pop this on here, and then when I go pop it. You can see that lines up with our dip at the open, all-day trend into about 97.2. So if it holds this trend line, I think this is a play into the highs. Good look for Netflix. And I think the theme here is whether the market was going to rally or not, this felt like it was along anyways going into today, which I prefer that for any longs this afternoon as opposed to the things that surprised you by being longs in the morning.
So, I clearly have no idea what I'm doing. Silver just keeps on going to the downside there, as I thought maybe a break of VWAP would be something, and we're going to get out on that 50-period break, so we're very, very close right now to getting stopped out. But I honestly thought silver had a chance to get going here in the afternoon. We've seen it make moves, and I just thought that there was going to be one there once we broke VWAP and got going back there to the upside, but it looks like it's trying to go opposite of whatever I'm trying to do and go to the downside right now. So we've averaged into silver. If it breaks 10 more cents, man, we're going to get out, and we're not going to just watch this thing continue to bleed. We've taken a shot. I thought, there it goes. There it goes. I thought we'd have a chance to hold that, and it looks like we didn't. So we'll take one there, take one there, take one there, and then lose it on the end. And hopefully that doesn't blast too much higher back to the upside, because then we'll feel pretty bad about that one. And yeah, nothing seems to be wanting to work out. There's that stop there. That's not really doing anything on the futures. Tried to make a move there on silver, and just didn't hit out. Maybe I'd like to see more volume to know that might have been the low there, because I don't mind getting it back in. It's just, that hit. I think our average price, we got 88, we got, I don't even know what it was. Oh, don't tell me now. It's going to do this move back up to the upside. All right, maybe and I don't want to revenge trade this. So, let's just try to get a little bit more back in just against that low. And that's it, right? So let's not pound it right back in there. That's $80.60. I mean, it kind of matches with that low, yeah, but I don't want to be like, oh, this is it, and think that we're going back up to the upside because we would need a nice move here. $80.65 bottom. So where are we long? So 30 cents. So let's see if we can get this just going back up the upside here and give us a little bit of something to talk about if it does go. Yeah, too bad. See, like, again, man, we just get stopped out where we do, and now it wants to get a little higher. All right, let's see if maybe that was that. So we get stopped out where we wanted to, but it looks like we picked the wrong price there, as now silver. Oh, I was hearing something there, but I am not. Okay, so 81.05 or so right there for silver was the high. So I'm waiting at 81.08. See if we can get a little piece there, 15 cents or so. I'm not sure what my average price was, man. I wish I would have seen that. Not that we have to make back exactly what we lost, but we'd like to make something back on silver. So let's get out in 08 there, right where like literally where that 25 period is. These lines can't be that good to matter that much, but okay, well, hopefully it comes back up to the upside. There's the drop down. It does go a little lower, so we're going to use that as our fill, and hopefully we'll be able to take that at 81. I'm at 08, so a little bit of a bump up there on silver. We'll be able to take something out right now. I thought I heard something about Elon Musk.
I did, but you know what? The news in the ear just is like half the volume. I just double checked to make sure my volume was all the way up there.
I mean, we are waiting for the SpaceX IPO.
I heard something about SpaceX
in
my ear just now, but I haven't seen them post the story. And realistically, if there was something crazy going on, then I guess like Destiny would be moving, right? And Destiny's not even moving a little bit here. DXYZ. On Friday, excuse me, on Friday when there was actual news, you could see that fly around.
Yeah.
So if there was something, we'd probably see this move a little bit more than it is. There was something I wanted to get to. There was a halt just now on another penny stock. Worth watching because it might break this dollar, this STAK. I don't know if Sharif was on this one in the middle of the day. I don't recall hearing it, and not one that I was looking at. It's Stack. I guess this is probably another oil and gas play. Is this another one? Not even sure. Yeah, like almost every small capper that's going ham today is some kind of an energy play. So here's another one, STAK. Halted to the upside at 98 cents or so, and it's got a very small float of 800,000. 800,000 float. 150 million shares already done today for this penny stock with a chance to break the dollar level. Oh, the bad news is, the good news is that it's halted to the upside. The bad news is the tap is 78 cents.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Well, that's not good.
What did it close at?
What? So it halted at 97 cents. I hope nobody, if you're caught long in this, I shouldn't be laughing. It's indicating an open of 78 cents. You don't really see that very often. It's not often that you see a stock break out the high of the day, go into a halt, and then open up back where it was, a few minutes before. So that would be pretty ugly if it were to open at this 80 cents, but there's still a little bit of time. Let's go back to Adair at the desk.
Boeing on watch here, guys. BA, you could potentially look at GE as well because of the specificity of this issue, but FAA, Federal Aviation Authority, issuing a ground stop after a UAL Boeing 787 returns to Los Angeles following an engine issue. So BA and UAL, United Airlines, all on watch here. Again, the story, Federal Aviation Authority reporting that they have issued a ground stop after the United Airlines Boeing 787 is returned to LA following an engine issue. Comments as well coming here from Foreign Minister of Iran saying that apparently Tehran is not at war with regional countries, and apparently also Iranian hacking groups following. So we've got less hacking groups in Iran. Iran apparently not in war here with regional countries or nearby countries. They're also saying, they're saying to state TV, the Foreign Minister of Iran, that killing Supreme Leader was a, quote, religious crime that will have serious consequences. Back to you.
I mean, that's the thing, right?
Well, that's pretty harsh language.
There are lots of consequences that I think are going to be the fallout of what we've seen. So we're just going to be patient, including, we've seen the move in oil prices there. And we saw a lot of even here in Toronto, we've seen, many protesters of the Iranian. Yeah, they're actually protesting for peace. In Iran and supporting the people there, as some of that regime just continues to be pretty brutal against some of those protesters from what we see. Now,
I don't think it's just what we see.
Right?
It's demonstrably true.
Yeah. So, anyways, we'll wait, and hopefully they just get it all figured out, man. I mean, all everybody I think wants is peace, anyways, and how you get there seems to be not very peaceful, but that's always sort of been the story.
That's human history.
History goes on, right?
There's no peace for short sellers in Circle.
What? Another 15%?
15% and still undefeated. We got to hit hit this for Circle. Like, if there's a stock that wins the day, that's not one of these. Don't at me with one of those penny stocks that's up like 200%. I get it. They're all up way more, and it's not always about the biggest percentage move. No, I got to feel like Circle gets the square. In that particular case. This is a breakout on the daily chart. I absolutely was not one of those people that would have seen this coming. I'm pretty sure, I know last week I looked at this as a resistance spot. Thank goodness. Like, this is it's the kind of day where you have something like this come unexpectedly into a resistance level, and at least it didn't flash a sell signal. Like, you couldn't have even got trapped in this because there was no reason to even look short at this price. It just blew right through in the cleanest way possible. The Circle's on one. The shorts are definitely out of control. And Dylan, you said you were not going to buy even if it comes to single digits. Did I say that about Circle? I was that harsh about it? Really? Okay, I don't know if I could have said that about Circle. I wouldn't buy Circle even if it was single digits. That doesn't feel right. I don't think I would have said that because it's a $90 stock. I definitely said I'm not a fan of Circle, but come on, if it got to single digits, I probably would have been a buyer. Because I think there's a dead cat bounce everywhere. What's the recent one? I've even said at some point, if I see AMC do the wick shimmy at $1, that's worth a shot. I bet you that's going to happen this quarter. Maybe, where is AMC? It was at $1.15. AMC was at $1.15 last week.
They reported.
And they didn't do anything on the report. No, but the stock is trash. Don't get me wrong. Easy. But look at it easing into that $1 level. I could see that whole fake break of $1, hold like 90 or 95 cents, grab the 01 to 05 long, stop under 90 cents, and one of these stupid rallies where you get to $1.50 and you take your 50-cent win or whatever, 50%, risking 10 to 15. That setup's there. There's always a dead cat bounce every now and then. And that's getting interesting for it. But the only time I'll even look at it is when it does something like that. Because that's a dead stock. But I find it hard to believe I would have been that harsh on Circle. Like, it's a $90 stock. If that thing got underneath $10, then come on.
I don't know. If that person's a Circle shareholder, maybe they took offense to it at that time, but
there's no way I saw
yeah, what's up with Battalion right here? Battalion Oil, we keep seeing people in the chat, thank you for mentioning it here, up 109%, and we had sort of talked about Indo and some of these other names, but I don't know, Adair, if there was individual news or not on BATL, but there's the break higher.
I didn't see any.
Yeah, so I didn't figure that there was too much here. If we go into details, I'm going to assume this is a short float stock there. We can probably try to find some information on this one. Yeah, short float of 30%. Wow, the float is only 3.5 million shares. I'm not even going to look to see how much they've done here today. There's an oil, I'm just going to read this. It's an independent energy company focused on the acquisition, production, exploration, deployment, onshore liquid-rich oils, U.S.'s properties and drilling, Delaware Basin. So I'm not really seeing anything about potentially operating in the Mideast or anything like that, but there's a nice upside play in the space.
I'd be scared for holding those. They do.
Oh, I wouldn't hold.
They do this when we get shocks.
Yeah.
These small cap, high short float, low float energy names get these rallies in them because there's probably shorts that have been working. You get a mini squeeze. They tend to come back. Indo gave up 100% of its move today. It went from up 50% or whatever it is to up 1.5%. So I don't know that Battalion was doing the same thing and then just caught a rally. So probably some shorts got overconfident and they're now getting blown out. But I wouldn't be too jazzed about paying too much for any of these. Doggo in the chat. Good question. I'm gonna do it this way instead of flashing it on the screen for you. It'll be faster. How do y'all? What up, y'all?
What's up, y'all?
Come up with the trade ideas. Is it a scanner for news, a daily volume, anything?
What up, y'all?
So in the mornings, it's pretty simple. We get Darragh does a watch list every morning. Shreve has his notes. Most of the idea generation comes from those things that are in play. Might also be some stocks that were in play from previous days that are at some pretty big levels. But that's where everything starts for me. And then intraday, it's news and scanners. Whether you're looking at like intraday news, or like you could, eSignal has some good scans here that I'll throw up there. Like I would just go into, like you can go into any of your tools and there's like a hot list on eSignal, which I just realized my trade rate must have closed at some point. Oh no, I just opened a second one. Anyways, I did already have it open. I thought I had closed it. Oh, I can look at the trade rate, and intraday you can see what's doing abnormal volume in the moment. I like the trade rate for that. Like it's not necessarily going to be things that are breaking out, but it'll say like CRM and Trade Desk, NVIDIA are doing a little bit extra volume. It doesn't mean there's anything crazy happening on it, but it just spiked a little bit. So this one's not really doing much. You just look for anything that's a trading opportunity. It could be at a key price level. That could be it. It could be a trend. Like Netflix, I think, is more of a continuation play from Friday. And there is, where'd my trend line go? I'll just do that again. If we go from this double bottom, like it's holding a bit of a trend, I wanted to buy back into that trend, but it's a continuation from the story on Friday. So this was in play on Friday, and then give it a couple of days to remain in play after the Warner Brothers Discovery news. Oh, I missed a really obvious trade on Warner Brothers that I hate myself for. It did the patented consolidation break this morning. That usually works out pretty well. It was so clean too, but at 10:20, just got so caught up looking at other stuff. This was foolish not to grab because Warner Brothers is trading so far underneath fair value. Like I'm gonna look for long setups that I can just be in. Whether it's like, because I was in a double bottom on Friday and it gave you a long setup at VWAP, which was absolutely gorgeous. But it's a $31 deal. It's supposed to close. I haven't seen anything that says they're not still trying to close that this year. So like right now you're sitting, it's like 10%, just underneath 10%. I mean, come on. Do we really not think they can close this? That's what they're telling you. So I will look for long setups in WBD every day.
What's up to Trader S, bless you, SIOX Trader 6 right here. You know, but that's the thing, right? I mean, I'm trying to do the same thing, and I responded to you as well and said, yeah, but I just keep getting stopped out. Like, I agree. I'm getting stopped out of what trades that I believe to be good trades, and I don't, you know, I don't know where. Like, I've shorted the breaks there right into here. That worked. We're starting to maybe break a little lower right now. Could think about getting a short, and you know, it would just be against 50-15. I mean, war equals uncertainty, and you know, I would have thought today. It's just funny because I told you, like over the weekend, man, I had some dads and whatnot come up to me because they know the business, and it's like Trader TV sponsors the hockey team, but you know, so it's just like they're like, wow, okay, get ready for Monday type of thing, and I was like. Doesn't mean necessarily the market's going down. You know, some of these things. I said, if anything, I'm more concerned about the Citrini report there and what that means for some of the names that I hold, rather than what this market move is here for the Nasdaq or the S&P 500. I told them, you know, oil and things like that. But you know, at the end of the day, you know, the market today upside up 0.3 and started off pretty decently low. I mean, we're down over 1% on both these markets when the day opened up, and all we did was shoot higher here, just showing like there's a lot of support for U.S. capital and equity and everything like that. So here we go, man. And maybe this is the one that needs to fall down. Maybe silver. We've been, taking some profit outside here on VWAP there, as we haven't been able to break through it. That's my next sort of area to be concerned about. But again, like I feel like this is a good trade long and just not popping. So we'll make back a little bit of what we lost there, but not everything, as we wait to see if silver wants to go through. It doesn't really look like it right now. Oh man, should I short this, guys? What do you think, Trader 6 and everybody else that's out there, man? Maybe after market movement, he's saying there in the chat. I don't know what's going to happen after market. But for right now, it's 3 o'clock, so it is power hour. We are waiting to see if there's going to be some sort of a decent move happening right here. It looks like the market's trying to fade out a little bit now. We can go short against the highs. It's just a matter of being safe with how many shares we're using to make sure we capture a decent move without getting stopped out if the pullback is real back there to the downside. Let's let silver sort itself out a little bit here. Hopefully we can regain VWAP and then get back up to the upside. That's kind of the trade. Or we'll wait to see if it breaks that low and then get the heck out of there on SLV. So that's what I'm looking to do now, and just debating shorting those Qs, but there's not much I can do here if we don't get it. And what's up, Oleg there? Yeah, the 3-day rule is something that I've always followed, and then we used to have a guy on here, the Stock Godfather. mentioned it to him, and he's like, that sounds like a great idea and something that he likes to use as well. So, hi guys, the 3-day rule works when stock's up after catalyst. It doesn't. It's just a 3-day rule. I like to use it on earnings, but I guess you could probably use it on catalyst.
I think you could use it like sometimes you'll get a big move when Apple might have an event, right? So like they could have their event.
Or like the CrowdStrike gets hit on.
The CrowdStrike breach news. Anything,
no, I was thinking about the Centrini report.
Well, that too. Like it's a short seller report. There's anything that causes an abnormal volume spike or volatility that's clearly stands out. Like think of it this way: if Brian Shannon would slap an anchored VWAP on it because of the event, then it's like letting it settle down for a couple of days. But I apply that mostly to the longer time frame play. Like I don't like that's not the attitude for day trading, because oftentimes you want to day trade the thing that's going crazy a lot of time. But that's more for like looking at it in the long term. Like the example, like the more times, and again, I'll use the example just because it's a stock that I own that happened today. Right? Like I got a lot of questions about this. And I said in the middle of the day, like my reason for getting into a VAV was this hold of the 200 period at the beginning of the year, and this was my out. It managed to work well the first time. It managed to bounce off that level a second time. Even a third time it bounced off that level. It broke that level today. So I'm out of that sucker because it broke my support. And look at the volume on this. So does this stand out as something this now would qualify for like a 3-day rule? Do I want that? It just lost support today on monster volume on a huge reversal. This is a big time wait and see. Like I need to at least give it 3 days or get to some other big key level, which would be down here at about $180. For sure. By the way, I just got out of QBTS at VWAP. D-Wave just bounced VWAP. But I'm actually about to get stopped out of CCL. So because that just bounced right back. So this could get back through the entry. Didn't quite get to the volume weighted average price, but it's about to break through our entry. Forget about the trend line. I'm not going to give it to the trend line just because that's where I got in. But a couple more cents, I'll be out of this, looking for the next opportunity.
All right, guys, volatility, talk about opportunity, that creates movement. And for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs, built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs are tied to the NASDAQ 100 index and are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward and downward momentum pullbacks in the market. These strategies are currency hedge, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. And thank you for their continued sponsorship of the program. And of course, triple levered, I used it, you were using ZSL for a minute there. I think that's only double, but we also have TQQs as a product there as well. And for those Canadian traders, check them out over at Beta Pro Global X. All right, so nice move higher there. We actually got to 81.20. Of course, I'm at 81.23 because as I was doing that, I did not adjust where my stop would or where that VWAP is now. So right there, I was at 81.23. Believe it or not, it went to 21.50s. So now we'll see if we can get another offer. I'm gonna sit at 17. See if we can get something basically right at VWAP there. Hopefully, just 2 more cents and it won't feel so bad. That was hilarious. Oh man, it just went to 16 and then dropped to 02s there. That's so crazy. Okay, guys, trust me, like the way this is acting and the way I'm acting, it's like I'm sitting there with millions of shares. Like, no idea why that bounced off me twice there, but hopefully that's just bad luck and we do get going back up to the upside on silver, because trust me, man, I'm sitting there with 100 shares or something. It should not be bouncing off me like that. So that just bounced. Here it goes again. Oh. Is it going upside there? Oh, trying to go. No, who knows? Silver acting all kind of ways right now. So here we go. Let's see what happens now with SLV. Kind of made a move higher, now move lower. Maybe we get a little piece out here. I don't even know what's going on.
That's an interesting JKL Toddler Premium Hunter. Trying to figure out what that might mean. Gold looks stronger than silver. You know what? That makes some logic. That makes some logical sense.
What was that? Oh,
gold looks stronger.
Yes, man, we've already talked about that, and then that's look
a little stronger.
My stupid.
What about the miners though?
Hi. Yeah, look, that was 100% right. I even said today, gold was a better trade. For me, okay, there we go. We get silver. It's all good. But we just got 17s there. But now, right now, I agree with you. I think that that's a smart statement to make and probably something to get into rather than this silver trade. But I'm going to just watch out for silver. I've been trading it, so I don't actually ever put on GLD positions. I do own some in the long-term portfolio myself. But I've had some really great experiences trading SLV. So I'm going to sit in here and watch that. Like I said,
something's going on here.
The biggest hymns?
No,
oil?
Oil's moving up.
That's why
coming back in. Something.
That's why I just saw
something hit the wire.
Silver going crazy there. So, oh shit! Come on, man. Oh, I just looked at the futures. Sick, guys. Honestly, man. Great call. What am I supposed to do? Like, we were just saying there to Trader 6, like, that was, I was too busy watching that silver to see this move.
There's some rumors here saying that Revolutionary Guards commander says Strait of Hormuz is closed. Iran set on fire any ship trying to pass. This is coming from the Iranian media. So that would probably explain the spike down in the futures and then the spike up in all of the oil names here for sure. So yeah, again, I'm just seeing that on X. I can't really give you any firm sources for that. It's just saying Iranian news there.
Yeah, that's this is the true part, right? I mean, here it is right here. What's up to is this Thanos again? I don't know, this is somebody else, but yeah, that's what happens when you blah 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 and don't pay attention. I mean, 100%. I was talking about this trade, and that's honestly my, that's the thing. Like, I understand that I am sitting here as a host, but for me, trading is actually, part of I'm here to trade. I mean, the show is great and we want to educate and do all of that. But like I was talking about that trade, man, we were in that numerous times and just, and we were talking about that with Trader 6. So I'm just glad we talked about it. Look, I missed it, fine. Like I'm here every single day throwing a lot of shares at this thing. So I'll be back and no problem, but at least it was there. We saw it, and there goes the downside play. I think, realistically, instead of just waiting and getting stopped out there, we had one good play stopped out and then stopped out again. I was going to say, like, maybe in and around here somewhere was the play, right? I mean, breaking down, getting that confirmation on the break right there. But that's, again, hindsight. I don't. So anyways, nice move to the downside. Congratulations to those that caught it. And it's not like we're just sitting here crying over spilled milk, which we are doing. But there it is right there, man. We're going to put the money in our pocket anyways with silver. It just could have been money times 2. And that's always good. So there's a little out there at 20s. So that looks like that'll play. And now we'll just wait to see if silver wants to go high side right now, as it looks like tensions may be escalating there. Damn it. Missed opportunity, but all right, we'll be back. Let's see if silver wants to go upside. Looking to take out its highs right now of the afternoon, and that would be 81.30s or so. So let's go, man, and see if we get it. All right, I'll take an offer there at 28 if we can get that. I'm just trying to piece this out a little bit because this is a story and the market's now starting to go a little bit. We definitely want to take advantage of this in case there is some sort of a reversal or something. But darn it, man.
There's a few more sources reporting this story now on you're seeing. I just noticed that Adira's not sitting there. That's why she probably didn't chime in. But this is looking a little bit more confirmed. I had just gotten stopped out of that CCL at entry price, so I'm going to go. I just jumped back in. I'm looking for the same move, right back into the volume weighted average price. So it is relatively confirmed. Advisor to the commander of IRGC, the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and we will target any ship. This is Iran, not us, that attempts to pass through. Iran to set any ship trying to pass on fire.
Look at oil.
Obviously, this is going to cause pretty big supply shock. And then keep in mind, the longer that this draws out,
Don't be rude.
If this draws out long enough, if they run out of capacity to store, that's where you'd get a real spike in oil prices. Not just closing down the strait, but if they have to start shutting down because they run out of storage in a few weeks, that would be a whole other story for some of your energy names. So you're probably looking pretty good here on Chevron and. Yeah, I love me some Chevron. That's back to view up. All these energy names have been bouncing back after this. You can probably watch Indo's probably running. That TPET, which is that penny stock one, I kind of thought maybe you'd see a spike in one of these small ones, but it's not really happening, so get away from that. But it's just jumping right back into CCL. Like, Is what it is. I just got stopped out. That headline hits, and now it's back headed to VWAP where it was before. So hopefully this will just jump right back in for us. It was a huge reversal reversal off the highs here for there we go, the Qs, as you guys can see. So you just had to jump back in the short after that headline. Oh, BATL is the small cap oil name that's going. There you go. I figure one of these would have to actually be running. Looks like it's Battle and not TPET, or whatever these guys are calling themselves. Yeah, so again, pretty big story coming out of the Strait of Hormuz there, as you guys can see on the front of your screen. You never really know. We're going to be keeping our ear to the ground. It's going to be like this for a while. Like a single headline can turn the market, and you have no idea the timing of it. That could have hit at any moment. Hey, look at that. All of our screens up there.
Yeah.
Showing off.
Yeah, look, I mean, that trade could have hit at any moment, but honestly, man, all the traders out there, and that's why I keep commenting to you guys in the chat, like, that was a good setup. We'll go over that. But look at oil, though, man. Oops, CL, I was just looking at that myself here. Oil just absolutely ripping right now, up 8%. We just got off from 71 bucks up to 72.40. There's a report that there's no more ships anyways. Iran has lost 13 ships or something, all now at the bottom of the ocean, according to President Trump. So we'll have to wait to see exactly where that goes. And with all the shale and everything happening in the United States, I don't think they're that worried about sort of global oil prices right now. They just took 80 million barrels or whatever it was from Venezuela. Venezuela is actually the world's largest oil deposit, and the United States is running that country. So
they are years away from getting it capacity back to where it was.
Oh yeah, no, but they can take it out and bring it up. So I think that's what they're going to do. That's why you see stocks like Valero right now absolutely ripping as you get refiners starting to go. There's Valero today up 5+ percentage points. So yeah, wow. So Valero's another name. I used to own this stock. I don't think I do anymore. I'm going to have to double check on the portfolio. That's been an absolute monster. And I said this morning, the futures, that's going to bug me. XLE, though, that was my play and a pretty safe one, I feel like. You can get, you get exposure to XOM in here, CVX and Valero, all the names all wrapped into one. But
it's almost ugly week today for some reason.
As Neil mentioned, you do get more of an oomph in those names like Battle or Endo, or now look at some of those
aren't
shipping
investments,
names.
Man.
No.
Those things are like, have fun when there's this volatility, but in the long run, you'd probably rather hold a Chevron or an XLE over Battle. No one wants to be invested in that thing for long term.
You wouldn't think so.
Let's go to Adair. We've got some more news.
Yeah, again, guys, sorry, I was in the washroom when that story broke, but we do have, once again, those reports from Iranian state media that, according to the commander of the Iran Revolutionary Guards, Strait of Hormuz is closed and Iran will set any ships that are trying to pass on fire. Furthermore, just be aware here, not sure if this is going to be market moving at all, but we do have First Lady of the U.S., Melania Trump, presiding over the UN Security Council right now. Looks like a representative from Iran is there. So if there's anything of note from that, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Yeah, it looks like that Indo stock did go. I know I was complaining that small capper, well, the small capper I was looking at wasn't making moves, but INDO did get off the lows a little bit. It was that TPET that I thought could do what Battle was doing, which was take out this little consolidative high. If oil continues to go, I don't see why you couldn't at least get a bit of a squeeze. It's holding the dollar level, has support at 95. It's just not breaking this 115. So, yeah, that might not be the one, unfortunately. It is BATL. That looks like it's by far the strongest, but there's no way that I want to chase that, not by a long shot. That's just too far to chase. What's Bitcoin doing here in all of this?
Maybe not much.
Actually, you're right. Not much is the word. Flat out not moving. It's just sitting at 68K, 68.8, so just under the 69. Not really breaking all that much. Chilling, more or less. The market's starting to bounce back a little bit, so I guess maybe they don't want to panic too much over that headline, because the NASDAQ screaming off the volume weighted average price here. Let's see if it does a little bit of a rollover after that scream. Puts in a higher low, or lower high, I should say, and a chance to reload.
Yeah, damn it, man. Okay, that's a tough one for your boy, but we'll just get onto that and move on to the next. I'm going to try Tesla. Tesla moved right into 400. Oops, that's still the TQs. Tesla moved right into 400 and we missed it, and it bounced cleanly there off VWAP. So I'm going to try along back up on Tesla because, you know, we had seen Tesla was kind of cruising there. And again, that looks like a decent short, but I think it can get back up here. And if it does, man, 401, 402, it looks like it's going to work out mathematically. I mean, we do want to get a lower bid before we actually put on some decent shares. So I'm actually pretty much right where that bottom wick was. If we're able to get something around 399, then fine. But I will put on a position here, see if we can make about $1 or so on this back upside, and then that would be in and around there, 401. And then we'll discuss it after that. But right now, Tesla trying to make it backside. You know what? I'll take a little bit out. Just stop that 35s there. We'll offer 35. See if we do get that. And then if it blasts higher, let's hold on. Maybe we do get a complete retracement back up, and then the 1-to-1 will make more sense, and we can hold on for a little bit of a bigger move there on Tesla. And we don't want to be too cute with it, right? Because we've already got the long on silver right now, and we have a decent position there. That's really starting to work out for us. So let's not, you know, throw good money after bad here, and vice versa, and figure that out with this recent move. So there's $400.30 is that little bottom there. So we'll see if we can get out. It looks like we almost got that fill. I'm at 35 cents. Like, if we can't get that, that'd be crazy. It just went to 30s, but hopefully we do get an upside move. Adara, more story?
But I'll let you guys know here, implied moves after the bell. Tons of companies reporting after the bell. CRDO also reporting, though I didn't find an expected move on them when I made this. It's worth noting, though, all these companies, this is the first time I've seen this in a while, have expected moves of at least 10%. Largest here is going to be MDB, MongoDB. This one can pop and drop to massive degrees. So keep an eye on MongoDB, ETA, 4:05 p.m. alongside QUBT. Second largest expected move goes to Big Bear AI, one of Sean's picks for the year and one of Sean's favorites. 4:15 p.m. expected move of just under 15%. Third place, Plug Power, right off the gate, 4 p.m. Eastern. Expected release time, 14% expected move. Tons of these are going to be on watch here today, guys. So make sure to get a look at these expected moves on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
I've tweeted that out, so thanks to Dara. Yeah, go over on TTV Research on X, Hyundai P for that one. Now goes, like I said, man, I'm not going to stop. Like, we can get upset or whatever about missing that short. It's just more for show, but honestly, I am upset about missing it right there. Let's just make sure we take some advantage on Tesla. Again, it just went into almost 401 and stopped again. So we're going to put an offer up there and see if we can get that. But there goes Tesla right now, trying to make a move back to the downside here. We're going to try it again. If we can get something down there around 99s, we'll try it. But upside right now for Tesla, I want to make sure we have something left just in case we go Rip City on that one. And then we'll throw it back to Neil. But right now, silver did make another move higher. We did take another piece out right there at 20s. Just stopped again. Now it's coming back. This looks like it wants to break. Potentially no reloads on this name anymore. You know, thought it would have kept going there. It did. We did. We cashed out. So we still have a piece, though. We're going to wait to see what happens with silver as it's pulling back just a little bit.
Yeah, so I did get the reload in CCL, but I was just talking about that BATL stock for everybody.
Silver again.
And unfortunately, it's now halted to the downside. So it halted down a couple of minutes ago, should open up in actually 1 minute. So 4 minutes ago, it halted down, volatility halt. That puts this TPET back into play for me. This one did not even rally when we had that oil spike. So the fact that these are reversing, 95 break is back in play on TPET. And I'm actually thinking about just if it retakes the $1 level, getting in a little bit early. So I'll probably put this if it breaks the $1 level, just get in, and then add if we break the 95 on TPT, looking pretty nasty. And went after battle, halted to the downside. So yeah, again, those are the ones that I'm kind of looking at. Did reload for the third time in CCL. First 2 times good. The third time, this last reload is breaking back above the high. So the market's going back and forth. We're able to get a 25-cent scalp on the last trade, but I'm not going to let this one start making some fresh highs on me. It couldn't break 29 even on the short anyways, so you're really just getting that 1% move out of that each time. So my eyeballs are on TPET. The only way I don't short this if it breaks $1 is if for some reason battle opens up and starts squeezing. Because I'm looking at that battle halt down and wanted to take one of these, I'm just calling them small cap energy names that are small cap, low float, whatever it might be. If they all start unwinding, this is the one that I like the best because it just was not rallying a little bit earlier. Lemon family, good question here. Well, with the trouble in the Middle East, travel stocks might be the swing trades as they won't be traveling over there with fuel and hard to travel. I think that can be one way of looking at it. Like usually these kind of things linger for a bit, but there's it's not always that simple. But the reason I like this morning when I liked NCLH, part of the reason I liked the NCLH short actually had more to do with the fact that they reported and missed on guidance. So I was like, well, regardless of what happens to the travel space, these guys had disappointing guidance to lean back on. And that's why I think they're down 10 and some of the other names are, CCL is down like 7 points. These guys are down 10. But it's not always that simple because there's been an anticipation of this for, I don't know, a few weeks now. And when people have been anticipating something and it shouldn't come too much of a surprise, most of what's happening. Maybe it's happening faster than expected, but I don't think this is completely out of the blue, so you have to figure some of it was priced in. So I'd prefer to look at maybe a travel name that was already weak for other reasons, as opposed to just blindly thinking that they're all gonna die.
Yeah, don't, especially when you have earnings. We had earnings there today with some of those travel names. You can check out the Jets ETF for planes. Yeah, so Tesla, man, I mean, we were just like getting excited there. Tesla popped pretty good, man. We got 401.20s there, or 401.25, whatever that price action happens to be there. So yeah, pretty happy with the trading there on Tesla, but it's coming back in. So be careful. That's why you want to take some out on the way up. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on Eli Lilly trying to bounce off the lows here. CEO of Eli Lilly saying that their 04-glyperon treatment can be shipped to customers and patients within about a week after its FDA approval. Furthermore, saying that the 04-glyperon pill could reach the U.S. market as early as Q2 2025. This is coming through from a TD Cowen conference. So they're expecting FDA approval in April. By that point, they can ship it in roughly a week. So again, looks like by the end of the first half of the year, so within H1 2026, Eli Lilly going to be able to send out this orforglipron pill. Nice look for LLY or Eli Lilly. Let's also talk here about Iran once again, because IRGC advisors saying Iran will not be allowing oil to leave the region, as reported by Iran State TV. Back to you.
Yeah, I heard that, Iran? Okay, yeah, so I don't know if they're letting silver leave the region or not, but a shout out to my good friend Wendy's Tendies there in the chat and said that I was getting frustrated with silver, and you are correct. If that's on your bingo card, I am getting frustrated with it, but no more right now, as we're going to see if we can put something special together now as we go back up to the upside right now on SLV. The only thing that I'm thinking about getting a little, upset about is Tesla, and I'm, again, not upset. We just took another piece out there at 40s, and it's been a good trade, but I'm just going to piece this out as it doesn't look like the market really wants to respect the move higher, and therefore move lower coming for Tesla. So still waiting to see. I'm actually canceling that reload there. We'll see if we can get something and then stop out if we do wind up breaking view up of 399 and change. I might not even do anything else on this. We'll just let the money sort of come through on the silver trade now. We've already made money on that Tesla move, but not really worth putting a whole bunch of effort into this right now. We caught the move back up. We could even almost stop out right now for flat. I mean, it's a pretty key area right there. 399, what is that VWAP? All right, that's not going to give us that much. That little area, 399.20. All right, I'm going to put a bid now, 399.20. If that comes in, fine. We'll take it, and then we'll give her a go, and we'll stop out. I'm just put the stop out right here for you with you guys. That's, okay, basically a break of 80, whereas VWAP, so we'll cancel that and just go 398, 79. We'll put an offer there, and then we'll see if that has any sort of a take down there. So that's why I'm going to be doing that. And I forgot this whole time, by the way, because I have such a small piece here, and we can talk about this, but it's Expedia. So I did hear something or saw something about Expedia earlier, and it was the fact that we had the Claude bots were coming for the
that makes sense.
Yeah, for the travel space there. So I went short a little bit, stopped out, made a little bit of money on this one, took a couple VWAP trades on this, and now you can see we're in the money about $1 and change on this, but so small that, not even worried about it at all. We'll cross into the 70s. If there's a dip down, we'll get that fill. And then I was just waiting at VWAP again. Down into there, so maybe we get that. We're bidding 70 mid, see if we get that on a move lower right now. Not loading up on Tesla, Bitcoin kind of just hovering right now. Gold probably going higher. Amazon, it's already 330. Oh my God, right now. Amazon going lower. This was a short that we had earlier. This is the only equity short, sort of like equity name proper, that I had, because I had IBIT, Silver, and the Qs on our board today. But I had Amazon short 208. And that worked again, and then it didn't. And right now, 208's fine, but it's not like it was a key level at all today. So, there it is right there, 210. We'll have to see a 210 level next week for Amazon, or tomorrow, see if that comes into play there at all. All right, man, I'm just going to see if silver wants to just keep going higher here into the close. So we'll just keep on doing that. And, work out for work the stock until we see another trade. So I don't... Only 30 minutes left right now. Keep them in the chat, man. That BATL, did it open back up?
Well, it opened up and it opened higher, so that down halt did not result in a flush. Like I'm looking for basically one particular trade, which is TPET breakdown. And Battle probably needed to lose the bid here because this one's relatively weak, even though it's about 156%. It's still relatively weak. It's not making any fresh highs. So once we roll over, it feels like BATL is leading the group of these. Let's call them small cap energy names. By far, it's doing the most volume and volatility right now. Maybe not notional volume is what I should say. But if we break out that top and fail that break, then as long as we haven't made a new high in TPT, I might just take the short in that regard. But I'm not really thinking the long. You can watch. It's going squeeze ham when, like USO, there was that quick little volatility flush and right back higher, so right back into the highs. But if we start breaking that trend again, I have the one name that I want to look at, which is going to be the TPET. But Battle and that are what I'm watching. If there's any other small cappers, I know Indo's trying to go as well. INDO, this was probably the weakest of the group. Only up 11%, gave up most of its move. If anything, I'd be favoring the fade if Battle fails the high there, but I'm going to be looking at that TPT. Brad mentions a name that I'm happy about today. SoFi's green.
Yeah.
Like it's a good start. It doesn't really mean much, but it's a really good start. The daily chart, this is not a huge bounce day. It's not anything crazy. It's not going to make you think that this downward trend is gone. I think you also throw up the financials, and there's a muted, I'm going to give it a muted cheer for XLF. It looks like we're going to close over 51. It looks like we've double bottomed at 50. So for now, this is looking a little bit better, but I'm not full bore on any of those. And I'm waiting for a spot to add back into SoFi, which is the only reason I bring it up when someone talks about it. But yeah, it's kind of a muted bounce, which I'm semi-happy about, but not at the point that I would want to start hitting the bid on some of those financials. So I'm still looking at BATL, which for everybody, it just tagged the high and started coming back in again. So it's now double tapped this $13.50 zone. Doesn't break the high, my stop order is set to break underneath $1 here on TPET, and if it loses 95, I think that's going to be an ad. So I'm still looking at the same names, and they are moving like crazy. One short is asking what the volume spikes were 20 minutes ago. Any volume spike this afternoon is probably attributed to the headline from the IGRC, which is essentially saying they have closed the Strait of Hormuz, and they are going to set on fire any ships that they find there. So that threat caused spike in oil prices and most of the volatility we saw off the highs as well. Drop Systems asking about Fastly? Really? FSLY is in play today? Talk about a name that I... Yeah, I guess you're getting relief rallies all over the place. So yeah, wow. Okay. 9% here. Man, these guys were a rocket after earnings. Sometimes it's as simple as stock makes bull flag, take out break of bull flag. That's FSLY. This was one of the better names, and we traded it literally once after their earnings. It was like the day after on earnings, and then you forget about it and made that $20 breakout eventually here. So yeah, congratulations if you stuck with Fastly. I guess they just moved to the NASDAQ. That's why I'm not seeing any data pass there, but it doesn't matter. Still breaking out that 20 level. That's going to be in play for a while. Yeah, this battle does not want to roll over. This thing is so strong.
Battle.
Well, I'm not a huge believer in these names. I see what Indo did today, and if this does even half that, I think there's going to be a nice pullback. So just waiting for this to show some kind of a turn, and then I hit the bid on TPET, TPET. And Kyle, you're right. Ships were avoiding the Strait of Hormuz, but any elongated disruption of the supply chain increases the likelihood that they would have to cut production if less and less is getting out, even if they're able to, still get some oil out there, the less and less gets out, the longer you do that, eventually it could come to the point where you have to halt some production because you run out of capacity to store. I think you're still weeks away from that, but that would be what gets us to $100 oil, if anything. Like, this will have to really get prolonged.
I really hope a lot of you have that futures trade. I hope a lot of you have this silvers trade, man. We nailed it here this afternoon. Unfortunately, I don't have, okay, here we go, right back up. I might as well take something out at 49. Fortunately, I don't have the futures one, but at least we talked about it. But there's silver right now. Let's go. We've been having some decent diamond hands on this, although it looks like I have a bunch of outs because I do. But we'll just see if this can extend higher. Again, just that's the way I'm doing it. And here we go. See if we can get a move higher in Tesla as well. It's not looking great, but hopefully, you know, it'll hold this 25 period, and then we can get back up there. 401 and change. I'm actually at $400.50. See if we can get an offer right there flat. And then after that, man, 401 flat, and then we'll just see if we get going. Here we go. Come on, give it. All right, see? Like, even though we just stopped there, I'm going to offer 41s and get it. There we go. Hopefully we get it anyways. I don't know if we will. There you go. We get that there. So now we'll be more comfortable with this trade as we take another piece out there as we go. Back on Expedia. So we did get that 70 fill right into there. Let's see if it comes back in. I'm still bidding. Well, actually, now I'm not bidding down there because I canceled it. Let me put another bid. I mean, the market's going to close pretty soon. Maybe we will get an imbalance or something. I'm just going to go to 213, like 10s or something, put a bid there. Maybe we get it. Like, look at the spread right now, right? It's 22 cents between the first 100 share lot. Other than that, you got to go swimming in the ocean and find out if there's something in the middle here, because 56 to 77, you can see there's a 57 print, there's a 73 print, there's 67. So, you know, there it is, come on. There is trading to make this market. So you got to be careful with trying to buy in between or anything like that. Just sit on the bid and ask, see if you get your shares. You always get a better price if that were to happen. So here it comes pushing a little lower. We like that one. And it's a good thing we got that Tesla. Silver still going higher as well. Silver now 50 cents in the money. Yeah, Big Bear AI, they go tonight, man. And we already had a little bit of a talk about that. My average price is still 420. I've not bought anything recently. I've been sitting in this stock for a while, man. We've been sitting in it basically since here. And that was last April. So last year at this time is when we were sort of starting to get into that. We took advantage of that and got out on the way up, did not do anything here, did not do anything here, and did not do anything here. So I don't want to buy it ahead of the earnings, but I do like that stock there today. And we'll see if anything can happen after hours for Big Bear AI. And then just quickly, I wanted to, and I've actually lost the, oh no, here it is right here. The stock heat map, because we've, you know, JP Morgan is actually at a decent spot where maybe we can think about going long. Yeah, there's Berkshire down today. Yeah, I was just noticing that as well. Down 4.5. Not so good on that one. Let's go silver. Let's go Tesla. Broadcom there, NVIDIA, we are sort of indicated how well they were doing today. Surprised on Google's weakness, but whatever, man. I want that stock to get a little bit weaker. We could buy some Eli Lilly, yuck, broken through 1,000. We'll see if it can hold that $1,000 mark right there. We did have Michael Noss come on. He liked health technology and healthcare today as well as I do. So maybe take advantage of these kind of plays, dip downs there. And, you know, the big one that I think you're waiting for, because it makes this the most sense, is the data centers, right? If the data centers can start to rock to the downside, those would be ones they'd want to pick up because they're definitely building. And Tesla, sorry, I wanted to quickly check retail, there it is, because we have Target coming this week, so they're down 1%. Costco this week, Adair reminded us there, that's down half. Amazon, Home Depot reported last week, they're not doing too great today either. Home Depot's price $370, $325 or so is a good level for them. We'll see if that can come through. And then eBay, haven't been on that in a long time. eBay, just like Pinterest there. I don't know what is going on with eBay. You guys tell me. Because I don't use eBay. I know it's good for the sport card market and things like that.
Yeah, that's what you use it for, collectibles.
Yeah,
actually,
that,
I don't know. I use eBay every now and then because I like Lego.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. So I bought some Lego sets off of eBay, that's for sure. We are past 330, so, well, Battle's not going to make another move. Then the early look imbalances are, there's a couple. Kenvue kind of meaningless because it shows up there a lot at 4 million. BMNR 1.3 million to the sell side as well. CNQ's a sell of 1.2 million. There are a couple of expected moves here. VIR is expected to be a buy of 2 million for the S&P 600 upweight, and KTOS is expected to be an upweight in the S&P 400, and that's also about 2 million shares to the buy side. So those potentially could show up a little bit later on in the session. But Battle went from going ham to getting oddly quiet. So it puts in the lower high, and now it's just sitting here not doing anything. I don't suspect it's going to do nothing in the next 20 minutes. If it does break down, I still have my order to go on TPET. That's what's going to be next for me. Wally Sparks, it's the second time I've seen you put this in the chat, saying PayPal has news after the bell. Let me know what you're talking about there. Because
maybe there's expected news.
There wasn't anything I was aware of for PayPal. I can always double check. If you remember, PayPal kind of got smoked the other day. Like there was the speculation that they could get bought out, and then nothing really came of that. But they're still putting in another higher low. So this is one that's very much still in play on a dead market bounce. But let me know what you're getting at, Wally. Ideally, you'd get deal news for them. I think that's what everyone's been waiting to hear, is that you could catch some kind of interest in being bought out. But until it actually happens.
You're welcome, Brody, and everybody else out there, man. I mean, I hope that, we did, or I did anyways, good enough explanation there of where our outs were going to be for silver, what the risk profile looked like associated with this trade. And there we go now, upside for silver. Now, almost into that dollar club is SLV. Well, there it is. We just took another fill. So, yeah, we're getting going there. Let's just go cash cow for now, as silver is starting to be the one that we had hoped it would be there today for us. So silver so far so good, as that's starting to go high side there. SLV, good trading here today. Did get stopped out there. We did talk about that, and then all the way to the upside. And, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But another call. We're running a little bit out of time here, but Marvell, if you like the stock, which I really do, it's coming into, again, a decent, here, I'm going to push this out here, $80.50. So I just wanted to say, that's your 200 period moving average. We sat on there today for a minute, down here, right when the market, between 9:30 and 10. We hadn't really visited again, and right there, we just bounced pretty nicely off of that at 80.50. So it's not like you're far away from Marvell. Maybe some damage can be done on this name if you were looking for a long. I've already sort of made my bed right now. There's silver. Okay, we can do it now. We're now $1 in on SLV, so that's going to be a good trade. We'll offer some 90s there just to close that gap, and then we'll see if we can get even more upside from here. Silver so far, nice print machine after or this afternoon for me on SLV, so we're happy with that trade, and we'll look for some more trades there. But I like that Marvell look there. Okay, there it is, man. We get it.
Another one.
And then maybe we can find
another one.
But maybe not. If not,
another one.
We'll show up tomorrow. We can get another one. But that's so far so good. And here's another one. We're sitting on Tesla, as that's trying to go to 401. So we're going to offer 401 on Tesla. That was a good dip buy opportunity. Again, cry spill milk over there, but we come back, we buy Tesla on the dip. Now that's starting to go to the upside, so that's going to be a good trade there as well. And we really want to thank you. Again, thank you so much. I told you, man, we've changed a lot. I ain't here because the pretty face, man. That will be Neil has a prettier face than me, but he's here to trade as well. But there goes Tesla upside again. So 401 and change, and there it is. Sean showing risk management. Thank you for that. And I just consider myself a risk manager through and through. So if we're gonna, do that, then I say mission accomplished. You guys can check out the Trader TV Live Academy and learn all about our risk management techniques, where we learn them from, and how we're trying to teach you guys all about risk management and whatnot. So yeah, man, so far so good here this afternoon. We just gotta see. I mean, the Nasdaq's hovering around 25,000. It's not really doing anything right there. Bitcoin up to 69 again, so that's going to be a good one. Our recent dip buy was 66 there on BTC, so that's going to be good. Okay, silver, come to the party as long as you're well dressed. And today just took a minute, man, to get silver going. Now back up 3.5%. Looks like we might have picked the right one, and we got some people talking to me about gold, saying that could have been the trade. Gold hasn't really moved. It's silver, the one that started going upside. Just more volatile is silver, and that's all.
It's always more volatile.
Yeah, we have more experience trading it anyways, so there goes silver.
Yeah, it's always going to be more volatile, silver than gold. When it starts going, it can get boring, but when it starts going, it's just going to move more. That's how it is. Battle is trying to break out this high of the day, so here comes that potential fail break that I was looking for. Well, 7 minutes to go until the imbalances come out. The only imbalance notable that I'm looking for hasn't shown up yet because it's NASDAQ, and that's going to be KTOS, but Battle just won't break out the high. And the longer it fails to break out this high, I'm just looking for any breakdown. I still have my order to go short, but you have to be particular about it. Like, I like these names. This morning, Indo was the one, but I'm kind of feeling this TPET because of the $1 level. So the second we get any kind of a push down, I wait for that one opportunity, and then that's going to be the stock for sure. I keep seeing a lot of people talking about, I know SoFi is making some breaks to the high side today. And I go back to, like SoFi got back to the high, it's up a couple of points. I don't think this is a celebration type of situation. The market got green. It's actually NASDAQ's slightly red now again. ES is slightly red as well. But it was a good battle back. So I think it's easy to overreact to the bounce that we're seeing in some stocks and not zoom out and look at the bigger picture. Nothing about this still doesn't look like it's weak. Someone asked me, they're like, well, AVAV and your drone plays, it's cheap at this price, go get it. Do you want to pick this up the day that it broke support? That's, again, for me, no. I'd rather be a little bit more patient than that. I think that's part of trading. Whether it's swing trading, day trading, whatever your time frame might be, you've got to let it set up. And when I was asked about getting back into this, my first thought is, I have never, and I don't think I would ever, get out of a swing trade and try to re-enter it on the same day. Like I was in this stock when it bounced the 200 period with my stop underneath 228. It bounced, I reloaded it, it lost support today. That's an out. I don't think it makes sense to jump back into a swing trade literally the same day it hit that stop. Just because I can get it at 10% lower doesn't mean it's the right idea when it just lost the trend. You know, I'd rather wait and look for that next opportunity out there. It's one of those, it's so easy to get FOMO. It's so easy to overreact to moves and get all emotional about it and then want to get that next trade. But that next trade requires there to be a setup. It requires there to be something looking a little bit good. And don't get me wrong, I do think this stock, I do like this for the long term. I will buy back into it at some point. And you know what? If at the end of the day, I end up getting back into this after it's at a higher price, fair enough. I can always live with that. Like there's nothing wrong with waiting it out. I'd rather get the win than try to have the bottom. That's the way I try to look at it. I'd rather be into something where I like the trade, where I'm confident about it, as opposed to, oh, it's lower, I like it, therefore I have to get the best price. I think that's a good way to get yourself into a little bit of trouble. So I wouldn't be necessarily celebrating on that one just yet. Battle looks like it is going to take out that high of day. So if my thesis was waiting for a false break, there's your breakout at the top. It's now starting to come back in. So instead of $1, there's 5 minutes until imbalances come. TPET, it would break this 104. So if we cannot hold this high, then I think I'm looking for that break. And Ja, again, like I appreciate you. I'm just like I'm not even considering that advice on AVAV. That's literally a stock I got out of today. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. Like that's my process for it. Because I find it'd be because that would be like a revenge trade. It's like, oh, just because I can get it 10% cheaper than where I sold it, that doesn't automatically make it a win. Yeah, it's good to be able to get a cheaper price. But if I thought that about SoFi or any other trending down stock, like it's so easy. You could just buy all the way down and then be in a world of hurt. So we'll see. PMax says, would you buy NVIDIA or AMD right here? NVIDIA. Only reason I'm answering that question because that's an easy one for me. I can't buy AMD at its valuation relative to NVIDIA's. I don't get that. And I have nothing against AMD, and I still have a small position in AMD. I haven't sold all of my shares. I had them from a while ago. But that's NVIDIA, and to me, it's not even close, if I happen to be wrong about that. NVIDIA's new PE, or forward PE, was in the teens. Like, what are we talking about here? In the teens? Compared to AMD, that's easy.
Yeah, but we're still not buying NVIDIA down here. That's the thing. Like,
but I'm talking relative to AMD.
Yeah.
No, that's not even a choice.
I don't know if either one is a buy. Let me just check out right here at what's going on today. Obviously, we'll have to check out. This is our portfolio tracker.
If that's not updated, it's meaningless.
No, it's updated. This is updated.
How is that possible? I can't be that. I got to be way lower than that.
No, I think you're probably right there. Here, let's see.
Oh, FCX might be.
AVAV are down right now 45% on that call. So it's showing.
Oh, it's because the other ones.
Is that the price, 205?
Yes.
Okay, so there it goes. So yeah,
Got moked.
so it's updated there. And on mine, I just have Big Bear AI, so we have to wait to see. That's the same one for me, down 36%. So I am,
this is killing me.
honestly, I think Marvell is, I'm loving Marvell. Eli Lilly, I just took, I think that's going to be a decent long-term play, obviously, for the year. And then Big Bear AI comes today. It's just a matter of, 631. Like whenever we made the story there, I didn't buy any there. I'm long at 420, but that's when that started. I know the same thing was true with you there as well. Sharif, they're not too bad here. Let's go over here on the summary just to see OB still upside despite having, he has this one BW stock that's, Sidhu short.
Well, Sidhu's on
again, yeah. Well, whatever. I mean, I've already disqualified.
That might go bankrupt.
Yeah,
they literally might go bankrupt.
Yeah.
They could literally go under.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just going to be huge if that goes under. But I didn't know we could short those. So good on you, Obi. And then Circle short, obviously getting crushed as well there. But we'll go over this portfolio tracker right now. The number one is Fabian with silver. He's got silver, and then Adara with the Oracle short, and then Randy with some oil long. Sharif, Mateo, Joe, Neal. Here we go. We'll see. That's all going to change, obviously, this week, as even Joe has CrowdStrike. So that should be an interesting one as we wait for earnings, and we'll get going on that. So, all right, man. That's only
here we go, super chat.
Oh, but right here, here goes.
Two.
Yeah, first of all, we'll do that in a second. But there's the Tesla, as now we're $1.20 in the money on Tesla, and $1.20 in the money on silver. So there it goes, man. Yeah, looking good with the shave there. Easy peasy, keeps it going out all 1+K. Good job on that one. Easy.
Oh, and quickly
peasy.
to Adam James abroad. Anthony Noto buys 56,000 shares of SoFi.
Why so little?
I like the insider buy, but eat some more, Anthony. Buy more shares than that.
Exactly. What, don't you like the company, Anthony? Let's go.
That's only 12 million.
That's like Neil's position.
I don't know how much he owns. No, it's not. Come on, son. But no, but like, I like that. I like that fact. I'm still not a reloader on SoFi just yet. Just give it a little bit more. Break a trend. Do something better. It hasn't shown any sign that it's breaking the trend. I do like the XLF where it sits. If we close about 51, that looks pretty good. 1 minute till the imbalances come out. Still the same on the early look. And then keep in mind the two names I was mentioning, S&P 600 upweight, VIR, S&P 400 upweight, KTOS, that's on the NASDAQ. So you wouldn't be able to see what's going to happen with it until 350. If that comes out of buy, literally at the high of the day. So it would be a high, well, high of the range, I should say, not of the day.
All right, just exiting out more here. Silver's trying to break lower, so we'll just be like, all right, we'll get out at 82, some 81, 88s right there. We're now $1.50 in the money on Tesla as that continues to go. And like I said, man, sitting here and worried that we don't have that short, it don't matter. Market doing its own thing right now. Check out on some Big Bear AI before close today. We do have those imbalances coming out very, very soon. And matter of fact, like right now. So that'll come through here, and we're just going to update. Oops. We'll update this so that we only see the New York and the NASDAQ. We don't need to see all this broker side. My mouse is just not the greatest when we have these multiple screens. All right, there it is, man. They are now open or out. There's Netflix. Wow, Netflix $98, man. Congratulations on that one. We've done really well holding on to some Netflix, that is for sure. Tesla's mooning. So there it goes, man. Cash register, Dollar Club, Tesla. There it is as we drive away into the night. As Tesla now $2 in, and there it goes up to 402. So that's going to be just a banger there into the close, man. Tesla, $2 in the money. SLV, $1 in the money. Expedia, $2 in the money. And Expedia going lower as well. Oh boy, man, we're $2, $4, $5 in the money on these three positions. We're doing it live every day. What up, Adara?
Just be aware here, guys. I'm seeing, according to state media, Israel issuing an evacuation warning for South Lebanon, indicating an imminent strike. Furthermore, a reporter from Al Jazeera saying that sirens have been activated in Amman and multiple other cities in Jordan. So some warnings here in South Lebanon and Jordan right now. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Again, there's going to be lots of headlines. ONDS with $1 million on the buy side. I don't know if we actually mentioned some of these imbalances. ONDS $1 million to the buy side is probably the most notable one. It's not doing anything with it. For anyone that thinks that automatically these defense and drone names had to go up today, this has been Like, it's a rude awakening and a pretty negative day. Giving up the entirety of the move from the open is on this. So I'd almost play this for the other direction at 355. If this were to pair off, I'd look for a reversal into the 1080 level on ONDS. But the trade has to show you two things have to happen. One, it has to get there. Two, it has to start the reversal close to that 355 mark when you will see pairing events, especially on anything that is significant. Netflix with a buy, but a pretty small one. Small buy on Warner Brothers. I don't see NVIDIA on here in the bounce locator, but Broadcom is at 800K to the buy side. So very small. Market's a 1.4 buy, billion to the buy side. Not even sure that could be the case because there's nothing that big that stands out outside of Broadcom. Palantir, 750, that's not bad, but it should be in the millions if it's going to matter. Amazon is the only Mag 7 name, and that's at 600K. So pretty quiet. And then KTOS doesn't show up, right? So we're expecting KTOS, which was an upweight on the S&P 400. That was supposed to be 2 million. Doesn't really come out as anything. It's really just ONDIS that is any kind of a move here at all. Let us know anything else you want us to look at for sure. That BATL battle ends up not really doing much at the end of the day. So it goes from the most volatile stock most of the day to not making a major move in the last half an hour or so. Actually, the last hour. It goes into a halt and then can't break the high, can't break the trend down. So a little bit surprising, but this would have been the one had it broken that trend. Owen Stone Trader asking about insight on the UNH breakout. I no longer am a huge fan of UNH. I've swung it twice. It went 1 for 2 on swing trades in the last year. I guess it's making another breakout. I don't want to say I've given up on it, but yeah, you're right. It absolutely does look like a breakout on the daily chart if it can take out this 296, maybe break the 300 level. But I played this twice off this level, and I'm kind of done with this stock, man. If it can't get back above the 200 period moving average, like the one that worked was traded off to 50 to break out into the 200. So until it can do something new, which is get above the 200 period moving average, I'm done with this stock. It breaks the downtrend when it gets over that 320 mark. Then I get excited about a shot in UNH, but that's just me. It's disappointed me once and did okay the second time. Something has to be different for me to like it a third.
All right, good talk there on United Health. I just want to show everybody, like, this is what we're talking about. There's the VWAP right here. There's the rejection hold, and right there, and then there's the move higher into the close for Tesla. So we've already posted that up there on X, and just to show you, like, that's that trade. We should have Brian Shannon on tomorrow. We'll see if he's available to come through on Tuesday. All right, you know, Iran's still launching more drone strikes here. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I'm just seeing here, apparently there was an insider buy with SoFi, Anthony Noto, just disclosing a purchase of 50,000 shares. I'll have to look more into the timing of that, but either way, just starting to see this circulate within the last 10 minutes or so. Truth Social post from Trump on Watch, though. Trump posting, and I quote, "Everybody watch Sean Hannity tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. Netanyahu will be interviewed. So if you happen to be trading oil after hours, be aware, going to get that interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, leader of Israel, at 9 p.m. Eastern. Back to you.
Okay, so be aware of that. Now, the president tweeting out, you know, shows. So get ready to watch that. And also making sure to tell everybody that if you are an oil trader, so yeah, President Trump is doing everything right now the best that he can. So, and we're doing the best that we can as well. There it is right now. It's your face slapper of the afternoon. It's $3 right now on Tesla. As there it goes, man, through 403, 404, 405. Let's see how far we can go right there. Boom. Huge move upside there for Tesla. We did get out of Expedia there. We got filled at that low, so nothing really going on there. I wish we would have obviously held for those moves, but pretty choppy with the spread. But there goes Expedia to the downside, so obviously we take that fill. And then just more outs. We're almost out of everything now, as we need to be flat at the end of the day. But we'll just see what happens with Tesla as it just keeps on going upside now, breaking through 403. We'll see. I mean, I could put an offer. Let's put an offer at 403.50. We have, like I said, we're short. We have to be out at the end of every single day. As soon as 4 o'clock hits, we want to be flat. So we're on a prop floor, and that's what we're doing, man. You know, trading other people's capital, trying to teach you guys risk management. We want to thank for all the positive talk there in the chat, man. Keep it coming. Tomorrow, 8 p.m. We won't be here. 8 a.m. we'll be here tomorrow.
Tomorrow, 8 p.m., the earnings name that has moved the most will be which?
Tomorrow at 8 p.m. Oh, I don't.
Well, forget about it.
I have to know the names.
Out of the earnings names that are reporting tonight, which will be the biggest mover? Let's see.
BBAI.
You think it'll be BBAI? I'm feeling ASTS. I'm going to go with the space name. I'm going with Astus. Traders call it Astus. I'm going to go with ASTS, thinking that could be the biggest one moving.
Oh, do we have the expected earnings moves?
I don't have it up. I know Adara does have it. Expected earnings moves?
Yeah, I posted those a while ago.
If you could.
I'm pulling them up.
I will say there's nothing smaller than 10%. They're all at least 10%.
They're all
I did
Here
go
it is
over
right
these
here.
earlier, I believe. Largest one is going to be, I think it's one of the ones later in the day, but
Mongo.
Sean has them up now.
It's Mongo. Yeah, it's Mongo right there, followed by. I mean, I didn't know these before, but whatever.
Well,
I only said Big Bear AI because I own that name, and we'll see where it goes. But Big Bear AI right there, 15%. We'll see if it can do that. I think MongoDB. Now that I see this will probably be the biggest mover. Again, the software names. I just want anything software related. I think is going to be big. So
It's volatility.
yeah. So these two, I'd go with BBAI first, MongoDB second, and then. I don't know. I don't know enough about Plug anymore or anything like that. So,
Well,
those
Plug has the fact,
Riot, blockchain.
in terms of what will move the most, Plug's only a $2 stock. So
Right. So
in
unless they're
theory,
going bankrupt.
like the path of least resistance could argue that Plug might make a bigger move.
Come
But
on, Ted.
the stock is doing absolutely nothing going into the close. Michael, is that true? JL8, you just retracted your message saying, I just saw you put in there that Michael Burry closed a short in Palantir, but then you deleted your message. I've seen nothing to suggest that. Now, not that it really matters, but this is something that we're pointing out today. At least to my field of view, since this lower high, Palantir is breaking the downtrend on this close. So we didn't pull back with any disastrous afternoon, but this is going to be a trend break. If it can get above 146 change, that's a bit of a breakout here on Palantir. It rejected it earlier. That 146 and change couldn't break the 147, but this is the gap to be filled tomorrow on Palantir. So if we open tomorrow where we're closing on Palantir, then Palantir turns into a breakout trade above the high for a potential gap fill. I like that trend break. Whether or not Burry got out of his style, it doesn't really matter. To me, the chart speaks for itself. The strength speaks for itself. It has two good positive stories going for it, which is one, the sentiment, unfortunately, what's going on in the Middle East, and then two, it's got the Anthropic story from Friday, which is a big enough catalyst on its own with the DoD pulling the plug on Anthropic, and then good for OpenAI because Microsoft had a good bounce as well. On that headline.
All right, one last minute left right now. So as I said, we're just going to start to get out of everything. We're still waiting for 403.40s. If we can get that on Tesla, only 10 cents away, we should be able to. And then we're just going to clear out silver, we barely had anything left. We'll just clear it out right here at 61, 62s. And then come on, man, we're 10 cents away from getting this. We'll just keep it there. Hopefully we get it at 40. Maybe there'll be some back and forth there at the close. We only have 10% left, or less than 10%, 5% left of our Tesla trade right now. With just moments until this market closes, it looks like the NASDAQ, she'll be green today. And the ES will try to get green. It looks like we may make a green play right there at the close. NASDAQ O's, ES O's. So relatively flat day, but if you could rewind the clock, I think we all would take this immediately if we had known this end result for the bulls coming through again. And there it is, man. We do get our trade right there at the end of the day at 403.40. It just printed right at the end. So that was a good fill there and gives us about that 350 or so on Tesla. So that looks like that would be a good trade coming through right now. It looks like Riot is out a little early here, as maybe not early, but right at 4 o'clock. So Riot's out, nothing going on right there. But yeah, that's a good day, man. Tomorrow's going to be another big one. I mean, the volatility is definitely here. I don't know, what was VIX at, 20?
You know what,
20?
that's the one thing, we didn't actually go over the VIX, which usually on a day like today we would have. But I think it was one of those, everybody knew the VIX was going to spike, so it felt like what was the point of mentioning it? We didn't actually make any fresh highs. We did tag 25 on the VIX, but then we just spent the rest of the day just dropping, obviously, as the market rebounded here. But 25 is that big line. Like whenever you get to about 25, it's if it can break out there, then you start thinking it can get pretty nasty. So yeah, market rally reflected in the fact that volatility came back in, and we're still above 20, so it's still elevated.
All right, thanks for watching today. It's been another great show. Obviously, join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. Big Bear Eye's not out till 4:15, so we're not going to hang around until then. Thanks, Brendan, everybody. Adara, what a great interview there, midday. So thank you so much for that, everyone. Go rewind that, 12:30 or so. Andre, Fabian.
It was like 1:30, 1:40.
Oh, 1:30. Okay, not 12:30. Go rewind that to 1:30. Go find that interview right there. And the company name, Adara, was?
It was Visionary Copper and Gold with CEO Max Porterfield.
There we go.
BCG on the venture.
Yeah, go check that out. Good call out there. Yeah, thanks to everybody, man. Joe and Sharif, although not here now, I'm sure they're doing well. We'll see all of them tomorrow as well. But yeah, that's it, man. We've got just got hockey tonight, so the wife's already made the food. We'll be eating that later on when we get home. So home, hockey, hang out. For me, it's just a social thing. There's so many parents, obviously, that we meet and hanging out, watching my daughter practice for an hour and a half. Boring as hell. So we sit there. No, I mean, I really like it, but I've been to literally 1,000 practices.
I never get tired of watching.
No, you will eventually.
Maybe at some point. I haven't reached that point in any sport yet.
Yeah, you will. Well, you only have the one kid there. This is my third rodeo, so it's all good. But all right, man. Thank you so much to everybody for watching today. We're back tomorrow. Hopefully, the market will be upside. It's flat right now, zero.
Well,
good luck
I think
to Big
flat was
Bear
good
AI.
today. Flat was good today.
Yeah, we would take that one. All right, that's Neil. I'm Sean. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Until then, be well. Chat then.